Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 263. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined as always by my son, Chris Reagan. Chris, you're looking handsome today. How are you today, my friend?
Oh, thanks, man. I'm doing all right. Had a nice little egg sandwich.
Oh, nice. What did you have on it?
Nothing, because I woke up too late to put anything on it. It was eggs. it was just eggs and cheese, and
What kind of cheese? American?
White American.
White American, nice.
Yeah.
I like white American cheese.
Me too.
Yeah, there's something a little special about white American cheese. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe it's because I'm racist. By the way, did you see?
You are a white American. So.
Did you see? I put up. I don't know if it comes through for you guys. Do you see this?
Oh, they canceled.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I found. Yeah. So the cleaning ladies were here the other day, and so I isolate myself in my office when they're here, so I just stay out of the way. And I was going through all my papers, and I found that, and I was like, and I was throwing everything away and using my little fucking paper shredder over here, and then I was like, put that back there. Little piece of Sacred Symbols history. Now, a lot of people thought Micah did that print, but I did that during the show. I was quick enough in the of mind, of body, of soul to open a new document and type that up. But I'll let her take I'm not letting her take the credit anymore, but I let her take the credit for some time. Dustin Furman, good to see you, my friend, executive producer. Welcome to the show. You're back in your homestead.
Yes.
It looks like. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels good to be back home. Been home for the past week, just trying to get in as much Final Fantasy time as possible. That's kind of been my main thing this week. But doing good, just hanging out. I went outside for a little bit yesterday for the first time since I got back, and I just thought, yeah, there's a reason I like it in here. It's just too hot. There's bugs outside immediately. I got a few bug bites when I was outside on the 4th of July. What is it? What is it about these bugs sometimes? They're like, some people, it's like, let's go to town. It's go time. And other people, they don't care.
Yeah, they're not interested in me.
Dude.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm one of those people where like people get bit by mosquitoes around here. I'm like, they're not bothering me at all. I don't know what it is. Maybe I smell. I don't know.
You know what it is? I've heard that it's a lot about your diet. I don't know what about your diet attracts them necessarily, but I've heard that that's true. Like if you have a lot of sugar, they come after you.
Interesting. Well, Colin, you don't like sweet stuff.
No,
really
I don't.
That much.
I don't.
So maybe there is something to that.
But how sophisticated is the mosquito? Because my carbs are breaking down to sugar when I'm in my body. Somewhat indistinguishable, I think. So, how sophisticated of a chemist is this mosquito?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's like communicating with the other mosquitoes, being like, I think that guy's sugar. But like, I feel like it makes sense. Like logistically, it makes it like if somebody's like sweating and they're like they have a large sugar diet, I would imagine that on some level, a mosquito would be able to tell.
Yeah, I think so.
What I mean?
Yeah,
but that's a good question. I don't know.
Horseflies used to love me, but they just are assholes. They're not doing it for any other reason.
Horseflies?
Yeah, you know a horsefly?
I think I've heard of it.
The flies with the green face, like the green heads. I think it was, or like the green back or something like that. They're very distinguishable from other flies. And we had them on Long Island, and they are fucking annoying because they have the spry.
What do they do that's so different from a normal fly?
They bite you as opposed to, there's no, as far as I understand, there's no real reason they're doing it. It's not like to extract a fluid or something like that. And they're real. So they have the speed and aggression of a fly, but they also bite you. They don't just land on you.
Yeah.
It sounded like a really bad superhero pitch.
Yeah.
He has the speed and aggression of a fly.
But around here, down here in Virginia, most of our neighbors, and we started doing it this year, have the bug people come over every 3 or 4 weeks, and they just spray the shit out of your yard. And they do it with I don't know if people have seen it. It's like, this can't be good. They have like a blower, like as if a leaf blower, but it's just full of chemicals. So, and they just fucking absolutely obliterate your yard. And what it apparently does is it just kills all the bugs and their eggs on contact, and then they come back I have that going on. I got the Japanese flies. I think I said on the show, I got the Japanese beetles being caught in the bag. You know what I'm talking? Have you seen those before? Mm-hmm. It's like the little attractive thing, and then they literally are all fucking on top of it. That's like what they're attracted to do. It's like a pheromone of some sort, and then they just all fall into the bag. And I probably killed several thousand of them this year so
Right.
far. Yeah, they got to go. They're not called American beetles. They're fucking up my plants.
Oh, they're like a invasive species.
Yeah. So they got to go because they're all like, it's kind of sad because it's so much biomass when you remove the bag. But I'm like, you shouldn't have been, bring that shit back to fucking Kyoto, my friend. I don't want that stuff around here.
I got nothing. I got no emotion tied to bugs at all. Like I will. The only thing is like I won't crush a ladybug probably.
Right.
Like I'll be like, you know what, you're respectful enough. You're not gonna. I know that this.
You're respectful enough.
I'm respectful enough of it because like most bugs, even if they physically can't bite me, and I might know that scientifically, I don't trust it implicitly.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe they don't bite me, but maybe this will be the first time that one does. So you're gone. But a ladybug, I trust. I understand that you're not going to bite me. It's like we have an unwritten, unspoken rule.
Sure. Yeah. It's like they gave him a name to make it like, you don't want to kill this thing. I'm very selective with bugs. Like I don't mind, beetles of, various beetles if they're just walking around doing their thing. But if I see a spider outside, I like make it my mission to kill it. Like I don't give a fuck. I hate spiders.
Why outside though? Like they're supposed to be outside. That doing.
I personally don't think they're supposed to be anywhere. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
dude, you're crazy. That's like the only bug with purpose.
No, they got to go. They particularly have to go. I'm not worried about the balance of the ecology. They just have to go.
Are they at the top of your hit list for insects?
Oh yeah, dude. Spiders are horrifying to me. Yeah, like I hate like if they're in my house, which is rare but happens. I don't know. It's a bummer. You got
like
a real
checkbook. Like that one time I was at your house.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got to check. Yeah.
It was nasty, dude.
Let me pose you a question. Would you rather have one spider in your house forever, or one wasp?
Oh, a spider. Yeah. Wasps are too wily. Like that whole clade, let's say, of creature. I don't think I'm using that word right, but
dude,
of the wasps, the bees are fine, I guess, but wasp, hornets, yellow jackets, like I hate those motherfuckers. I've been stung so many times as a landscaper in my life by these things, and the hornets will get you like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah,
It's like bah, 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 and then they'll like fly away. And I'm like, fuck! Like they just completely obliterated your entire day.
Dude, you just reminded me.
Yeah,
there's a YouTube channel that I've been watching on and off for months. I check him out every once in a while called A Brave Wilderness. It's this guy, Coyote Peterson. And he goes out and there's a sting index. And he was moving up all the different wasps, seeing which ones hurt the most.
Interesting.
The one I watched 2 days ago, they were testing about swarming wasps. So they were trying to see how far they would follow you. And then the finale of the video was like, hey, we're going to put all these wasps in a box. We're going to stick my hand in it and see if they attack it.
Did they?
Yeah. Dude, his hand like tripled in size. It was amazing. I highly recommend this channel.
What's the guy's name?
Well, the channel I think is called Brave Wilderness, but his name is Coyote Peterson.
Yeah, like hell it is.
Yeah.
I'll check this.
Dude,
I'll check this.
I believe this man.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of that, Colin. That guy's been getting bit by ants and stung by insects for like, it feels like a decade.
No, I'm still somewhat new to YouTube as well, like as a viewer, really, like last few years. So, and I get stuck in my algorithmic recommendations have no clue what to do. Like I almost want to erase it and start from again, which is weird, but I do because I don't bounce around. I get really sucked into certain things. Like I'll watch like 50 chess videos in a row.
Yeah.
Right. And then I'll watch like 25 child predator catcher videos in a row.
Dude, I've been watching those. That's my TikTok entirely. It's just predator catchers.
Have you heard of Colorado Pet Patrol? Because they're my favorites. Those guys are amazing because they have like 350 catches or something like that. They're like completely bounty hunting these dudes throughout the state of Colorado.
There's this one channel. I don't know what the name is because on TikTok I don't really look at I don't know. I just don't pay attention enough to like names and shit on TikTok, but like there's one group that is so mean spirited to these people. Like when they catch them, they're like, "Man, you got a fucking tiny dick, huh?" Like, and it's just like all this, just like really, and the guy's like having a fucking panic attack in the chair, like with his head. his head in his hands.
I love it.
Chris,
Those are
I think I
there's,
saw one of those.
there's some
Yeah.
guys. I talk to Gene about this sometimes because we're both connoisseurs of online fight videos, online predator catcher videos, on all that kind of stuff. And he was saying that if you go to Rumble, that's where the shit gets really crazy with some of the predator catcher videos. I have Rumble for a few things, but I sometimes wonder if we should go to Rumble. Not fully, but just have a place there, because it seems like maybe the first video competitor that may have a chance of creating a niche for itself, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Like they have that really popular show. What's that guy, Brand?
Russell Brand, I think.
Yeah, like his show is
yeah,
huge
yeah.
over there. Like many millions of views for each video. So it seems like it's working. But anyway, this is Sacred Symbols. Let's see here. Is there anything? Oh, I don't even know what we're talking about. I have no idea what's going on today. I'm a little confused.
It don't matter.
It's 1:15 in the afternoon. I too have only been awake for a little while.
It don't matter. It's like that Aqua Teen Hunger Force. It don't matter. None of this matters.
Yeah, exactly. God, I love that show so much. I really loved that show so much. That show maybe it was really like Beavis and Butthead and a few other things, Daria, but that was one of the first like shows that I understood fundamentally was not for children and was really funny at a level that had no business being funny. But anyway, I think they like, don't they do they come back once in a while, don't they?
Yeah, they keep they keep rebooting the show with like a different name so no one can find it. It's so stupid.
We are the Moonanites. All right. This is Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast ostensibly. My name is Colin Moriarty. Welcome. You can get our show 3 days early and ad free over on Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. We do a podcast each and every week. Of course, it goes free and you can get it live on YouTube and podcast services if you wait, but ad free, early access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas, all of that over on Patreon. Could not do without you. Thank you for your support. Sacred Symbols Plus twice a week. We appreciate your support over there as well. That's on Patreon exclusively. Those are deep dives into various games, doing some interviews and some studies and so on and so forth. So I did another episode with Roman from the Russian gaming podcast Split Screen, I think it's actually called in Russian. And we focused on, it was interesting because I was fascinated by this. And I really want people to go listen to this episode of Sacred Symbols Plus if they have the time and inclination. What we focused on in our conversation were the things that people had to do in Russia to play games on the different consoles. And it's really, really fascinating because obviously Russia's invasion of Ukraine has them sanctioned and embargoed by a bunch of different companies and organizations. So playing video games there is very hard right now. And depending on the console you are on, you have different options and you have to jump through different hoops, totally different hoops. And it's hysterical. Piracy is also completely rampant there because no one is going to stop you. That was something we were really interested in talking about, is like there's no consequence for piracy there. It's a place where there is no consequence. So it's really a matter of you just want to do it officially or not, because no one's going to come knock on your door or suspend your ISP or anything like that. It's just not going to happen. So I think people will really, really dig that episode. Micah did a mailbag recently. Chris, I think you're doing a mailbag soon.
I did it already.
Oh, you recorded it. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's see. We did an episode on GTA 3, which I thought was really, really fun. Dustin. Oh, I have Mike in here twice. I don't know why. Dustin did a mailbag recently as well. I'll probably do one too. People really just like the mailbags and they're easy to do when there's not a credible amount to talk about, which there isn't. However, Sacred Symbols Cross Defining Duke is coming next week. A new episode of that will be entirely focused on the FTC situation. We'll get the Final Fantasy XVI review and spoiler cast recorded, I don't know, in the next week or so, trying to figure that out. And for the FTC situation, I am having Matt Stoller, an economic analyst, popular on Substack, on the show to talk about things. We don't see enough about we're not going to talk about the FTC situation really here today because there's just not much to say. I mean, it's just kind of still in flux and it's not really has nothing to do with our main charge here, which is PlayStation. But so much of it is for the merger, and I never really made a legal argument against it because I'm not entirely sure I even believe there is a legal argument against the purchase of Activision and Microsoft. I've simply made the creative and economic arguments against it, but he will make the legal argument. And I really am very interested in hearing that because it's just not something you really hear in our space very much. I don't know why. You would think the video game industry would have very liberal leanings, but with this FTC, Xbox, Activision thing, people have taken the mega conservative view, which I find so interesting. It's just not something I would expect. Like, if you believe in an economic and legal way that the merger should happen, that is a very conservative view in terms of our current polity. So we're going to get into all that. I'm really, really happy about that. However, we did an episode I've shouted out a few times of Sacred Symbols Plus in the last couple of weeks, and I wanted to give it one last shout out as we part. BD Squat wrote in and said, "Hey, Sacred Gents, I spent last week on vacation with my in-laws, and early in the week, my father-in-law noticed my nephew playing Mario Kart. He scoffed and called video games a stupid waste of time. I engaged him a few times after to discuss games as a medium to tell stories, and by the end of the week, I had convinced this historical nonfiction buff to give me an hour to play The Light in the Darkness. He was enthralled by the story and shocked to learn not every game is Fortnite. I didn't make him a gamer, but I definitely changed his perception on what games could be. So shout out to Luke Bernard for making that game and Colin for having him on Sacred Symbols Plus to talk about it. You both helped make Thanksgiving a little less painful." I'm glad to hear that, BD Squad. We did a conversation all about The Light in the Darkness. I'll give it one last shout out. It is free on PlayStation 5 for you to download. It takes an hour to play. You will automatically get a platinum trophy at the end of it, and you will learn something about the Holocaust and especially the French-Jewish experience in Vichy, France during World War II after the Nazi invasion. And that is the power of games. So I'm glad that you were able to convert someone. It was funny when I went out to my dad and his wife were here like a few weeks ago for, I don't know, my nephew's play or something. So we went out to dinner and we were talking about games, and something my dad had said, I saw, my dad was like, I watched The Last of Us on HBO, which we're going to talk about a little bit later. And I'm like, oh, cool. And he's like, yeah, I loved it. I thought it was really great. And I'm like, yeah, man, I wonder how many people know it's based on a game. And then his wife said, I didn't know video games had stories. To which I said, I wrote 3 video game stories, but I'm glad that you you have finally learned that video games have stories. So we have converts left and right coming through. I actually just wrote.
That is so crazy to me. That's like not understanding that computers can do sound now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how you avoid it for that long. Like, what do you think all that is?
Well, yeah, she thinks I didn't want to get too deep into it. I actually really like her. She's really fun.
No, yeah, I'm just fascinated at that.
No. I'm not saying you're saying that. I just wanted to be clear about that. Yeah. She's retired now, but she was like really into, she was a therapist, but she was like into metaphysics therapy and stuff like that. So she's like really interesting person to talk to, like they're spiritually and all of that. But when I was talking to her about it just briefly, she was like, I just always saw games as Mario. And part of my mind wanted to be like, well, Mario even has a story, but it didn't. It's like, I don't know how to dissect this craft for people that don't really understand it or aren't interested in it.
Yeah.
I just thought it was funny that it had somehow never come up for my father, I guess, that I write video game stories. So, and I just wrote the 4th one. I mean, well, we have the RPG going, which I wrote a long time ago, but I just wrote the new Hybraxia game. And so we're gonna have that going soon as well. At least I wrote the intro and the. It's funny, man. I come up with these ideas, I write them down, and then Barry will email me and say, "Did I say this last week? I don't know." That like he just leaves me alone. He makes the games. We have freelancers doing art and music, and we have all these different things going on. Ben Smith, our associate producer here, is our producer over at Lily Mo as well, and I am a minority shareholder, but I basically just dump all of the money I make from my shares back into the company, and I write the stories and I do the marketing and that's basic, and I design some stuff and do some playtesting, and that's about it. So I'm really lucky to be kind of more of a silent member, but he'll kind of come in and say like, all right, this is what we need from you now. And then at that point I'll sit down and just do it all. And then I'll send it off to him. And then, so the most recent thing is I wrote the intro, like we have an intro animation and all, very NES or SNES style for the new Hybraxia game, similar to the other ones. And I wrote all of that. And then he sent it to me, the final version of it, a couple months later that we got all the art done. And then I rewrote a lot of it. Sorry, Barry. All right. What else? Merch, lastdaymedia.store. What's going on? We have things to say. I mean, what are we going to do here? What's the story?
It needs to be, I just got the merch in, so I need to process it and photograph it and all that stuff. So I'm thinking most likely next week we're going to have, I don't see any reason why, unless I break my leg, that we'll have some things to announce next week.
Excellent. Yeah, I saw some of the things. We have a lot of things to announce. I may or may not be about to release one of the rarest physical PS4 games that will ever be released, which I'm very excited about.
You're teasing.
Well. Yeah, I am teasing.
Well, tease.
Okay. I am teasing.
Oh.
I am teasing. Right. I've been teasing on and off. People know it's coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited about it because we did it ourselves, and that's what I'm really excited to talk more about. What are you laughing
You
at?
made a tease a few months ago where you're like, where you put something into a device and it plays, and I saw some theories that people were totally like the most off the wall. Clearly, just it was so obvious what you were saying, but it did not land with some people. Amazingly enough.
I don't want to. Yeah, no, I'm shocking. You guys submit your inquiries over at the threads on the newsfeed on patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I read it. And then sometimes when I see newspaper, like the Baltimore Sun, only 23% of Baltimore high school graduates can read or whatever, you know? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I read the thread every week. Yeah, I'm aware. So it's I don't know. I would love to know your answer on this. We're talking so vaguely. It's annoying, but I don't know that anyone has done what we're about to do, actually. Or it's been done very, very rarely. Who?
Poop Slinger. That was a game that was released on PS4 and then pulled from the market, so there's less than 100 copies out there.
Oh, I don't mean that. I mean, I don't think anyone has approached this like we have before. I don't, you know, like, can you think of anyone who's done it like this?
It
no one knows
depends
what
on
we're
which
talking about, but
aspects, because there's...
I have
can't ask
no fucking
questions
idea,
without-
by the way. I have no idea what's going on.
All right. So I'm gonna say it. You cut this out.
Okay, hold on.
And so Chris knows, and then
Make
Chris
sure
will
they
tell us if
note you.
anyone's ever done it. So now we're back. I don't think anyone's ever done that. Do you?
Yeah,
Can you think
that doesn't sound... No, that doesn't sound
Normal.
familiar to me.
Yeah. So I think that might be something special and interesting. I don't know. But we'll have more to say about that soon. I'm really obsessed with taking merch in-house. And actually, the next idea I have, and I don't think Dustin knows much about this, but I've been talking to Ramon about it, is that I want to release a vinyl.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I want to have Ramon like do all of the songs again in like a longer form, maybe 5-minute or 10-minute versions of the songs, and then put it on vinyl and sell like a limited version of that. I think that'll be really fun because he has major connections, like Boku connections. He's a signed artist, and his record just got signed by a new label. Not the Bad Rabbit stuff he does, but like his independent stuff. And so he has like really great connections in that space. And I think we would be able to do something fun with that. So that's kind of like a dream for maybe Q4, Q1, something like that.
Yeah, that would be sick. I think that, dude, do the maybe it's a double LP. I love the idea of the vinyl podcast that we never publish. It's only available to listen to on vinyl.
That is cool.
Yeah. You came up with that idea, right? That is a fun idea.
Has to have had done it. Someone's done it at this point. I don't know who. It's too
that sounds
good
like
of an idea
perfect...
for it never have been done. So, but I think it would be fantastic. We just have to be watchful because some fucker will try to rip it and put it online.
Yeah.
Just got to strike that as fast as possible. I like the idea.
Chris, you were going to say something?
No, I was going to say that's such a good idea.
Yeah, it is. It is a nice idea. Like, we will pursue that. I want to do like fun things like that. I mean, we'll always have the background of like the shirts and the stickers and sweatshirts and hats and all that, the stuff we sell. But, and actually we're getting, so the guy that did these shelves and a bunch of other stuff in my house, John Longo, shout out. He's coming over next week from when we're recording this. So the week this goes live on public feeds, we're redoing my entire garage. And putting shelving and cabinetry in and all that so we can better store the insane amount of merch that's in my house because it is everywhere. Like when I was doing my taxes, my accountant was like, so how much of the house is like taken up by your business? Because, you like write that off. It's like, I'm like, pretty much everything is taken over by the business in my life at this point. So, and what's cool about the cabinetry, this is gonna be dope. I'll take a picture of this for you guys and we'll put it on the show when the time comes. But, he has a very sophisticated, this guy, John Longo, has a very sophisticated like woodworking shop. So they can paint, and you can get paint any shade you want now with the 6-digit number or whatever. Like you can just make whatever paint you want.
The hex code, yeah.
The hex code, right. So we're painting all of them the LSM blue, and then we're getting laser engraved the moons into every door, like in the center of each door. Oh. It's going to look fucking awesome. I'm really, really excited about it. I'm obsessed with the moon icon, as I think a lot of people in my life know. I'm trying to actually incorporate it into my suit for my wedding, but we'll see. Like, get it stitched on my arm or something like that.
Mm.
Maybe people confuse me for a Muslim. Some people do every once in a while see the moon and they're like, so are you a Sunni Muslim?
That's not my first assumption at all.
Mine neither.
That'd be a good inlining though.
Yeah, it would be sick. Yeah. I was thinking that, or like I don't think people really online know this very much, but I love flamingos. That's like and that's like a well-known thing to people in my life and my family and stuff. I love flamingos, and I have them like all over my house and like in the front of the house, all the little pinwheels and shit. And I was thinking about getting maybe flamingos on the inside, but we'll see.
You like flamingos?
Yeah, I love them. They're like,
that's so
ever since I was a little kid, I don't really know, like, and it's always, like when you're into something when you're a kid, and then people, this is kind of weird, but like people tune into it in your life, and then it becomes a self-reinforcing principle. So like I expressed that I liked flamingos, then I would get flamingo things, and then I would like flamingos, and then I would get flamingo things, and it's like a totally very well known.
It's like a self-fulfilling, not self-fulfilling necessarily, but like it's like a cycle that feeds itself.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
You're not a little perturbed by the fact that they're not truly pink?
I am perturbed by many things about them. And yeah, the not pink thing is one of them. The other thing is that they sleep on one leg. You know, they do like I don't know what it's called, biphasic or I think it's called bimodal sleep, where a lot of animals do it. I think dolphins sleep like that, where like literally half the brain shuts off. And then and they stand on one leg, and then the other half of the brain shuts off and they stand on the other leg. And that's like so that they don't get killed. Yeah. In the wild. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. Because like we think about us in the wild. I'm so fascinated by this particular thing, that sleep is so important that evolution never got rid of it. Like everything sleeps, like it must sleep. And like we just zonk out.
Yeah.
How many people just like woke up in a cave one day to like with a fucking, arrow coming at their head or something, or some animal attacking them? And I think about bears too, where they just sleep for months. It's like you do whatever you want to them.
That is I would love for the ability to, like, if I could sleep for months, oh man, and then not sleep at all for like another several months. If I could like get all my sleep for the year done in like December or something.
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh my god,
that would be very interesting.
That'd be so.
You would
sick.
need a few months probably to get all your sleep, right? Maybe even 3.5, 4 months.
Maybe
that's the fucked up part about sleeping, isn't it?
Yeah, it's never like a zero.
Like half your life.
Oh, I emailed David Jaffe just to see what he thought of the Twisted Metal trailer. Let's see what he said. He just emailed me back. He said he liked it. Yeah. We'll get into that in a little while. Good to hear from David Jaffe. What the fuck are we talking about? What are we doing?
I don't know, man.
What time is it? I don't know. It doesn't even matter what time it is. Time has mattered less and less to me as I've gone through my life, where I'm just like, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. By the way, dude, it is, and you were saying this a little bit earlier, talking about being outside, Dustin. It is fucking hot as hell here, man. Oh. Like, it is so hot down here that
How bad is it?
It's in the 90s, but it's also
it's only 80 here,
and it's humid. Like mega humid. Like you were walking through heavy air, and I almost never leave the neighborhood or whatever, but I had to go to the dentist to get a filling replaced yesterday. I was like, holy fucking shit. Like when you get out of the car, it's like, and why do we what's with the blacktop? Can we talk about this? Can't we paint the blacktop a different color than letting it be a massive heat sink that just sucks all of the solar energy up and holds it forever? This has to be hurting the earth in some way. But thank God for the pool, dude. But it's almost too hot for the pool. Like you're getting destroyed. The pool is 95 degrees.
Oh, it's like a bathtub.
But it's kind of nice though. I go out there, I shoot my hoops. I do a little bit some laps. I even have the little diving crystals that I enjoy throwing in there every once in a while. You just turn around, you just throw them all in. You don't know where they went, and then you go underwater and have your little stuff. It's like a collectathon. It's like
your real life Final Fantasy 16 with those crystals.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like real life Spyro from my perspective.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that it is so hot and apparently it's only going to get worse. And I was saying in previous weeks, the summer had been creeping in.
Yeah.
But now, man, oh my God, now it is here. Yeah. It's fucked. How the hell did people live down here? I don't understand how people lived here 200 years ago.
Up. Like with no air conditioning? Like you should be dead.
And
like,
this is nothing compared to the Deep South. Nothing compared to going down to the Mississippi Delta or like, oh my God.
Down in Georgia.
We do things a little bit differently down here in South Carolina.
Yeah, here we don't need cups of water. We drink the water out of the air.
You're like redwood trees in the Northern California forest that drink up the mist.
Yeah.
From the ocean. You're like, ooh, this is good. Yeah, we do things a little bit more slowly down here in Georgia, but
This is such a schizophrenic episode.
yes. All right. Let's get into topics of discussion. Speaking of that, Aiden Cunningham wrote in. You can write into us on Patreon. I put up the thread each week. Use that. It's in the newsfeed. I delete it when we don't need it anymore. So you really only have a day. It's like from Wednesday to Thursday. If you don't see it, it's because it's gone. I don't want you wasting your time writing into the ether. Aiden writes in and says, hello to you three very fine and handsome gentlemen. No question here, just an observation, one of which you yourselves or the audience may also share. I've been with LSM since the start. Watching the constant successful evolution of Sacred Symbols and its sister podcast makes me proud to be part of the community. That being said, please excuse my tangent. The observation I want to address is noticing the outright fun you guys are having on Sacred Symbols, and you're absolutely in a flow. There seems to be more consistent laughs. Shout out to the TMNT episode. That was a funny one. In each episode, I'm sure everyone watching and listening is eager to hear follow-up stories to the bizarre and horrific things from the audience as well. That's all I want to say. Here's to more esoteric conversations and the accoutrements. Les accoutrements they yield. Thank you, Aiden, for writing in. I don't think I'd even want to do this podcast if I couldn't just be like this.
Yeah.
Like, what am I, fucking Tom Brokaw? You know, like I'm not going to like sit here and give you the straight cheese.
Yeah. Here's the news.
Here's the news, son. And he wouldn't do that either. Tom Brokaw lied about all sorts of shit. I'm not lying to you.
I don't even know.
This is really how crazy I am. Chris?
Huh? No, I was going to say, I don't even know who Tom Brokaw is.
Really?
Yeah. That name doesn't sound familiar to me.
Maybe.
God almighty. Really?
Yeah.
All right, hold on.
Who is that?
He's a newscaster, a famous, retired now newscaster.
The only famous newscaster I know is like Dan Rather.
Yeah, he's similar. I'm going to send you a picture.
Ron Burgundy.
I'm sending you a picture right now.
Ron Burgundy.
Well, this is a deadline about his retirement from 2021, but here. And you can put it over this if you want, Dustin, so people can see who Tom Brokaw is.
Oh, okay. I've seen this guy. I never bothered to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
He kind of talked
like
this
guy is.
Yeah. You don't know him?
No.
I've seen the guy. I've seen him before, but
we had cable, like with TV that you could watch in 2000 and 2001 and then never again. So
what do you mean? What?
Like we didn't have cable. Like we didn't have the news to watch on TV for my entire life. So how would I know who fucking Tom Brokaw is?
What,
you know what I'm saying? Who is this man? How am I supposed to know this man?
Did you not watch TV at all?
No, almost never.
Wow.
I mean, we had like
that's interesting.
You had your VHSs, your DVDs, and at a friend's house, you could watch something. But
I can't believe I didn't know that about you. That's like a really like kind of like that's a uniquely interesting thing.
Yeah, it is. That is.
No, my dad was like, "We're not paying for that shit."
You don't know anything.
No, barely nothing.
You have more room in your gray matter for things that matter now than.
Yeah.
Like you never saw Full House?
I know of Full House. I've seen snippets of it, but no.
Interesting. No. That's so interesting. Yeah, because like I don't know if you can agree with this, Chris, but when I was a kid, if I didn't have access to cable, probably until college, I would like want to blow up. Basically, like I felt like I had nothing to do if I didn't have access to a TV, even if I wasn't watching it.
Yeah. I always needed it on in the background or doing something. There's like so many commercial. Like I sometimes still to this day put on like really really long videos of like just long sections of commercial blocks from certain periods in time because it's like there's something about the vibe of it that like takes me back to like, oh, that's interesting, like, oh, cereal straws or whatever, and these like weird commercials that would be on Foxwoods. I remember was like,
yeah, dude,
was like that was that with that song. That song is in my brain.
Yes, that's so funny. That dude, like that, he was like God, I haven't thought about that in so long. Foxwoods is a casino in Connecticut, so we would get commercials for it. And what was the other one? There was something. What was it called? Why can't I think of it?
It was
I want to call it Encino, but that was not right. That's not right. It's like something like that. Yeah,
there were like Atlantic City commercials too, but I just things like that. So like, I mean, there's so much TV is I don't consider TV super important necessarily, but like it's definitely like a consistent seasoning throughout my life. So that's interesting that I don't know. It's like a really interesting thing.
Finish this sentence. 588-2300.
Empire.
Yes.
I knew that one.
You killed it.
Yeah.
Empire today.
Boom.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
We're on the same wavelength. We also grew up in the same area, so we saw the same commercials.
Yeah.
That's funny, man. Let's get back to the show. Thank you for writing in, Aiden. Appreciate you. Glad everything's going well. I was going to say glad everything's going well in your life, but I actually don't know that at all. Whether everything's going well in your life, I have no fucking idea. Mike Poe wrote in, said, "Good day, sacred boys. I wanted to write in and let you all know that my first kid was born at the end of June, and in the middle of the night, when I've had to get up and soothe him, my routine has been to take him to another room so my wife can sleep and rock him while we both listen to LSM shows, including Sacred Symbols. By this point, he's almost certainly heard all of your voices more than he's heard mine. Does this make me a bad father, or is soothing via Sacred Symbols an approved parenting method?" Little boy, steal your dad's credit card. Little boy, type that credit card number into an email.
Give me the 3 numbers on the back.
Flip the card over. Why did that sound so sinister? Mike, I'm glad that we're helping you out. I think you're a fine father. You're letting your wife soothe. That's very nice.
Yeah. You got to wonder, though, those early development, you got to be careful. What are we implanting into this infant, really?
Yeah. You got to be careful.
Anything.
You gotta be careful. I think about sometimes like the shows that I would watch with my parents, because like they would put on like Blue's Clues for me.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like when I was like a really little kid, when I was like really fucking tiny. But then we were together, we would watch stuff like as a family. And it was never stuff that we should have been like, we would watch like The Nanny, which I remember being like a really decent like show, and I'm watching it again now because it's on HBO Max. I was like, oh yeah, I haven't seen this show. I've seen Seinfeld 2 million times. Right. I should probably watch something else. And I'm watching The Nanny. I was like, this show is so obscenely horny. It's ridiculous.
It really was.
Like it is shocking, actually.
Mr. Sheffield.
Mr. Sheffield. It reminds me a little bit of like Married with Children, where like I would watch Married with Children. I'd be like, Jesus Christ. This guy wants to kill his wife.
Totally. And Christina Applegate was also like a total, like played up to be like a total whore in the show, which is hysterical. Like when I go back and watch that too, I'm like, they really play her up like a dumb slut bimbo, basically. Like it was lost on me why that was funny and like why it was so inappropriate and Bud and all the stupid. I love that show. That show is legitimately hysterical. Still,
it's awesome, but I just remember sitting with my family and watching it, and that's hysterical to imagine that we would all just sit there and watch this guy be like, Peg, I wish you were dead. Yeah, and that was like the whole fucking thing. That was all this like, we wish you get AIDS or something. Like it's really like obscenely like mean spirited. It is in a way that I don't know.
3 of the 4 of them became pretty good actors too. Like and like much more serious roles, which is cool. I remember actually, I don't know if this is like a really random memory, but NBC, I think, did like a 1-season reboot of Dragnet probably like 20 years ago. And Al Bundy was like the cop in it. And he was actually like really good. And then he was in Modern Family, obviously, all those years. And he's very funny there too. But Peggy was on a bunch of shit. She was on Lost. She was on that motorcycle show.
Peggy is...
That really
popular.
She
on Lost?
Is that Seagal?
Yeah, Katie Seagal. In Lost, she's Locke's wife.
I mean, dude, she's Leela on fucking Futurama.
Right, exactly. And but her biggest role was probably in, what was that motorcycle show?
Sons of Anarchy?
FX. What was it? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
It wasn't Sons of Anarchy, was it?
Yeah, Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, she's like a main character on that show.
Yeah.
Like her son in the show, Jackson, is the main character. And so she's like his mom. And so she's got pretty good range. But yeah, have you ever seen The Nanny, Dustin? You have
I've seen
any
it
reference?
Before.
Yeah.
But I mainly think of Fran Dresser,
yeah,
right?
Fran Dresser, who's like very much involved in what's going on right now with SAG-AFTRA.
SAG-AFTRA, yeah.
She, most famous to me, is in the movie UHF, the Weird Al.
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
She's the secretary, and she becomes the news anchor lady. She's fantastic in that movie, and that's a great movie. If anyone's if you've not seen it, that's 100%. That's a Furman family classic movie.
UHF is awesome. Kramer coming in and killing that child with a fire hose.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
yeah,
dude.
Yeah, very good stuff.
So good.
Travis Terry wrote in, said, "Hey CDC, if you're on a long road trip and you stop at a gas station, you have to get a drink and you have to get a snack. What are you getting? Thank you for all the great content and keep up the great work." I love this question.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin, hit me with that. Now, I don't think he's talking about a Wawa. I'm going to assume he's not talking about a deli of some sort.
No.
So like you're going into like your Exxon Mobil. Like, what are you getting?
Yeah. It's very, very depends on the time of day and where I'm going. In the morning, definitely. If I'm on a road trip, I do like to indulge in energy drinks. I find them great for the road, keep you awake. I've managed to stay away. A few years ago, I was drinking them every other day. Bad news. You'll die that way. So I do go for those sometimes. Now, if we're talking a snack for the road, a little treat, I'm going to have to say the cinnamon sugar Pop-Tarts are classic for me. Always getting those for the road. Love those. I like them raw. What can I say? I like raw dog in the Pop-Tarts.
Yeah, I understand that. I do. I like Pop-Tarts like that as well. That's a decent. I have never had an energy drink in my entire life.
Good.
Really?
Not even once. No.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had energy in my entire life, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, that's probably why.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I just Chris, I'm curious because I know you probably have them. I personally, there's like the new ones now that have 300 milligrams of caffeine in them, like Bang or something.
Yeah,
Those, they can be all right. I feel like the classy choice is Red Bull, though. If I'm wanting something like that, a little Red Bull never hurt. Where are you at with this?
I am a Red Bull guy. Like if I'm going for an energy drink, I'm gonna get a Red Bull. Just generally because but purely because it's the only energy drink I've ever had, and the prospect of experimenting in that genre of drink is so unattractive to me.
You should try Monster just once.
Maybe.
It's so fucking bad. It's like drinking. Imagine like a concentrated, disgusting Mountain Dew. It is so bad.
Well, that's the thing about energy drinks in general. It's like they all kind of taste like you shouldn't be drinking them. Like
they definitely feel like an experiment.
It feels like a potion in some way, and like I don't know if it always feels like the first time I ever really, because when I did the long road trip from New York to California, I drove here with a friend of mine, and the whole ride we basically just had Red Bull and Little Bites muffins, and for years I could not look at either of those things again because that was just having nothing but those two things for like 3.5 days was really, really bad. I still haven't it's been years since I've had a Red Bull, I think. Like, because it's just like, I can't, it brings me back. Little Bites muffins, on the other hand, I haven't even seen them since then. I think my brain censors them out when I'm at like a grocery store because I can't.
Yeah, it's like a Black Mirror episode. It just blinks it out for you.
Yeah, I can't be fucked to deal with the PTSD from that. But like my current go-to at any gas station, if I'm like on the road and I'm feeling like, oh, I need to grab something, I'll go to the gas station. I'll grab. It used to be a glass lemon Snapple. It used to be. They don't do that no more.
R.I.P.
So now, rest in peace. So now it's the tall lemon Arizonas. I love the Arizonas. I don't know what it is. I've been drinking Arizona for a really, really long time, so they're just like embedded in my brain now at this point. But I like those. And for a snack, it's like it depends. Because sometimes it's like, do I want? Because you're not eating for like sustenance, really. You know, like it's not like, I want a sandwich. Mm-hmm. It's just like, oh, this is something to eat on the road. So it's like, okay, I like goldfish a lot. Like as a cracker, like as a snack, it's like I could inhale goldfish. They fuck me up really bad, but like I love them. So it's either salty cheesy stuff or just straight up sour candy, of which I can only have like maybe once a month max at this point because it hurts. But like Airheads Extremes, sour power straws, that kind of thing. But I don't really I don't really do that anymore
Mm.
in general because I don't drive. So
The goldfish is good. I don't really eat them very much, but I like they're like baked and collapsible. Like like there's some air.
I like biting them right down the middle and having them crack in two.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's nice.
yeah,
It's a good feeling.
definitely. All right, well that's interesting. For me, I would say like what came to mind for me were powdered donuts. You know, like the little 6 powdered donuts. I used to love those.
The donuts.
The donuts,
Gotta get the
right?
bag.
Exactly, the donuts. Oh, like the bag.
If you're with a friend, you got to get the bag.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
get the bag. You gotta get the bag.
I agree. That wasn't even a thing when I was a kid, and I don't drive anywhere. So that's what came to mind because I think that's like what my dad used to get me. And then I used to like getting weird things like when we would go to the deli or something. Like I loved Tropicana orange juice out of the bottle. Like I used to love, you know what I'm talking about? Like they had the little one and the big one. I used to just love those in the glass bottle. I used to get disappointed when you would order an egg sandwich and it would come with a carton. And it's the same Tropicana orange juice, but I'd be like, Dad, can I get the fucking bottle? And then he'd be like, fine, I'll drink it. And get the bottle OJ. It's very similar to your feeling on Snapple. I think it's just that different. It's like the perfect amount of orange juice. And it's very
does something, man.
Very nostalgic about that. That's a great question.
Yeah.
It's maybe one of the greatest questions we ever gotten on the show. Thank you, Travis. I apologize, wrote in. Said, hi, guys. Hope you're doing well. This one is specific to Colin. I've heard both Micah and yourself discuss her playing handheld on the Switch to allow Colin to play PlayStation on the big TV. Is there any reason why you wouldn't just have two TVs side by side? I moved into my girlfriend's family home during the lockdown, and we immediately set up our two TVs and PlayStation side by side in the bedroom. And when we managed to buy our own home late last year, we made sure to build our sitting room around two 55-inch LG C2s. We're both playing through Final Fantasy XVI at the moment, and it's one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. It almost feels like those gaming sessions when we were children, passing a controller back and forth, but without the itch of not having the controller in our own hands. I know the idea of two TVs in the sitting room wouldn't be considered the norm, but it works great when there's more than one gamer in the house. I find the idea of having multiple TVs in a room strange, personally, to me. There were times where I would bring in, and I think I got rid of this TV, so I don't think I can even do it anymore. I had like an old, cheaper flat screen for my mom's that I brought to my house when I moved into it, so that when I was ordering my nice TVs. And when we were watching football, I would often bring that in and put like a PS4 game on it and play or whatever. But you have to understand, we have 3 really nice TVs in this house. All at least
Don't you have 4 now? Because you got the one in the
I got one in the
room too.
Right, exactly. So we have
Mike asked me about that a few months back.
We have 4 OLED 3 65-inch like somewhat TVs like in that range, I think. And so I feel like that would be very wasteful because we could just go to another room. See, I think it's very cute and I appreciate it. Micah likes to be with me, right? And I like together. I like to be together, right? And I like to be with her too. But to me, my orbit of how I feel like I'm with someone or together with someone, I'm sweating through my shirt, I think, is like the house, right? I don't feel like we need to be right on top of each other at all times. Right. So I appreciate that she plays Switch a lot to like accommodate that, but I always tell her, I'll go somewhere else in the house, or you can go somewhere else in the house. We don't really ever use, especially one TV in the loft. We have a beautiful TV in there. Like we've probably used that less than 50 hours, I would say, since we've had it. And so that to me is the big thing is it's not like we don't have options. We just, I guess, are together a lot. And that togetherness, see, like I consider the togetherness, you can even be like a far-flung moon in orbit. But she's like more one of those moons that's tidally locked and always facing the person, and I appreciate that about her. And so I think that it's just a matter of taste. And that's in that case. In other words, we have other choices. So, and I just think that's kind of psychotic at the end of the day, to be honest.
Psychotic.
Yeah. 2 55-inch TVs, one next to each other. Yeah. Are we at the fucking Buffalo Wild Wings around the corner? Is that what we're doing?
This is sounding a little judgmental, Colin. I got some people, they just want to do their separate things, but they want to be in the same room, experience it separately together. You're saying psychotic. If you don't like it, that's fine. You're taking it a step far, though, in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I mean, I personally wouldn't want to do it either. The thought of 2 Final Fantasy XVI screens going on right beside each other is
Is what?
I would say chaotic.
Oh, okay, chaotic.
That's
okay,
chaotic
yeah,
for
yeah,
sure.
okay,
For me, I would not be able to handle it. Psychotic, to each their own on this one. But yeah, I don't know, man.
All right, fair enough. Thank you for your suggestion, though. I apologize. Eddie JF wrote in and said, "Hey CDC, with the news this week, I'm beginning to fear for the future of the gaming industry, and just wanted to hear your thoughts on the matter." At a panel in Belgium, the Baldur's Gate 3 lead writer announced that players will be able to fuck a bear. Why the fuck is furry culture seeping into AAA games? Cheers, fellas, and for the love of God, stop contributing to the problem by fucking that chicken. Thank you, Eddie, for writing in. What is going on with this? I only saw this in passing, and I refuse to look into it anymore. Dustin, I'm positive you know more about this than I do.
Oh, I definitely know more. Because this has been something that Lockmort and I have been, Lockmort likes to make fun of the weebs and the anime fans. And I'm like, dude, this is the game you're championing where there's some bear fucking going on. So here's this is the actual information, is that if one of your romanceable characters is a druid, which apparently in this nerd universe means that they can transform into animals, you can choose to have sex while that person is in their animal form. So it's like one of those, they make jokes about the anime fans. They're like, well, actually, she's 9,000 years old. Mm-hmm. She just has the body of a 15-year-old. Like that. It's the exact same thing, only you're dealing with an animal here. So
is wanting to fuck an animal psychotic?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page on that.
Yeah, pretty clearly.
Yeah. Is wanting to wear a fursuit and fuck someone in a fursuit psychotic?
It's definitely scary.
Yeah.
Psychotic. I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say that's not.
Wait, what is the parameter? That you're wearing a fursuit and fucking an animal?
Like two people in fursuits having sex. Is that psychotic?
Psychotic.
I don't know. It's just.
Go with the flow. Don't look up we don't need the DMS.
We don't need the DSM-5 or whatever.
Yeah. Psychosis. A severe mental condition.
Yeah.
Well, then yes.
It's definitely not natural.
It's not
illegal though.
It isn't illegal. That's true.
The idea of a natural,
but a lot of immoral things are not illegal. Cheating on your wife is illegal.
Yeah. A natural fursuit, the idea. Somebody just stepping into a bear.
Yeah.
And like wearing the bear. Oh God.
I find furry culture to be, and I'm just, again, like it really is, I assume harmless, but I find it deeply disturbing. Like deeply disturbing.
Harmless.
I just do. I don't get it.
Me,
I mean,
to me, it's one of those things where it's like, this is deeply off-putting. But it seems to really only affect them, really. So it's like,
so yeah, dude. I don't think you should be in jail. Maybe you should be in jail. I don't know, but
dude, have you heard about the different furry conventions that have happened where they take over hotels?
Oh yeah,
and
it
descends into madness. There's like people shitting on floors, leaving like dirty diapers all over the place and stuff like that. I'll have to send you, dude. There's some great videos calling about the aftermath of these furry. That's why you're like, it's harmless. Not always. Not always. Yeah. You sure about that? I don't know.
Fair enough.
Well, nothing's always harmless.
That's true.
Like, that's kind of the thing where it's like things get a little disturbing.
We got to get back to the core question here. If you got something, Colin, this bear fucking thing.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say. I just want to say this real quick. I don't even know how to.
That's really slow, real quick. By the way.
Yeah. I'm trying to like formulate how to put this. Like, are furries into real animals and they just can't say it? Or is it some sort of like anthropomorphized thing?
I do think it's an anthropomorphized thing, as far as I know, which is not a lot. But like, I would imagine there's crossover, right? I would imagine like.
It's a Venn diagram.
It's a Venn diagram. It's some. I would say, you know what it is. All animal fuckers are furries, but not all furries are animal fuckers. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think you're right. That's deep.
Yeah.
Thank you for writing
put
in.
that on a plaque.
Thank you for.
Oh yeah, Dustin, you had something you wanted to say. I'm sorry.
Well, we didn't. We need to get back to the core issue here because I think it is very. I actually do. it's whatever. I actually think this might be a little bit too far. I think it's kind of gross that they allowed this. You should see the video, Colin.
It's so funny, dude. The video is so funny.
I find it kind of off-putting, legitimately.
It is. It's off-putting, but at the same time, it's like it's in this weird. The thing that when I look at Baldur's Gate, I see like this kind of fantasy world, and when I think of fantasy world, I also think of like these like mythology and like how like you have like Zeus or whoever fucking a swan or whatever, or like fucking a woman in swan form or whatever. So it's like, I mean, I guess it is mythologically like grounded in some way. Like it's not entire. It's not like it's not like you're watching, I don't know, Mad Men. And Don Draper fucks a goose or something. You know what I mean? It's like at the very least within the realm of like magic and mythology, there is some that you could make some kind of justification for that being there, especially with the way that the tone of it seems to be kind of like a joke. But I don't know. That video's fucking funny though.
I want to check that out. I also just had
the bear smiles. The bear smiles. That's what's so funny about it. It's like the bear smiles and then like kind of like goes off screen and then it like cuts to black and then a squirrel like drops a nut. It's so stupid.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
get it
saying.
Together. Larian, get it together. By the way, I looked at, Baldur's Gate is going to be a huge game, Baldur's Gate 3. First time Larian is doing an entry into it, and I know people are really excited about it. So I went and actually looked at gameplay of it for the first time. Like, would this be a game I'd be interested in? And I was like, oh my God, no.
Oh, CRPGs? No.
Yeah. Oh, but yeah, no. I was like 5 seconds into the gameplay. I'm like, oh God.
I'm sure it's going to be an amazing RPG, but like, no way I can't do it.
I can't play that shit. I'm sure people I just don't. I need action. Let's go.
Yeah, I get it.
All right. By the way, I was just having a vision, two visions. One vision was of cavemen. Do you think cavemen were doing really disgusting things to animals when they figured out? Yeah. Okay. So we can just leave that there. The second thing I wanted to ask was, I just envision our ad sellers, who I love, they're great people, just sending this podcast to potential advertisers. And they're like, are you fucking kidding me? Do you want to sponsor
we should have
this?
timed this up for the 30-minute mark so we could have done a great ad break.
Yeah, we actually we have no ads this week, I don't think, which is interesting. Maybe they're becoming wise. I don't know. They're becoming hip. Who knows?
Oh my God.
All right. Thank you for that. Rich Price wrote in. This is actually a fair question. He says, hey boys, and now we're getting into the show itself. It's time. It's 58 minutes into the show.
All right.
It's time to go.
Man.
Rich Price wrote in and said, hey boys, this is a question for Colin. When you get inside information on a game or a piece of news, how do you decide whether to make it public? You said that you knew about Judas through your friendship with Ken Levine, but didn't reveal it as it was shared on a confidential basis. If I recall correctly, you also said you were made aware of Insomniac making a Wolverine game before it was announced, but didn't talk about it because you didn't believe it sufficiently. This suggests that you did believe it to be true, but you would have covered it. What was the difference in these cases? So this is totally fair. I did know about Wolverine before it was announced. It was told to me by someone who has told me other things that I've since reported on this show that have been true. And I didn't believe it. Like, it's totally true. I was like, that's complete fucking nonsense. Like, I don't know why I thought that. I didn't have the relationship with that person I do now, number one. But the second one, I was like, why would they do that? I don't know why I was just thinking that was impossible. So I did have that months before it was announced, but yeah, so I would have said something. I just wasn't able to verify it. And if I'm not confident, I don't always talk to two or more sources, especially now that I'm not a journalist anymore to report things. At IGN, I always talk to more than one source who didn't report it. But I don't consider myself a journalist. And so I just report on things that I hear from people I think I trust. And I don't have quite that rigorous outlook anymore, but I still feel like you need to be able to believe what you're hearing. If you just fundamentally don't believe it, then I don't think you should report it. I just didn't believe it. The Judas thing I did know about for a long time, but I didn't even tell the boys. Sometimes I know things and I tell the guys, but that was one thing that I even just kept to myself because of my friendship with Ken. But it was funny because, and I think we said this on that next episode after it was announced, where we were leaving and I was like, by the way, the new game's called Judas. And then we basically disconnected just to prove my bona fides. And then a few hours later it was announced. But I think it's a matter of like what you learn. Like when I would go to lunch with people or whatever, speak to people, like for instance, I was just talking to Neil, who we're going to talk about later because we're going to talk about Naughty Dog. And I was just texting with him briefly. If he was to say something in that correspondence, as we have in the past, I wouldn't report those things because we're saying it as friends. It's not. But if someone is giving me information about a game outside of the entity, that's a different story. So if someone came to me with information about Naughty Dog's new game, I would run it. It's just a matter of like who's telling me. And I think that that's the way every journalist navigates. So I don't think it's anything, but I understand your question, but that's, I'm sorry. That's my perspective. Chris.
What if, just out of curiosity, like what if you get information from somebody that you know, right? About like, this game is in development. And then somebody leaks certain things to you that you wouldn't believe if not for the fact that you knew from them.
Yeah. This is a great question. This is where in journalism, so there's 3 types of commentary in journalism. There's off the record and there's on the record. So we know what those are. Like off the record, don't report it. On the record, report it with a name. But there's the third thing that's more and more explored these days called on background. And it means that like you're being told things so you know them, but you can't really report that you know them or how you know it. And you can use that to color your commentary or reporting. So I think in that situation, I'm trying to think if there must have been situations like that. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but where it's like, I think that is valid information to verify the primary source information you just received, So I think that that's the way I would play it. But there are also things that like, I just don't want to report on for different reasons, or that I don't think are relevant to our show or whatever. For instance, someone leaked to me months ago a lot of details about the Fallout show, the TV show, like a lot of details. And I'm just like, it has nothing to do with our show. I appreciate it, but Fallout's not a PlayStation property. I don't really want to be involved in leaking things just to leak them. I want to at least have it pertain to our show, like that. Like let's at least narrow it down to the platform. So yeah, it's a fair question and it's an interesting question. I would say 4 out of 5 things that I hear, I don't report. Mostly because the sources are telling me not to report them, but because I'm curious or that they just tell me these things. But
I thought of something interesting about a fold in this, Colin.
Yeah, please.
We'll have to rendezvous afterwards off the recording, but I think the last thing you told Chris and I ended up not being true. And I looked it up on our texts and
about what?
I don't want to say, because even that is gonna stir things up. I'll bring it up later.
I reported something on the show that ended up being false.
No. You didn't report on the show. You texted Chris and I and told us something that was going to happen that ended up not happening.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about.
Which is maybe why you didn't report it.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Fair enough. Well, I guess that means that wasn't good enough for the show. There are a few things that people have told me. See, the problem is that it's like the Bloodborne thing, right? Like the person who talked to me about that a long time ago would know and has been right about other things. So you like wonder what got lost in the messaging there. I'm not saying it's true. It's obviously seems to be not, or something fell through or whatever. I don't know. So it's not like everything is, even if you trust it and it kind of like gets vetted, ends up coming to pass anyway. And I think that's kind of why I'm really dig not being a writer anymore or like a journalist anymore in that sense, because thankfully I never got anything wrong that I reported at IGN. It all ended up being true. But now I feel like I just like shooting from the hip a little bit more. And it's still working out pretty well, but I try to basically, I guess what I'm saying is I try to basically respect what people tell me. If someone's just like telling me something off the cuff, it's different than telling me, in like a private conversation where the expectation is you're off the record. And I've always respected that. I am proud of myself because a lot of journalists do get in trouble over time by breaching that or misunderstanding the line in a delineation between on and off the record or even on background, and they get called out on that. And I'm glad that that's never happened to me, which is something that I take very seriously. And I think why people talk to me, because I really do protect my sources. Hint, hint. If you ever want to reach out. All right. Vincent Cashel wrote in, heir to the Castrol oil fortune. He says, "What's up, Driss, Dolan, and Custon? Slight correction from last week regarding Kobe on this year's NBA 2K24 cover." So a few people wrote in about this. Kobe wore number 24 as a player for half of his career, hence the reason he's on the cover of NBA 2K24. Last year, NBA 2K employed a similar tactic by putting Michael Jordan on the cover of NBA 2K23 Special Edition, and he wore 23, which I remember that. Thanks, as always, for putting on a great show every week. So that makes sense. We were wondering why he would return.
Right.
24, the number 24. I would have never made that connection with Kobe. I don't know enough about basketball. 23, I think everyone knows that Jordan wore 23. But
everyone.
And maybe in like sports fandom, 23 is an iconic number. It's like 99 for Wayne Gretzky. Like everyone associates that number with a person, you know. In fact, I think that wasn't there like you guys wouldn't know this. I don't even know why I'm asking you. I feel like there was a number that was retired across multiple sports. Maybe it was Jordan's. I don't know. But all right. Thank you for the correction, Vincent. We appreciate that. It was a little bit mysterious to me why he was on there, but I would have, again, never made that connection. We promised earlier we would get to this topic.
Yeah.
So let's get into it. James Walker wrote in and said, "Greetings, sacred, gentle soaks. So a new trailer for Twisted Metal just dropped. My wife was a huge fan of the series growing up, and I have only been a tertiary fan with much less experience, but we both agree the show looks hilarious. Humor is subjective, but we both loved both Zombieland and both Deadpool movies, and this looks to be more of the same. I was much more tepid after the trailer in the casino, but my wife and I are all in when this drops this month. How are you all feeling about the show? Cautiously optimistic, pessimistically pensive, mildly whelmed? Thank you all for the amazing content from all your shows." Thank you, James, for writing in. So Twisted Metal trailer went live. It's coming to Peacock on July 27th, as we know. And the trailer, and this is fucking weird, dude. The trailer, as I'm looking at it right now, has 666,000 views.
That's awesome.
Is that like serious, or is that like supposed to be like marketing of some sort? I have no idea, but it really does. No, it's just random. 666,188. That's creepy. It's a 2-minute and 23-second trailer. It shows the show for really the first time in any real way, other than like we saw that one scene of the car driving down the road. We saw the scene in the casino. And I watched the trailer. So Chris, let's go to you first. I got to say, like, I think it looks pretty fun. Like, I don't know that we're going to talk about The Last of Us later. And I'm like, that's going to be an Emmy award winning show. The Uncharted movie was fun, but actually pretty good and is no doubt getting a sequel. So I don't think it's going to be on that level maybe, but I don't know. I'm not optimistic maybe, but I think it could be good. What do you think?
Yeah. I mean, I said this initially when the show first, when we first started hearing about the fact that there would be one, in the sense that like, dude, like the expectations for what a Twisted Metal show are so either low or just so nebulous that I feel like it has one of the higher chances of just being genuinely entertaining in some way, or people being surprised by how decent it is. And it does look, it's not exactly my type of humor. There's some stuff in there that kind of makes me roll my eyes a little bit, like, oh, they got a Foot Locker. Like, okay. It's not exactly, you know, it's not amazing, but it doesn't look like it's taking itself super seriously, which I can at least appreciate. I mean, we'll see. Trailers can be misleading or entirely accurate. Like we got no idea, but I think there's so little riding on Twisted Metal that I feel like it's going to be a show that people I could see people really getting into it, just because it's like, whatever, why not? Oh, it's entertaining, cool. You know,
I also think it looks fun. You know, like I just think it does look entertaining and interesting, but it just because I don't know much about what Twisted Metal is about, but I know the first Twisted Metal is about a competition, right?
Yeah,
and something in the future, and so I think that I gotta say, like, this sounds like it would be a fun game. And that's why I'm kind of interested in what the mirror, if there will be in the gaming ecosystem, will be of this TV show. And that probably won't be literally connected to each other, but I think that they're going to try to time something with it if it lasts long. I think the rumor was that Lucid was at one time working on a Twisted Metal game, and that it might have been sent over to Firesprite. But who knows? Dustin, I'm curious what you think of Twisted Metal here, the upcoming Peacock show, July 27th.
I agree that this is the best thing they've shown so far. It feels like they should have started with this and then clued in on individual clips or whatever. Uh, I think the tone and just overall, it doesn't look too cheap or anything like that, at least from this trailer, with this being a direct to streaming TV show. The biggest negative I'll say is that I did not laugh at a single joke in this entire trailer. In fact, I thought every single joke fell flat for me personally. Obviously, that's subjective. So I thought Zombieland was awesome. I think both Deadpool movies are really fun. And so I'm hoping that translates through. But between the small clip that we saw with Sweet Tooth and now this trailer, I'm concerned that this is going to, like Chris said, have a lot of eye roll and cringy humor. But I think that the tone is right. I'm not writing this off saying it's going to be bad. Like I said, this is the best thing we've seen yet. And isn't Peacock, it's like $5 a month or something. It's a pretty low barrier to entry. So I'll check it out for sure. I mean, we're a PlayStation show. We cover this kind of stuff. So I'm definitely going to check it out. But this hasn't really moved the needle too much for me.
I find it interesting, and I'm just like watching the trailer as we're talking here, just on mute, and it's funny they call out so vividly the PlayStation connection here and the video game connection, while that was not important in The Last of Us. So I think that maybe they're trying to court a different fan base with a different expectation. And it's funny too, because I think there are funny moments in the trailer personally, but I think that the humor, it looks like it's going to be outrageous in some way, which is cool. But that scene actually is awesome when he's in the mall and he's spinning around and looking at the map of the mall. And they should have just left it like that.
That's what I mean. Like that was a good joke. And then he said something, and it's like, it's an overwrought joke. It's like that alone would have been hilarious. It's like, that's an awesome idea. But then he has to like, oh, there's a Foot Locker. And it's like, first of all, why would that
I'm in a Papa John's right now. It's the same energy.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's I don't know. That I will say though, that casino scene sucks. Like that, like or that full scene that they showed a while ago.
Oh yeah,
that's just a bad. Like I really don't care what the context is or what the tone of the show is. Like that's just like this is not a good scene, and it's weird that they would show that scene at all. So there are some concerns, but at the very least, I feel like it could be a fun show. Like I feel like it will be entertaining. I don't know if it'll be funny though. That's kind of the thing where it's like I don't know.
We'll cover it on Sacred Plus. We'll at least do the first episode. But if we like it, we can do them all. I don't know if maybe we'll be pleasantly surprised. But we'll certainly cover it in some way on Sacred Plus. And just like we did, we ended up doing 9 episodes for The Last of Us on Sacred Plus, and people loved that. But I don't know if this will be necessary here, but we'll check it out. And we have to go see the Gran Turismo movie next month too. I'm going to go see that for sure, just so we can report on it here on the show. But I'm interested to see what happens. I think that it's cool that they're exploring different things. I'm interested in the synthesis of this with some sort of game, because I think that when they introduced the trailer, if people haven't seen it, it's like, there's an apocalypse and cities have been walled off and basically people have been thrown out of the cities. And I'm like, this sounds like a great game. This sounds like an awesome game. And the aesthetic of it reminds me a lot of id's Rage in some ways, like dudes with crazy fucking gas masks and baseball bats and like all that. I'm like, maybe a little bit of like 10% Borderlands and 90% Rage, something like that. And so I love the idea of driving from compound to compound and encountering all sorts of crazy ass shit and doing all sorts of crazy shit as you're like running stuff. Sign me up for that. Totally sign me up for that game. That sounds great. And maybe that's what we'll get. All right. Just earlier today when we're recording on PlayStation Blog, they confirmed that the so-called Leonardo controller that we were talking about, that was its code name. It's called the Access controller. This is an accessibility controller kit that is coming to PlayStation 5. It will launch on December 6th later this year, and you can begin pre-ordering it on Friday, July 21st if you're interested. It will cost in the United States $90. Our Canadian friends will pay $120 Canadian. Our Japanese friends pay 13,000 yen. And then in euro, it'll be 90. And in pounds, it'll be 80. And so it says, quote, on your PS5 console, there are many settings for the access controller that you can configure to meet your needs. You can map buttons to create up to 30 control profiles, adjust stick settings, toggle commands on and off, or disable buttons altogether to stop accidental pressing. You can even pair up to 2 access controllers and 1 DualSense wireless controller together and use them collaboratively. Check out the video that they have here on the embed if you want. As they say, it's really, really cool. I was watching it earlier. They have, for those that are really into tech and specificity, they have the whole like what it weighs, you know, the whole kind of like chart of vitals here. And then they have some visual breakdowns as well and information on how you can pre-order it from direct.playstation.com. I think I'll pick one of these up just because I'm curious about it. As a PlayStation fan, I would like to get my hands on one and just see what it's all about. I keep saying that this seems like some sort of fight stick in the making, and I really do believe that like this could be translated into some sort of, I think that this thing is going to be, I think this thing is so customizable looking that people are going to come up with like, this is the perfect setup for this. This is the perfect setup for this. Think about something like a brawler, right? Or like something like that. It would be awesome to have totally different, more arcade-like setups. So I could be wrong on that, but I think that if people get crazy with this controller, that we're going to find new and exciting ways to play some different games that will also, obviously, most importantly, help the disabled. So, Dustin, are you interested in this Access controller December 6th?
Not for me personally, but I think it's awesome that it exists. It comes in at a great price point. And I think that the fact it's customizable beyond just the controller itself. They mentioned you can add in a DualSense, so you can kind of use both. If that's best suited for your needs, you can buy 2 of them and use them both at the same time for one controller input for one person or player. I think that's great too. So I'm really curious when this is out for how it's going to allow people who aren't able to play on PlayStation at all right now just a chance to be able to play. And I think that's great. I'm glad that, you know, Xbox led the way with this, with their accessibility controller, and I'm happy to see PlayStation step into the ring as well.
How about you, Chris? Are you going to check this out, or is this not for you?
Nah, I can't be fucked. I can't do it.
Yeah, you're not handicapped in the right way for this particular controller.
Yeah, no. If it gave me like LASIK or something, maybe I would see how it works. But I
don't know. I don't. Do you guys agree with me that people are going to mess with these things and find these like really interesting setups? Like, I think that that's the most exciting part about it from just a layman's perspective.
I think. Don't you think we would have seen stuff like that with the Xbox version? Because that's fully customizable as far as like the different inputs that you can put into it. You can attach different things to it.
Yeah, but I know what Colin's saying. It's like this one seems like it's the Xbox controller seems a little bit more like it's less marketed towards or it's less aesthetically designed to be man, what's the I don't know what the word to use here is, but like
I think there's two reasons they're selling this. In other words, I think it's for accessibility, and I think it's also because people will customize it and do things with it that don't need the accessibility options, I guess is what I'm saying. You know,
maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. It could be. I totally understand what you're saying, but I don't know. I'm one. You could be right on that, but I see. We have like a perfect. I don't know. We have this perfect setup with a controller that we're used to. 4 face buttons, 2 analog sticks, the D-pad, bumpers and triggers, right? Like now we have the touchpad was put in the middle in PS4, which is really stupid. I hate the fucking touchpad. I just think it's so stupid. Frankly, I just don't understand why they insisted on continuing with this other than that it had to be backwards compatible. But I feel like it would be interesting for people to break down the paradigm and like say like, why can't we move and shift everything into this new paradigm where we don't have such like people can kind of customize their control options to a much deeper extent, no matter the reason that they really want to. And I know they're doing that with like button mapping at a system level and all of that, but I think the hardware matters a great deal too. I guess what I'm saying is I'm surprised that they haven't had more like deep customization features as a hardware company, especially Sony, for many years. Like different controllers, totally different official controllers, different form factors, different ways to connect them together. We never really saw anything like that. And you would think that they would have been the company to do it, but maybe I'm just talking out of school. I don't know. So the Access controller launches on PS5 December 6th. Pre-order July 21st, $90 here in the US. if you're interested. All right, Final Fantasy 16. I'm curious what you guys think of this news. There's actually two pieces of news that I wanted to talk about. The first is that, and this comes from Push Square, it was reported over in Japan that Final Fantasy has surpassed 180 million copies worldwide sold as a franchise since launch in Japan in late 1987 on Famicom. So congratulations to them. A few million of those come from Final Fantasy 16. And I was disappointed to read this. This comes from VGC. Final Fantasy 16 DLC options are being explored, says producer. And it says here in the story in part, quote, that's according to producer Naoki Yoshida, who was asked if the company has plans for DLC during an interview with Gamer Braves. Yoshida said the development team's main goal was to provide an experience that could be enjoyed standalone without the need for DLC, but that having done so, he's aware of demand for additional content from fans. And then he says, quote, as you know, going into Final Fantasy 16, the one thing we wanted was to create a full, complete story, something that you can enjoy beginning to end 100% without any DLC, and I think we were able to do that. But now we understand we're getting feedback from players that have played the game, and a lot of players want to see more, and we know that and understand that. For us, we're taking that and then thinking about our options moving forward. So hopefully in the near future, we can have something that we can give you all, end quote. Just don't. Can't anything just be left alone? Final Fantasy 16, and we're going to get into it a little bit later, is so good. You don't need to do anything to it. It doesn't need more. Walk away and let it be. Just let it be. Dustin, what are your thoughts?
The only thing that I'll say it's okay is if it's some kind of standalone DLC, in that it is a separate, I don't know, episode, whatever you want to say. Maybe it's like, I don't know, you play as some adventure that Sid was on before the game began or something like that, right? Something that is separate, but maybe a way that they can do different things as far as the combat system or whatever. I'd be okay with that. I don't need it. I don't actually even necessarily want that, but I would be okay with that. What we don't need is some kind of weird thing that either takes place, where you see DLCs where, well, it happens before the end of the game, but you got to go to this area and then you get brought to the DLC. And I know that's what From Software games do. Not that they're very story heavy, but I don't personally really need that for this game. So I'd rather them move on and do something different. But I understand that there may be market pressure where they see the opportunity to make some money doing this.
Chris, you have any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I'm interested in at all. Like the game already, and we'll talk about it when we get to what we're playing, but like I'm already at a point where I'm like, this game's really big and I don't know if it needs to be. And so for me, the idea of like even more is just like, I don't need more. I'm sure there are people who want more. And I think, I think it's great that people can get more of a thing that they like. I think that's cool. DLC's fine in theory. It's just for me, I would rather have something be completely complete. And if there is additional content, that it's substantial enough that it would warrant its own standalone kind of release. You know, like I don't want these like kind of like piecemeal kind of like Spider-Man PS4 DLC releases where it's like, this was like barely anything. Like I don't even know why this is here. So to me, it's like, do standalone, do something standalone, do something that you don't need the base game to get into, because the reality is like, I'm not gonna, if I finish Final Fantasy 16 anytime soon, I'm not going to re-download it again just to play the DLC in like a year and a half. Like, I'm not going to do that. I can't think of a single time where I've ever done that, actually. And I think the only time I ever did it or ever attempted to do it was Control, where I went back and downloaded Control again to play the Alan Wake DLC or whatever. And then I realized that like all my saves were gone and I had to like beat the game again. And I was like, well, I'm not doing that. If only this was standalone so I could just fucking experience the DLC that I want to experience. Like, this is, I don't know. I don't like DLC.
Yeah, I just don't. I just don't really either like it. You know, I don't get it.
I know that people do though. So like, I mean, I just won't engage with it. You know, it's really that simple.
I wonder like what the major driver is when you make DLC. I think the perspective changes depending on the situation, the publisher, and so on. But when you're making DLC, are you trying to make more revenue off of who you've already got, or are you trying to get people to buy the game? Right? Like, that's what I'm wondering with.
Yeah.
So with Final Fantasy 16, it has sold great. It's doing great. It's on one platform and has basically been delivered to probably more now than 10% of the platform holder people that own the platform, which is really good for a third-party game. So I think they're probably pretty pleased with that. And it's going to, I believe Final Fantasy 16 will have a very long tail as well. Like, I think Final Fantasy 16 is going to go down as a very well-regarded game, and that people are going to revisit for a long period of time. So I wonder if they even need that kind of sales tactic. So maybe in this case, they just want to make more money off of the millions of people that have bought the game. And I get that, but I would, in my opinion, dispatch this team. I know they're working on Final Fantasy 14 and they have their hands full with a lot of other things, but Creative Business Unit 3, like Final Fantasy 17, pre-production, go. Like, let's see what we, take your vacations and take your breaks, but let's get maybe back here in the fall and get this new game going. Like, I would give them the green light, $250 million, whatever they need, have at it. And so I think that's just time better spent, in my opinion. Like, make the next game.
Yeah.
All right. This one's for you, Dustin.
Hold on one sec, guys. Hold on.
Oh, man.
Oh, what do you got there?
What's that there?
What was that news you had, Colin? Go ahead and read off.
Yeah,
some
from
of it for me.
Gamatsu. Tomba coming to PS5, PS4, Switch, and PC via limited run games. It's coming. Let's see. Oh, no date yet. Now, you're popping the champagne here. Look at that. Wow.
Wow, you had it set up, dude.
Look at you. There you go. Yeah, get that all in there.
Get that
Congratulations
nice
to you.
I was
Cheers.
hoping the bottle would pop, and that could be on the recording, but I got these little bottles.
Yeah,
we'll edit
they don't
it
hit
in.
the same way.
Yeah. Put it in post. Cheers
put
to
that
you,
in
my
post.
friend.
Cheers.
Tomba, of course, the Whoopi Camp developed platformer, kind of like action platformer, published by Sony with mysterious ownership, as far as I understand, which was one of the. I want to talk to you a little bit about this, but of course, came out in the West on PS1 in 1998. Was followed in the West by a sequel in 2000, and then basically went away. Has a rabid fan base. Is coming back now. This is the unfortunate part.
There are dozens of us.
This is the unfortunate part, though, is that Limited Run is doing this. And I'm not ready, and I don't know if I'm ever going to be ready to interact with them again, because they also just announced, unfortunately, a Castlevania collection for the Castlevania Advance collection. And I'm like, I just don't think I can do it. Like, it's just, I don't like the way that they treated Carolyn. They threw her under the bus for no reason. We can't just forget about that. Like, so for me, I'm excited for people. There's going to be another game we're going to talk about. The Carbon Engine is a really cool idea. And I know that they are working hard on getting a lot of games out. It's just like, I think Limited Run is a shady ass company with some fucking messed up people at the top that got away with throwing someone under the bus. So that I have to take that into account as well. But let's focus on the positive for right now. Tomba coming back. You're excited. Now, am I right in saying that there is wasn't there some dispute on, like, Sony definitely owns Tomba? I'm pretty sure. Right. And I think that's why this game is uniquely not coming to Xbox, by the way.
That could be part
all
of it.
Of the other ones are coming to Xbox that they announced. So, because I think that it was published by Whoopi Camp itself in Japan, maybe, but worldwide rights went. So it was like the opposite of Demon Souls. Worldwide rights for both of the games. I'm right on this, right? We're Sony.
It's really hard to say. I've looked into this before, but it gets really messy. We've talked in the past about that Monkey Paw Games that did some of the port work on the PS3 version. We were wondering if maybe they somehow purchased the rights. So I'm not really sure what the case is. And you would think if Sony did own the rights in some way, that they would have put themselves on that splash screen, because the next game we're going to talk about does have an interesting name attached to its end card. So we can come back to that. But yeah, this was who would have thought? Look at us. Here we are now.
I would never. Yeah, it's that
who
meme.
would have thought?
Yeah.
Here I am on Sacred Symbols drinking some champagne. Tomba is being re-released before a new Splinter Cell game. Sorry, Chris, I don't want to rub it in, but that was something I thought about, is that in 2023 we have a Tomba's alive, and it's very exciting. I'm very curious because they have the original director is being attached to this, and the original composer is doing a new soundtrack, which I don't know if they're just going and re-recording it or if they're going to do a whole new soundtrack. That makes me a little worried. Hopefully at least there's options for both.
I would imagine that it's probably like maybe re-recording the old one and then maybe adding some maybe cut content, could be cut.
Yeah. So I'm excited. I hope that this eventually leads to, of course, the sequel, Tomba 2, The Evil Swine Return. That would be fantastic as well, especially because the next game is getting the whole trilogy right off the bat. But I just can't, I couldn't even believe it. Legitimately, when I saw it, I thought I had to check because people were tagging me in the Wario64 tweet. And I thought I was checking the account, making sure it wasn't like Wario64 _, or something like it was some kind of bait tweet, but no, here it is. Now, let's talk about this limited run thing, Colin, because I totally agree with you that I have a bit of a conundrum in that I think when in terms of at least getting the game digitally, and I'm not saying that they're not getting any money from it, but there's companies that we buy games from that we don't like all the time.
Yeah.
And for me, I think that I can still, I'm not going to say it's not hypocritical to buy the game digitally at all, but I am willing to bend on that, in that I want to cover this game. I have to talk about this. Is one of my favorite games of all time. It is extremely unfortunate that Limited Run is the company.
Yeah,
one of the companies behind it.
Sucks.
It is because it fucking sucks.
Because they're going to keep doing this. They're going to keep doing this. I mean, it sucks. They're eventually going to get the things I care about.
Right. Exactly. But here's the thing that I'm really conflicted on. I was talking to some of the people in the Discord about I wanted to see what they thought was, because I said that the digital thing, it's just a reality I just have to deal with, that I'm going to buy it. They're going to get some of my money. I don't like that, but it's just as they get into the process of porting games, like you said, Colin, this is going to be a reality. The harder thing for me is that they're doing a physical version of this. And again, the fact this even exists is madness to me. This was a stupid niche game that I loved growing up, both this and its sequel, that never has any right to ever exist ever again by how limited the audience was. And so the fact that there's going to be a new physical special edition of this game is crazy. Like, for immediately, if you don't have any of the other details attached, it's like, yeah, I'll pay anything, right? But then thinking about limited run games, I'm like, it's like, that's they got me there. So I don't really know what to do about that aspect of it, because that's something I very, very much would like a new physical edition Tomba.
Don't worry,
release.
you'll get it in like 2027 anyway, when they finally ship it.
Yeah, dude. I mean, aside from the social problems with limited run, the fact that's what Gene keeps tweeting about. He keeps saying that he ordered stuff a year ago.
Dude, I've received 2 things from them since. So like I bought some things from them for Castlevania since, and then Carolyn's thing happened, and then I received them. Like I'm like, what is this? I don't even remember ordering this. Like, how long ago did I fucking order this? I don't even know what this is. It sucks because I know what you're saying, and this is what I was saying to Micah when we were having dinner last night. I was saying, like, it's a conundrum because I love Castlevania. Like, it's my second favorite franchise ever after Mega Man, after Mega Man, and I don't get a lot of Castlevania things. And unfortunately, a lot of the Castlevania stuff that's printed, or like the gear that's made, whatever, comes from them. And I fucking hate that. And, but I was like, is it, and this is literally what I said. And it was funny because we both laughed after. I was like, is it all that has to be is like someone just dangles Castlevania in front of my face? And then I just was like, oh, okay. Like, thanks. And I'll buy, like, I don't care who I'm buying it from. I just feel like, I understand what you're saying, because Tomba, that is such an even more pronounced problem. And so you know what you have to do, which is you have to scalp it.
That's actually not a bad idea, but it's in the end.
At least at least it's the same thing, really, but at least you didn't do it. Like.
Yeah, I don't know though. It's just, to me, that's just kind of making a dumb excuse, because ultimately it's like they're still getting the money. Someone bought it for the purpose of scalping, and someone else is just profiting off the situation.
It's like how my dad used to give me $100 a month when I was in college and just put it into my account, which I really appreciated. And I would take it out of the ATM and then put it in my drawer and only spend it on food as like a symbolic, I'm not spending your money on weed and beer kind of situation. So, but it really didn't, it was really just stupid because it was really just digits in a bank account. Yeah.
Right.
So.
Here's the thing about Colin, you're mentioning about how rare Tomba stuff is. I sometimes go on eBay and I try to see if anyone's selling the extremely weird, exclusive Japanese stuff that like maybe it's like a poster that was in a store or a little plushie. I'm always looking for that kind of stuff because it's so obscure that it rarely gets listed ever on eBay. And there's so little merchandise out there for this obscure game. And so, yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, well, here it is. Here's your thing that you never thought would exist ever. But there is a big problem attached to it. So I don't know. I'm curious. I'm curious what the audience thinks. If I do buy this, am I, like you said, Colin, just hang, you have moral and ethics, whatever, you have stuff you want to stand for, but as soon as something you like gets dangled in front of you, you forget about all that.
There's no economic decency in the world, man. It's just, we say it over and over again. But this is the point. I guess this is what I'm saying. This is a great segue, right? Because it's up to the power brokers to make better decisions so that you don't have to make the decisions as the consumer. This is what I keep saying about our merch shop, and I'm not meaning this as an advertisement, lasttandmedia.store, but we make decisions about getting American merchandise, about doing things ourselves, about doing things fairly at the right price or whatever. And then so when you buy our merch, you don't have to look at it and say like, oh, this is made in China, because it fucking isn't. I made that choice for you. And I guess that's the point when you have, and I'm not saying limited run games is communist China, but limited run games is actually a company with a pretty bad reputation, both after what happened to Carolyn, but also just not delivering things on time, just a lot of it mega expensive, whatever. Like, find a different partner. Like, I don't know. So it's just, when companies power brokers don't make the right decisions, you can't make the right decision. And that's what I think. I know that seems like it's passing the buck, but I don't think so, because I tried to do that with my own stuff. I don't know. But we'll see. Well, Chris, what do you think about this limited run thing, like the connection here? Is it too much? Should we just let it go?
I don't know, man. Like, I see what you're saying, but at the same time, like, that we so regularly give our money to so much worse and like enterprises. And so I know where you're coming from, but at the same time, on the grand scale, it feels a bit low. Like, I don't think you have to really chastise yourself about buying Tomba, like when you think about going to the supermarket and just like, even just something as simple as like buying meat. Like, I had this conversation with a friend, like I think a couple days ago, where it's like, there are going to be people in like, I don't know, 200 years, maybe even less than that, maybe like 70 years, who look back at this exact moment in time and consider us literal demons, because how could we have just sat by and eaten chicken like that? Because they're just going to be able to clone that at some point. They're already starting to do that. They're already starting to get like ethical ways to get that flavor or that profile or that consistency, whatever the hell. We might be on an all bug diet at some point. And even to us right now, we understand that it's really messed up. Like, we understand that what we do to animals is really cruel and unusual and like really, really like not okay. But we do it anyway because it's readily available and abundant and like everybody else is doing it. So what the fuck, whatever. So like,
that's true. Animal agriculture is a very dark thing. I totally agree with you. Like, I am down. I will not eat the bugs, but I am down to eat some sort of, like, cloned or whatever meat, like, that's indistinguishable from the real thing. If you're telling me that, like, you put two pieces of steak in front of me and one is, and I couldn't tell them apart, fine. Like
100%,
when you can get
yeah.
when you well, I was like, I don't care, fine. But it is dark. Like I'm a voracious meat eater, and
Yeah.
meat eater, yeah, meat eater, and I eat meat every day. And it's
Me too.
sad that like the best you can kind of do. I remember actually in Santa Monica, I used to go to the farmer's market, and that's like kind of it's like really expensive, but it's like the animals are treated nicely in quotes. They're still killed, I guess, and they're fed a proper diet and all of that. And it is dark, but I just love meat. I just love it. But then when I love pork, I love chicken, I love beef, I love it all. And I just don't know. So you're right. I guess what I'm saying is you're right. I am a major part of the problem, and I justify it by buying organic or grass fed or whatever. And that doesn't really matter. It's good for me,
Yeah.
So
There's other sides too. I mean, if you drink any kind of soda or pop or whatever, and there's sugar in that was, harvested in some third world country where people are living in a shack and barely have any clean drinking water. So you're enabling that.
Yeah.
The coffee I drank this morning, do you think the farmer that raised the coffee for Dunkin' Donuts was paid fairly? I don't think so.
Dude,
So
Amazon by itself, like in and of it, like Amazon literally by itself is significantly worse than really anything that we did. So to me, it's like, I don't know. Like I understand the internal moral conflict about it. But at the same time, I feel like we also kind of got to ease up on ourselves a bit. Like just generally, because it's like, what the fuck? Who are we kidding, really? that like we're. I also just personally don't think boycotts make sense anymore. Like not in the same way that they would in like the 40s when like if a local department store really fucked up with their community and their community stopped going, like that would actually be like a really big deal, as opposed to now where if Walmart screws up, big deal. They're a global enterprise that doesn't really like you're not going to affect them even slightly. So to me, it's like I have a bunch of different.
There's really big instances of big companies having major problems because of boycotts, which we don't need to get into on this show, but it can happen.
Not to the degree that I think people assume. I like these are still incredibly profitable.
Well, I also think not to a company that is so ubiquitous either.
Right.
Like you're going to be very hard pressed to boycott Amazon. You're going to be very hard pressed to boycott Microsoft. You're going to be very hard pressed to boycott Google.
Which I mean, like, Limited Run is like a far smaller enterprise to be sure, but like I don't know. It's also, this is such a, like you said, Dustin, what a weird game to even exist in the first place, that it's like, I mean, I don't know. Just
so, Colin, maybe you remember, but wasn't it? And maybe this would be worth reaching out to Carolyn about. It's like, so how do you feel about people buying stuff from limited games?
That's a great idea.
Games?
Yeah,
like because I think that
right now.
I don't want to put words in her mouth, but I feel like she kind of made clear that she's like, I like a lot of the people that work there, and I don't want people to necessarily I don't want them to be out of a job. I don't remember though, so I want to put that very lightly, but I'm curious what she thinks. I think not that she would give you ultimate permission to do whatever, but I think that's definitely part of the equation, right?
In situations like these, I do think the outlook of the offended party does matter a great deal.
Sure.
Whereas opposed to like, if you could ask a cow in a slaughterhouse how it feels about it, I don't know if I don't know if they'd have the most glowing opinion, but this is a different scenario, and I don't know. I think that's the best you can get. Like for me, like my line for me, it's like I love Metal Slug. I grew up with Metal Slug. The fact that they're owned by the Saudi, royal family is like really, really unfortunate. The fact that they're making a tactics game, which I have like specifically been really, really into lately, is really off-putting to me. It's like it's deeply upsetting. But that's like literal murder, and it's also like I don't know. That to me, it's like, yeah, I don't need Metal Slug really, if it means throwing money at an enterprise that directly, not even indirectly, like that directly engages in acts of actual homicide.
Right.
that's my line, but that's a pretty high, I'm still gonna, if there's an Activision game that comes out, I'm still gonna probably play it if I feel like I'm gonna like it. That's because Activision doesn't. They're just not at that threshold for me. They're at the threshold that every other company really is, in the sense that there's probably unethical shit going on, but it's not like, they're not microwaving babies in a in a trailer park somewhere. It's different.
Mm-hmm.
You probably heard me clickety clacking in the background. I shot Kara an email. I just said, we're recording live and curious for your thoughts on a topic we're discussing. How do you feel about people buying from LRG these days based on their treatment of you? We're struggling on whether we should be supporting the company or not based on their behavior. I say no, we should try not to, but we realize we never asked the source her thoughts, especially with hindsight. Let me know. Hope you're well. So maybe we'll hear back.
Yeah.
We can check in on this episode, or we'll talk about it next week. Yeah.
If we're closing up here, Colin, I don't know if there's anything else to say, but I just want to let everybody know, if you write in and say that this is not a champagne glass, you're getting banned. I know it's not.
Oh my God, you are definitely going to get that comment. I can't wait for it.
Well, dude, if you fucking wrote it, you better hurry up and delete it. Let me tell you, because you're going to be out. This is a glass that I got in Houston, actually, from Eighth Wonder Brewing. Pretty nice place. But this is the best thing I had.
You got that home?
I almost. What's that?
You got that home on the flight?
Yeah, we just wrapped it up in some t-shirts.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I got this pretty nice. I almost put in the Lord of the Rings glass goblet. I thought that might be kind of cool, but it didn't feel quite right as this is. Should I just drink the rest of this? Is this going to make me buzzed? What's the percent?
I actually have no idea what the alcohol content of like a
champagne's pretty
is.
low.
Yeah, it seems low.
It's like less than a beer, isn't it?
It's 11.5%.
Oh,
okay.
So that's like an IPA and a half. You'll be fine.
It's not. It wasn't very much. It's actually pretty good. I've had champagne where you take a sip and you want to spit it out immediately, but this wasn't bad. What brand is this?
I don't like champagne at all, man. Like I don't get it.
Martini and Rossi?
Yeah, I'm not crazy. I mean, I would never go out of my way to drink it. Like, when it's handed to you at like a function or something, I'll take a sip of it or whatever, and then. But yeah, I would never seek it out.
Dump it in a plant.
Yeah.
No, what was coming to mind for me was, as we were talking, Dustin and Chris, were about kind of the hopelessness is of like the situation. Like, you can't really affect change, and how the change needs to come further from the top. And how there are really compelling arguments about why the change doesn't occur. Or I've been thinking a lot about that with CO2 emissions lately, where like, it's interesting. The United States' CO2 emissions, as I understand it, are actually going down, and which is awesome. But the developing world, like China and India, and Mike and I were just talking about this too, for a different reason, but their argument is to say, like, why did you guys get to abuse the system for so long and cause all this damage? And now that it's our turn to abuse the system and cause all this damage, like, we can't do it. Like, we can't have the same access. We can't have the same rights. We can't have the same outcomes and all the rest. And I just think about how, like, that's a really good point. It's fucked up, but it's a really good point. And,
I don't know if I know what you mean. Like, it is a good point, like, psychologically, but at the same time, it's kind of like it reeks to me of that argument where it's like, it basically argues that things should never improve because.
Well, I agree with
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I totally agree with that. But the point I was going to make, and you might agree with this or not, is just that, like, so as our arc goes down and their arcs go up, no matter like how much we fight, it doesn't matter. Because like it really doesn't, like, it makes no difference. It really doesn't. I try to be, and I'm just using it as an example. I'm a pretty green person, but I'm not trying to make an example like you have to or don't have to be. I'm using that as an example of like cosmic hopelessness that I feel like this is kind of a microcosm of. That's all.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. The other thing we have to talk about here. So they made a few announcements, unfortunately, over at Limited Run Games with their Carbon engine. Like, they even announced that Clock Tower is coming out and going to be, I don't know if you guys know Clock Tower. It was a human developed Super Famicom game, like a horror, like adventure game, and very well regarded, but never released in the West. So they're releasing that. But the other big thing that they announced, in my opinion, was that the Gex trilogy, as Dustin alluded to earlier, is coming to PS4 and PS5. And this is Gex, Enter the Gecko, and Gex 3 Deep Cover Gecko. All three of those are PS1 games from 95, 98, and 99 here in the West. And of course, they were developed by Crystal Dynamics. And Crystal Dynamics had existed for several years before the first Gex came out, but this was the first game series that they really became known for. And we're going to talk about Gex a little bit later, because Evan Wells, who we're going to talk about having retired from Naughty Dog, and that's a big story. The first game he ever worked on was Gex at Crystal Dynamics. So I thought that was an interesting connection. Are you guys interested in these games at all? What I like the Gex games. Like, I think they were like I didn't own them. They were like rentals. I think actually my friend Steven had them, and that was probably my biggest experience, my biggest experience with them. But what I remember were the ads. That's like what I remember the most. They did a really sophisticated and well done series of print ads in gaming magazines at the time that were very memorable. So Dustin, you shook your head in
oh yeah.
So talk to me about this Gex trilogy. Are you excited to see more?
I have super fond memories of playing Gex Enter the Gecko on PlayStation 1. I think we talked about this a few months back because it was funny because he has all these out of date quips that I did not understand, but I would repeat as a kid, where he's like, note to self, don't drink tap water at Jerry Garcia's. He would just say stuff like that. I'm like, I don't know what that means, but I thought that game was super cool. And so, again, this is these games aren't necessarily good games, but they're fun, they're nostalgic, and so absolutely, this is one too that it's conflicting, but definitely, at least digitally, I will check this out. I actually just recently got Gex 2 and 3 for my PlayStation collection, just reclaimed those. But yeah, these games are awesome. I wonder, I saw some people talking on Twitter, are they going to put a thing at the beginning that's like some of the things said in this game or place and time? Like, you know how they do that on different streaming sites? When Disney on Disney Plus, they give a content warning about how things are out of date. I wonder if this will have that, or if it could be edited in some way. But Gex is cool. I'm super excited. He's back. Just, again, totally off the wall, weird announcement. And I love that about it.
Yeah, it's cool. And the Clock Tower, out of all of them, that was the one I was most appealing to me. I just didn't really put it in the notes because I didn't want to bore people with games they don't care about. And it was announced late last week, closer to when we did the show. But I wanted to note because I don't think we got this in time because it was announced late at night. But Street Fighter 6 surpassed 2 million copies sold across platforms. So congratulations to Capcom.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. I did an episode, as people know, with friend of the show, Vince Ingenito, fighting game expert, one of the great critical thinking minds I've ever met in the games industry. And he is really, really into the game and had a lot of really positive things to say about it as well. And you guys can go listen to that. And maybe we'll put that out live for everyone at some point. But it's just so funny because there's been so much worry in the and I don't think it's worry. I think it's like concern trolling from people, but about like Final Fantasy 16 sales numbers. And I'm like, do you understand how good the sales numbers are now? You know, that Street Fighter 6 mega popular franchise sold 2 million copies across 3 platforms, and Final Fantasy V did 50% more than that in 3 days on one platform. Fear not. Everything's okay. Everything might not be okay for Yuji Naka, though. Video Games Chronicle reports that Yuji Naka is getting a fine of $1.2 million from Japanese courts and will avoid prison time based on that fine. And Dustin, I was curious, do you think that this is sufficient punishment for Yuji Naka's crimes against humanity? Because you remember, I used this as a form of like getting him for a different crime, but you finally get your man and like you get what you can out of him, right? And so it's like Al Capone with the taxes, like we noted. Like they never got Al Capone for the criminality, the rampant criminality. They got Al Capone for tax evasion or something, and they that's how they got him. Yuji Naka's crimes against humanity are Sonic the Hedgehog, right? And the punishment as we get him after the fact is $1.2 million. Do you think that is sufficient?
Well, the question is what is the Sonic treasury? What is that granted him? You know, is this going to put a ding in his wealth?
Doubtful.
I quickly looked up what his net worth is. I'm not getting any kind of information on that, but you know, there was some jail time served. Certainly not enough. But at least if we can, you know, get some, they can get some money out of him. It ultimately, though, does just feel like a slap on the hand, I think, if especially if he's got quite a bit of money. Now, just random site here, between 1 and 5 million net worth. This one says 19 million. So these sites,
is your net worth on here, Dustin? If we just search your name, I wonder, Dustin, for a minute.
Yeah, net worth is weird because net worth is not I don't know. Net worth is a weird
Let's see, Justin Furman net worth.
metric.
I don't think so. I'm not
No.
popular enough to be on one of these sites. Though, Colin, you might be.
What site are you on?
I'm just
Googling.
searching Google. Colin Moriarty net worth. Oh, hey, you are on here.
Oh man.
Your birthday, October 14th,
14,
right?
yeah.
YouTube star.
Well, YouTube star.
Let's see. Your net worth simply says 5 million. Here, your net worth is
Sure.
5 mil. So
Awesome. Glad
What
to
the
hear
fuck? It says that for me too. Why? My net worth is not 5 million. That's
Well,
crazy.
it. No, my net worth is not $5 million. That would be
possibly single, according to this
yeah,
site
possibly.
as well.
Definitely
Possibly
accurate
single.
numbers. So nothing for Dustin. We got to get you, Dustin. We got to get you on the $5 million train is what you were also worth.
Yeah, let's go.
$5 million. I don't even know what I would do with $5 million, to be perfectly honest with you. Nonetheless, have $5 million. Okay. Let's see. Could you live on $5 million for the rest of your life? I think I could.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Me? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think I
Fine.
could
That's
totally make that
saying,
work.
Yeah.
Easily.
I would live well too.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
the thing.
totally.
It's-
I would take, if you got $5 million just straight up cash, right? So free and clear.
Mhm.
I would just take 1 million of it and just put it into a CD and just have it make
Right. Yeah.
4 or 5%, just tens of thousands of dollars a year, right? And just have that operating as if it doesn't exist. And then I would slice off like another $1 or $1.5 million and just pay for land and the house and everything, pay for
Right,
all
yeah.
that in cash, and done. And then have $2.5 million and just give myself like a stipend.
Yeah, like a salary.
And then the retirement, this is assuming you just have the $5 million, and then the money that's just CD that's just rolling over and over and over again in the background, that's your retirement. I would make that work. No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be so easy.
But they say that, that money would go quicker.
I mean,
what do you think?
if you were given it, I would imagine taxes would be a bit.
Well, that's what I was saying, like free and clear.
But like,
right?
But free and
Yeah.
clear. I mean, I don't know. I'd be fine for a while, for a long time.
Yeah.
You got to know how to. The thing is, like, it's really easy to make money when you've got a lot of it.
Mhm.
That's so. As long as you just, even if you do nothing, by the way, if you have enough money to put away in like you said, that CD, and then just have it churning off and making its own money in the background, that alone is insane in comparison to, like, if you have like 10 grand or something, and that's not going to do nearly as much.
Right. Exactly. And it's interesting because I feel bad. I was at the dentist and I was talking to the lady, like the assistant, and she was saying she was looking for a house, and we were talking about how much more expensive it is to get a house now, just based on, and I don't know if you guys are seeing these numbers going around about just the rise in interest rates, like how much more catastrophic it makes the pain over the long run, and how much more you pay. Like, I got my house at in the sub 3% market, and now people are paying 5, 6, 7% for their mortgages, and that alone is just prohibitive. And that unfortunately, to your point, people with cash, those people can go buy houses easily now, because prices have to stay stymied so that the pain doesn't become too high. People can still qualify for these mortgage payments that are going to be mega high compared to what they were just a couple of years ago. And then, since people can't really afford to do that, people with cash just go buy the house. And and so and then they sit on it, and like the dude across the street that used to live across the street from me, he was a really nice guy. He was the original owner of the house, and we all got here at the same time. And then he worked for the builder though, and prices for housing were going up so much that they basically just went on the market, sold their house, made $100,000 profit, and then just went and got another house built basically at the same cost because he works for the builder. So that's just an example of you just like making little back end money, Yeah. And so he was just like, I'm out of here. And just lived in
totally normal.
Mm-hmm.
Totally normal, perfectly functioning situation we got going.
Like when it's fucked. I was saying, like, when I look at Zillow and it's like, this is what my house is worth. It's like, why? Like, why? It's just crazy. I didn't pay anywhere close to that for this house. I don't know. I feel bad for people. I really do.
It's bad out there.
Yuji Naka, I don't think the $1.2 million fine fits the crime. I think you got away with crimes against humanity, frankly.
I think he should be sewn into the Sonic suit and never allowed to take it off.
Dance, Yuji, dance. All right. Hey, I thought this was interesting for our trophy hunting people out there like myself, although I would never do this because this is broken, but I thought this was funny. I never heard about this. This comes from PlayStationLifestyle.net, the website. Stranded Deep, which was actually available on PlayStation Plus a couple of years ago. Its update accidentally unlocks Easy Platinum Trophy for players. So basically this is what happens is, and PSN Profiles, my beloved PSN Profiles, people over there first discovered it and it kind of went viral over there, is Stranded Deep had a regular patch release for it. And the patch so it broke in a way where no one discovered it until recently, where you have to join a co-op game and the person that you're joining co-op has to have the platinum trophy. So you don't have to have any of the trophies. And if the person with the platinum trophy joins your co-op game, then you get all of the trophies in the game automatically. They'll pop one after the other until you get the platinum. And I don't think it's been fixed yet, but I thought that was pretty interesting. I feel like that's cheap. I wouldn't want to get a trophy that way. But I did get the sound. Do you guys remember the game Sound Shapes?
Mm-hmm.
I loved that game, and it was on PS3, PS4, and Vita. People might remember, and you could send your saves between the games and get the platinum trophy automatically on each of the games. And I did do that back in the day, but that was because it was novel. So don't judge me too much for it. Have you guys been keeping up with this Borderlands movie situation? I guess I had kind of forgotten about this, but it's bubbled back up. Eurogamer has a write up about it, where Craig Mazin, who's obviously intimately connected with The Last of Us on HBO and Chernobyl, which was an awesome series on HBO as well, he was the kind of one of the head writers of this Borderlands project. And what I had forgotten about this and what reading about it had reminded me is the shooting for this film happened in 2021. And
oh, wow.
It stars Jamie Lee Curtis, Jack Black, Kate Blanchett, like random ass people in it. And I guess like people had realized from the Writers Guild of America website, if you scrape it, and I guess people do that in their field or their world, that Craig Mazin has had his name removed from the Borderlands movie, as people have been brought back for reshoots and rewriting and doing all this stuff. So this movie appears to be in some bad shape. Maybe it'll never come out or it'll leak, as these things do. But Dustin, I'm curious what you think. Borderlands movie clearly fucked.
Yeah. Well, you got to wonder if maybe that he looked at the script and it's so different from what he wrote that he just doesn't feel comfortable being listed as a writer, really. But I think that website mentioned that him using a pseudonym or whatever, like a pen name, still lets him get money from the movie. So I would imagine this is still gonna come out, especially if there's a lot invested in it. But it definitely seems like he's sandbagging it by not wanting the attention of his name being attached to it. I gotta say, initially, even just, I guess this would have been in production or at least somewhere along the line before Last of Us. But with his two other big things being that and Chernobyl, this already felt like kind of an oddball thing for him to be attached to in terms of tone, at least. So I'm curious when this will see the light of day. It seems like when you have people this big attached to it, that there's at least was some level of confidence at some point, but maybe things have broken down between the rewrites and the reshooting and stuff like that, where maybe they're just going to try to get this. Actually, this might be a perfect direct to streaming movie if they feel like it's not going to be that good, that they can just get a couple bucks from it that way.
Chris, do you care
about the Borderlands movie? Not a chance.
No.
Yeah, no. I can't even imagine what would be enjoyable about that at all.
Yeah.
Like the only, in my opinion, the only, I mean, it's not to shit on Borderlands necessarily. Like I like Borderlands 2 a lot. And Borderlands 3 was reasonably fun as well. I never played that Dungeons and Dragons Tiny Tina game though.
Yeah, I played it. It was good. Gameplay wise, it was fun.
Yeah. So, but that's what I mean. It's like Borderlands is a fun game, but like, why would I want to be in that world and not interact with it? You know what I mean? It's like the writing is probably the weakest element of it, as far as like a lot of people, as far as a lot of people's like read on the situation or read on that franchise. So to remove the interactive element that makes Borderlands fun and engaging and enjoyable in the first place. I don't know. Borderlands is one of the last things I would make a movie out of in as far as like video games go.
I agree. I don't. That's a weird license.
Yeah.
I like Borderlands a lot, but I think it works as a game exclusively because of its aesthetic. Its gameplay is so core to it. It's fast movement. You're totally right. All right. Finally, I wanted to just bring this up to people, and actually Brenton wrote in about it. It says, "Hey CDC, I wanted to hear everyone's take on the recent article published by videogamesindustry.biz in relation to retro games. According to the article, a recent study was conducted by the Video Game History Foundation stating that 87% of retro games are unplayable by United States consumers and are endangered. I would love for Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo to have Steam-like libraries that have everything available in perpetuity." What is this? Temus? This conversation? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. This conversation keeps coming up. I think we all know Dustin and Colin's point of view. Maybe the team does a big 2-hour Sacred Symbols Plus on this whole topic, similar to the David Jaffe Game Pass conversation. We could. I would be interested to know what everyone thinks about this in detail. The study, which you noted Games Industry wrote about, is available on zenodo.org. You can just go and you can just Google it. That's a repository of like studies and whatnot. And it's called The Survey of Video Game Reissue Market in the United States by a researcher named Phil Salvador. And I went and read through it and looked at it. And I think it's really, really interesting. There's a lot of specificity, tons of footnotes and things to study. And what it basically says is that there's like a degradation of availability of old games. I don't think anyone denies this. What I would be interested to know in talking about this wider with maybe like Maddie would be an interesting person with Retro Rebound and everything, is I think we're conflating things with each other where it's like availability. Why do things have to be available? This is something I can't quite wrap my mind around. I think things should exist. It would be a shame if things were just erased off the planet. But commercial availability is a different matter. And it doesn't mean that a game is unavailable. And it sucks that you have to emulate it or whatever to play it or buy some secondhand expensive physical copy if you can. But you kind of lose me when it's written about like that this is necessarily an inherently bad thing. We want a marketplace that's flooded with even more games. We want games to just remain on the same marketplace with each other forever? Or do we want to have like any sort of delineation between them and move on at any given time and have some backwards compatibility and all of that? That's where you kind of lose me. But I think that the study is really interesting. People should definitely go check it out. Before I even went through the letters from the audience and found Brenton's thing in there, I had written this in the notes that I wanted to talk about this and just point people to the study because it's certainly very interesting because it makes the argument that there is an accessibility problem. I just wonder what you're supposed to really do about that. There are so many people that own these games, man. And that's what we were talking about with Tomba. Like, I'm pretty sure that there's like a weird thing with Tomba's ownership. I'm pretty sure that that's true. And that happens often. There are NES games, as far as I understand, where people don't quite know who owns what. Companies that went defunct, licenses that expired, these ports from companies that I think that happened with Working Designs, which is a company I always bring up, was kind of like the original limited run games from the 90s, like where they were the ones that were porting games and doing these really sophisticated physical copies of series like Lunar, which were awesome. And I'm pretty sure that there's some question about who even owns what in some of those spaces too, from when companies just go away. So I think it's much more complicated than meets the eye. And I don't know. I'm fascinated by the idea of the unavailability, but I'm also fascinated by this idea of like, well, what are you supposed to do about that? Like force people's games to be sold? Or I don't know. I think as long as there's like repositories, and there are, I'll give you an example. The ESRB has every physical game ever released in the United States since it started in the early 90s. I know because when we print physical games, we have to send them 3 copies sealed. For their they have like libraries and like these repositories where they have a copy of everything. So it's not like no one has them. Anyway, go check it out if you want. All right, so let's talk about the games we're playing We're all playing Final Fantasy 16. I don't know how much more we have to say about this as individuals. We can say whatever we like, of course. Like I said earlier, we're going to do a Sacred Symbols Plus episode all about this. I'm trying to set that up. We're having some scheduling issues because I really want Maddie on it if possible, understanding that he is much less hot on the game than I think I am. And so I think it would be interesting to have that contrast. So I'm trying to make that happen. We'll obviously spoil the shit out of the game during that conversation. We'll stay away from doing all of that during the show as we always do. So we've covered it a great deal in depth. I'm actually interested to go back to you, Chris, though, first and see what your continued thoughts are on the game.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I feel like I have obviously the least experience with Final Fantasy probably among the people on this show. I think it's pretty safe to say. So I don't know if what I'm experiencing is normal. But like I like the game. I enjoy playing it. But I'm at a point where it kind of feels like narrative wise, there was an arc that was happening that was like I was really invested in, and it's kind of done now. And now I feel like I'm doing kind of like, not to get too spoilery, but like Red Dead Redemption 2 epilogue tier stuff. And I don't know if it's going to pick up again in another in a new arc. Like I don't know what the narrative framework of most Final Fantasies are. Now that I think, like, I don't know if it's like, oh, are there like several internal arcs within a single game? Because I was really invested in the first one, you know, like this, and not to get too spoilery or not narrative.
I feel like this is getting a little spoilery.
Is it?
Well, I just I don't know.
All right,
You're much further than me, and so I'm learning things about.
Right. Okay. I'll put it this way, where it's like I'm really liking it, but I also feel like it crescendos and then I lose steam, and then I'm kind of wondering what it is I need to focus on, and I don't quite know. I'm still loving the combat. Still kind of avoiding side quests. I did find out that there's a delineation between side quests that give you really, really important things.
Yeah, the plus sign, right?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that out, like what that meant, because it's not exactly explained, or at least like maybe I just completely zoned out and just didn't see that explanation. But so I'm trying to clean up all of those. But honestly, I'm having a good time, but I am really, like, my main driving force for this game is really getting to that next crazy boss fight. Because the boss fights are so cool and are so expensive looking that you can't help but be excited to get to them. And it does make there's a journey there where it's like, oh, you'll do all this little stuff, and it kind of makes the reward of getting to that great boss fight kind of worth it. But I'm a selfish guy, and I want these constantly because they're just so damn cool. And I do feel like there's so much Devil May Cry in this, in the sense of just the spectacle of it and the stylishness of it and the way that you can interweave certain combos. I started looking up, and I don't normally do this, but I started looking up kind of combat guides just to see, like, because I feel like there's depth there that I'm not getting. Or that isn't necessarily naturally displayed to you throughout the course of the game, and so I'm trying to maximize my kit as far as like, okay, so this is stagger damage, and this is for the staggered state, like this is pure like damage, and I'm trying to like maximize my ability loadouts and stuff like that to really get into a good flow. And I feel like the game does a really, really good job of giving you a lot of tools in that regard. I really like the customization of just like the stuff that you can do. And the stuff that you can wear that like boosts your stats, and like, I don't know. It's hard to talk. It's a really hard game to talk about without getting into spoiler stuff.
I agree. I mean,
I feel like a lot of what I would want to talk about really is narrative stuff, because it's a really strong and compelling narrative. It's also a little bit, it's long. It's long for me, which is probably not long enough for a lot of people. But
yeah, it is long. I mean, and the well, Dustin, before I go into it, I'm curious what you have to say about it, actually, with your experience.
Yeah. So
how far are you in the game?
I think my PlayStation, when you go to the home menu and it says how far you are, I think I'm about 65%.
What does yours say, Chris? Do you remember? Did you say? I'm sorry, I didn't miss it.
I I don't know what the percent. I never look at the percentages, so
What's
I
your
don't know.
in-game level?
I think I'm 32.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I might have surpassed you then.
You're probably past me.
Okay.
I only played a little bit this week because I've been working on like deadline stuff, so I haven't really had a chance to really. You're probably caught up or past me.
When you said Red Dead style epilogue arc, I thought you were talking about something like that in this game, and you were towards the end.
No.
Don't say that.
No. That's what I mean. It's like there's kind of periods where the game feels like it sort of ends and then it begins again.
You just mean in terms of excitement.
Yeah. In terms of like I'm really invested in what I'm doing, and then like you kind of get to the crescendo and then you do the thing, and then you kind of feel like that in and of itself would have been its own game. And then it just sort of continues, and then like a new thing kind of props up. And I guess I'm not really used to that. Like most of the games that I play are like really, really focused on like, you know, like where you need to be at the end is usually established at the beginning. But like Final Fantasy, at least as far as like this game is presenting to me, it's a little bit more of, feels like more of a saga than just like an actual like, I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think the stakes change, the story changes. It's very tropey in some sense, just not even for role-playing games, but for like fantasy of like the deterioration of the world and the, you know, like the kind of the stakes changing in that way. And because the game is very long, it does become focused on different things. That's why I said that, and I think I said last week, and I don't think this is a spoiler because give me a fucking million different things, is that I think the game at some point really turns into Final Fantasy VII in some really interesting ways. And yeah, so Dustin, go on before
so
I
the thing that I'm finding as I'm getting more into the game, and I still think that overall it's an awesome game, and I think the number one thing for this game is its narrative and its set piece moments. You know, the thing we have said the last 3 weeks is talking about like you could just feel the crazy budget that went into some of these set piece moments that are so awesome. I think the game for me is starting to feel a little lacking at the moments in between these big moments. And it's not that I need everything to be 10 out of 10 exciting, but I'm noticing a similar thing. And I'm not saying this is any different than old Final Fantasy games, because I know that those have some of this too, where in particular, you're in your hub world home base. It's like, go talk to this person to get this thing going. Okay. Yeah. Then you go to the other side of the base. Talk to this person. Okay, cool. Thanks. Now go back to the original person. Cool. Thanks. Now go out somewhere in the world, kill some things. Now come back, talk to that person again. There's some of these things in between. I'm like, this is boring. This is legitimately boring. And you are, Chris, like you said, I think there is some element of reward in the bigger moments, but I guess that I've seen other games where small stuff doesn't necessarily mean boring. It can be done in ways that aren't as much as go to this person, talk, go to this person, talk. And there's some of that in this. And in particular, still, I know everyone says the side quests get better, but I'm going to do some towards the end where apparently they're really good. I did pretty much all of them for the first 10 hours of this game, and I think they were all terrible. Like, they had like little tiny world building things, but nothing that I was like, oh, that's really interesting.
Nothing that felt like it was worth kind of going out of your way and sinking time away from the main story to do. You know what it reminds me of, and Dustin might. I don't know how familiar you are. Like, I know you've played Destiny, but like, dude, this reminds me, like, there's certain aspects of this where like you're in the tower, you talk to some guy, you have to go, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, it definitely has tower energy.
It has tower energy.
Yeah.
Like certain quests and even certain main quests, by the way, like certain like main, like golden path quests where you like go talk to this guy and then go talk to that guy. And it's like, and maybe this is a little bit hypocritical because I know I'm a gameplay first guy, but part of me feels like, dude, this could all be a cutscene. Like this could all be a cutscene, and I feel like I would be a lot more engaged. I don't necessarily need to be in control of Clive as he walks from one end of a corridor to another to get information that really isn't all that important or interesting. And it's frustrating because I know I need to get through these parts that I don't like to get to the parts that are really, really cool and really, really worth it. And I think you said something kind of interesting where it's like cool doesn't necessarily mean or unimportant doesn't necessarily mean boring. What was it that you said?
Yeah, like the slow moments don't have to be boring moments.
Right. And I think about, I don't know, even something like Dead Space, which we played like earlier this year, where there are moments in that game where your entire objective is to go fetch something. And it's theoretically a slow moment in the story where there's not a lot of plot going, but it never feels as slow or as monotonous as going to pick up dirt in a field to bring it back to a dude.
Yeah. Go get some sand.
Go get some sand.
I think a lot of this comes from their roots in Final Fantasy XIV.
Yeah.
Which is, I understand, has a lot of this kind of shit in it. But so I understand that my outlook is very different from yours, which is I think 88%, I think it says on mine. And I've done every side quest so far. I've done every hunt that's been available to me. So I've been like really taking my time and enjoying it.
I like the hunts.
The hunts are cool. I like the hunts, especially because they don't really tell you where they are. So you have to kind of like go find them. Yeah, especially the higher level ones, like they don't tell you anything about them at all, really.
Yeah.
So I dig that. Like you have to go, it's like, yeah, they're like north of this town, and then it's like to go to this area, but then you have to kind of search around and find them. It's pretty cool. But I think so. I was thinking about how to say this because we talk about games like, and they kind of come and go. And I feel like I'm not one to really reanalyze or reassess my predisposed opinions on like my favorite games. Right. Like my favorite games are always the same games. Like very rarely does a game really join the list. And I feel like that's kind of unfair. I have this like very nostalgic lensed view of games. And it's like, still like, no, Mega Man 3 and Majora's Mask and whatever kind of shit. But I was going through my trophy list, and what I can say about Final Fantasy XVI is this, that it's probably my favorite game since The Last of Us Part 2. Or, and Final Fantasy VII Remake, I think, would be in that category too, except for I played Final Fantasy VII Remake actually after The Last of Us Part 2, but it came out before it. Because I remember I went like halfway and then I just stopped playing it because I was moving. Mm-hmm. And then so I went into it that summer or that winter, and we did that Christmas, that surprise episode that Christmas of a spoiler cast for it. I think, and maybe like Horizon would be, Forbidden West would be in that list somewhere too, perhaps. Maybe a notch lower. I think it's incredible. I think the game is truly incredible. And I think that I think masterpieces have problems, and what my big problem with a lot of games is clear is that I think they're just getting too long. And I think that was as I've said many times, my big problem with The Last of Us Part 2 was it was just too long. My big problem with Red Dead Redemption 2, which was another one of these games, is just it's too long. And this game is too long. And that I am getting to that point where the story is so good, the character building and world building is so fundamentally sound that interrupting it so much with side quests is a bummer, because it feels like someone came in and probably did and said like, this game needs to be longer. Like, and I'm not saying they came in late. I'm saying like during the design of the game, like we simply need more padding than this. We can't release a 40-hour Final Fantasy game. And I'm like, why not? Final Fantasy games used to be 40 hours. Final Fantasy 1 is 10 to 15 hours. Final Fantasy 2 is in that same range. 3, maybe 20, 4, 30, 5, 6, maybe you're getting 40, 50, 60. 7, I think, is a little shorter, maybe at 40 or 50, unless you go to do the weapons and all that. So we are well beyond the realm, the bounds of a Final Fantasy game in terms of length at this point. And that is, so I'm just like, damn, this is becoming a common thing for me. Like, just stop making the games so big. You don't need to. You really, truly don't need to. But I think what they've done here is there's some genius work going on with character development. I think having a focus on one character, I think, is quite intriguing. It's different. For Final Fantasy, it's very different from the most famous Final Fantasies, like 4, 6, and 7, which are complete ensemble casts, where it's, especially with 6, it's not even clear who the main character is in that game. And so this is a very different approach. I think Clive is one of the great characters in games.
Oh,
He's
I
awesome.
love Clive.
He is awesome. I love him.
And he's hot. Let's be honest, Colin.
Oh yeah, he's very hot.
I'm like, this is a good looking man.
Definitely.
You know?
And he's hot, and he's got that, I love his like raspy, whispery voice. It's very kind and decent. Like he's a good guy's good guy, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's cool. It's not like, I like Cloud a lot. I think Cloud's an awesome character, especially in Final Fantasy VII Remake. I think they did a really great job with him, but it's different. Or Zack when we played Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core. I like having like a character. It's like, this is the moral good guy. He's the decent guy. He's doing the right thing. Like it's very likable. The voice acting is just top notch. And I think that the surrounding characters are really well done. Like I think that I really like Jill, you know, Sid, Mid. I think these are like really cool and interesting characters. I will say about the character Mid that I love how different she looks from her voice. Like the voice doesn't really fit, which is funny as hell. Yeah. But, and all the different characters, you mean all the ancillary like kind of helpers, and I don't want to get into the story about what it's about. I won't spoil anything like that. But I am extremely high on this game. At its heights, it is better than almost anything that I've played in a lot of different ways. Like the boss fights are the best boss fights I've ever encountered. Like that, they're incredible. They're incredible. They're complete spectacles. Like you can tell that each one, as I've said, was just a group of people. That's what they did. It's like, you do this fight, you do that. They're so different from each other. It's not like Final Fantasy VII, which I love, where it's like you fight, and then you fight a boss in the same fight sequence. It's just a different model, and that's cool. And I love that. This game is just a lot different than that.
Yeah.
And on a combat level, I think the game is perfect for a person like me, because it's not mega complicated. That kind of puts me off. It's complex. It's got levels to it. It's not particularly difficult. I will give it that. And I don't really know if I care about that. And I think that the Final Fantasy mode would change that, which is the hardest mode. But I all in all, I'm just mega impressed with it. I think it's amazing. And I think that that's why I was saying earlier when we were talking about the possibility of DLC, it's like, just go.
Yeah.
You did, unless this game falls off a cliff, you've, in the last 10% that I have to play, you have done something pretty impressive, if you ask me. I think that this team should own Final Fantasy now, and go, my friends. Carry on, my wayward son.
Yeah. I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but like, there's also an element of it where it's like, some of it is so good, right? There's a lot of it that's so good, narratively, character-wise, boss fights, the spectacle of it, that it makes those side quests even more disappointing. You know what I mean? Where like, I could probably handle these exact same side quests in a game that was a lot less impressive. But like, the fact that they are in here at all frustrates me. And it does kind of bring the game down a little bit. Like, dude, there are certain cutscenes that, like, you know how there are cutscenes where like, you know that, oh, this is a cutscene, and then this is like characters kind of talking in like a in-game kind of context that isn't really all that interesting. The side stuff that I'm doing, I am mashing through these conversations. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I don't know what they want from me. I don't know who these characters are, because I don't care. I don't need to care, because if I needed to care, I wouldn't be able to skip them. And the game does that, by the way. Like, if you skip through an important cutscene, or if you skip through important conversations, it will stop letting you do it when the conversation gets important. Which is like, if you, yeah. Which is like if you know that, if you know that so much of this conversation is unimportant, why is it here? That's really my only sticking point with it. It's like, it is so good. So to have something so mid in it only makes it more jarring.
Yeah, I agree with you in that sense. Like the density is unnecessary. Like the world feels lived in without having to have this level of side quest. I will say that, and I said this last week, that I think the side quests generally fit within the mold of who Clive is. And
right, yeah.
And I actually think that it is a shame because like some of the side quests really are great. Like some of them I'm like, whoa, that was cool, and then some of them are, I'm like, I don't even like, I finished the side quest and I'm like, I'm not even sure I was paying attention to anything that was going on in that side quest. Like, because you get into this mode of like, some of them are a little bit hit or some of them are a little bit miss. And it goes back into this extraneousness that I think weighs down all of my favorite games of the recent few years, where just less is more. Like, I even think a world map wouldn't even be possible in a game like this. So like I think they've done a really good job of doing what I think is like a Tales-like delineation between territories that makes perfect sense to me. I feel like the world feels huge. It's snappy. I think that the upgrade, like maybe I have some quibbles with, like, I would love more gear and maybe less focus on ability building, because I think that would be a little more Final Fantasy. But
right, yeah,
I don't know if they've turned the conventions kind of upside down, and I'm really interested to we've been talking about it for a long time. I'm going to delete that question. I think that we're going to see more from these guys. And that gets into what Patrick Burkhardt wrote into us about on Patreon. He says, hey guys, what would you like to see from Final Fantasy 17? I think 16 was fantastic and really what I personally want to see from Final Fantasy games moving forward. The older protagonist, the grown-up writing, the gritty fantasy, etc. Also, CBU 3 does seem to be the most likely to be given the reins of Final Fantasy 17, as the other teams are busy with things such as Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy, Kingdom Hearts 4, and Dragon Quest 12. With that in mind, would you like to see them build on what they have started here with 16 and iterate and maybe bring in more systems or features for 17? I want to know what we think about this. Like, Final Fantasy games fall into molds over generations where the games are not associated with each other thematically, but they are associated with each other with aesthetic and systems and all of that. So this is the reason I think that Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 feel like they're, it's like the platform, it's the feel, it's the systems, they feel kind of associated. 7, 8, and 9 feel associated to that PS1 generation. And then I think after that, it kind of went away because the games were more staggered, so that I think 12, the 13 trilogy, and 14, obviously, and 15 all feel radically different. I would love to see them build on 16, not thematically, but just keep it in a similar vein and iterate quicker. So like, you have something cool here. So give us a different story in this framework, different characters, different world, but follow and continue this combat, the structure, the high level of the detail, attention to detail, beautiful production value, really great writing and voice acting. Keep it up. I really think it's important that they like capture this magic in a bottle and keep going. Dustin, I'm curious what you would want out of a Final Fantasy 17. Would you want it to be, do you want to go back to that generational feel again, where we have Final Fantasy games that kind of feel like they belong together, even though they're separate? Or do you want 17 to be, again, a different game?
I think that the main thing for me would be, like you said, keeping the core of what this is. But one thing that Gene and I were talking about on Punching Up was I just want, and I'm not one of those guys that's complaining about this, but it is true that I wish this game had a little more RPG in it. It is really, really minimal in as far as like building out your character. And like, for example, I don't know if this is the thing, but there's the thing about the Kingdom Hearts team working on this game. The gear system in this game is almost identical to Kingdom Hearts. You have a weapon and you have 2 different types of gear, and each of them have basically two stats on them. They're either attack or magic, right? And so those go up or down. And that's really, obviously that's not the extent of the RPG elements, because there is the whole system where you get your different magic abilities and stuff like that you can swap between. So there's a lot there, but I think there could be some room to grow. And I think too that there's some room to make the game more difficult, because I think it was a mistake to have this game have one difficulty option right off the bat. And I don't know if necessarily I would want to play it on Final Fantasy mode, my first playthrough, but legitimately, I have died playing this game 3 or 4 times. And I'm not saying the challenge is everything, and I'm not saying this needs to be like Elden Ring either, but in a world where you have a really successful game like Elden Ring, I think it would be okay to at least give people the option to make it a little bit tougher, because there are times where sometimes for the boss battles are kind of the only time that I feel like I really got to pay attention. In fact, those are usually the only times that I die. Of those 4 times, they were all during boss battles. And then, like we said last week, when you die at a boss battle, you automatically get all your potions back. So then it's immediately a cakewalk after that. So figuring out a way to up the challenge in a way that makes sense and adding more RPG stuff, that would be great. But I agree with what Patrick's saying here. The more mature, gritty setting, I think is really working for me, and the way that the writing and the fact they're not afraid to tell a complicated story, not only in terms of your immediate characters, but on a political standpoint as well. Shout out, Colin. I finally, since last week, I know Vivian well now. Let me tell you, I'm a Vivian fan. It's a little, she's a little carousing.
Yeah. You know? Me too. Yeah. She's like my Jessie in this one.
Yeah.
Jessie, best girl.
Yeah.
Of course. In Final Fantasy VII Remake. Easily.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that everyone is enjoying 16 to different lengths and to different extents, I guess I should say. And we'll have a deeper dive. I assume we'll go 3 hours probably in an actual spoiler cast and review discussion of the game, getting nitty gritty into it. I'm going to have so many things to say about it. I will just reiterate that. And Dustin, you know more about this than me because you pay attention to like what's going on out in the world. It's like, is anyone talking about the game's connection to Final Fantasy IV? Or am I the only person that's bringing this up? Like, there's more and more and more I see in it where I'm like, are you kidding me?
There may be, but I'm avoiding almost all talk or videos about this game right now until I finish it. So
it just seems like, as I said last week, people had informed me that CBU 3 often said during 14's, I guess, development and its different releases of its expansion packs that Final Fantasy IV has always been like a major inspiration for them. And I just think that it goes well beyond that in this game. Like, I think that they're like definitely paying homage and to it in so many ways. Like, and I think a lot of them are going to be lost on people and they're probably not that important, but yeah, I'll leave it there and we'll get into it in the actual show. I don't want to spoil it for people. Okay. Let's get into the news. There are 5 items, I think, and they're big ones this week, extensive ones, but I wanted to start out with this, which was surprising news, and I wonder what it's going to mean. Number 1, in shocking news, Evan Wells is leaving Naughty Dog, heading into retirement after 25 years at Sony's crown jewel developer. As co-president of the studio for 18 years, Wells helped oversee Naughty Dog's rise from newly purchased Sony team to what is widely considered one of the highest quality, consistent, and reliable AAA developers in industry history. Wells got his start in gaming during his time at Stanford in the mid-90s, and his first credit is actually as a tester on the Johnson Vorsanger developed and Sega published Genesis game Toe Jam and Earl Panic of the Funkotron, which launched in 1993. However, after graduating from Stanford a couple of years later, Wells joined the industry full-time as a designer at Crystal Dynamics, a team that still exists today, for a long time under Square Enix and more recently under Embracer Group, best known these days for its rebooted Tomb Raider series. However, at this time, Crystal Dynamics was a newer team with only a small handful of self-published games under its belt. Wells' first project was as a designer on the platformer Gex, which came to PS1 in late 1995. He would rise to lead designer of Gex's sequel in 1998's Enter the Gecko, and later that year he would migrate to Naughty Dog, which itself was deep into seminal Crash Bandicoot series. Wells acted as a lead designer on both 1998's Crash Bandicoot Warped as well as its popular spin-off 1999's Crash Team Racing. He was lead designer on all 3 Jak and Daxter games that Naughty Dog made for PlayStation 2 between 2001 and 2004 as well, and Sony purchased the company outright during this period, installing him as co-president in 2005 after Naughty Dog's 2 co-founders vested and left. Fellow famous Naughty Dog Christoph Balestra would join him in the post in 2006, and the two would reign together for the next 11 years, in which time Naughty Dog became Sony's most vital gaming asset, releasing the Uncharted trilogy between 2007 and 2011 and The Last of Us in 2013. In 2017, Balestra himself retired, leaving Wells alone in the presidency before Neil Druckmann joined him in 2020. Neil will now oversee the studio in his stead. The games shipped under Wells' leadership will thus be the last game, shipped under Wells' leadership will thus be 2020's The Last of Us Part 2. In a letter written to the 400 or so employees at Naughty Dog, one that was later shared widely online, Wells wrote that his retirement was, quote, something that I've been discussing with Naughty Dog studio leadership team for well over a year and with Neil for even longer than that. The decision brings with it overwhelming and conflicting emotions, but I've come to realize that I'm content with my time at the studio and all that we've accomplished over the last 25 years. I couldn't be more confident in Neil's ability to carry on running the studio. It's the right time for me to provide the opportunity for him and others to steer the studio into a successful future, end quote. Noting he was the 18th person Naughty Dog ever hired, he later continued, quote, I couldn't be more excited about our current projects, and not getting to see those games to completion is going to be hard. But we've never had a stronger team in place to ensure that we will deliver them in a way that will set industry standards and exceed all expectations, end quote. Wells' departure is one of, frankly, many shakeups in the last few months within PlayStation's first-party family, including new leadership at Media Molecule, the closure of Pixel Opus, the unacknowledged abandonment of second-party studio Deviation, the cascading leadership failure at PlayStation's mobile gaming initiative, and more. Unlike all of those, however, Wells is obviously leaving on his own accord and with Sony's goodwill, and we obviously wish him well and the best, I should say, in his retirement. This was big. I was surprised to see this because Evan Wells is not very old, or at least he doesn't read as very old, and he was always very nice to me when I met him. And when I did the history of Naughty Dog, he was incredibly. I mean, he's the guy that signed off on us being able to do that, and that was cool. So he's an OG, and I was especially thinking of you, Chris, because he is he was the lead designer of Crash Team Racing and the lead designer of Jak and Daxter, which in hindsight is like there is Naughty Dog's like most understated PlayStation aligned property in terms of its popularity. Like people want it back, but they don't really talk about it. And to ascend to that leadership role and stay there for a long time, I think is really impressive, and being the steward over Sony's most important team. So I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts here on what this might mean for Sony moving forward now that Neil's in charge.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty crazy. To me, I'm most curious about because Neil seems to be wearing many hats right now. You know, he seems to be a pretty engaged party as far as the TV show goes. He's obviously doing a lot of transmedia stuff. And he's now singularly responsible for the studio. That's kind of a lot. Like I don't know. My concern is that he might be stretched a bit thin. But I say that as somebody who doesn't know him, but it just seems like a lot of responsibility, to go at alone.
Yeah, I'm looking up. First of all, I don't know why Sony didn't share this more widely. You have to go to Naughty Dog's website to find any of this. They didn't even put it on PlayStation blog, but they posted a series of posts, one with Evan Wells' email, I guess, to the team, and then probably in anticipation of it leaking anyway. And then I guess Neil Druckmann also wrote an email later, which they also published. And he said, as Evan has pointed out, our good fortune has led to immense and steady growth. With that kind of success and size comes the need to reevaluate how we structure a studio leadership team that reflects the next chapter for Naughty Dog. At present, I will be co-head of the studio with Evan Wells, along with taking responsibility of head of creative, ensuring that I will be able to invest in the future of our project's creative vision and overall business strategy. And then Allison Mori, who's been there for a while, is getting promoted to studio manager and head of ops, where she will be responsible for Naughty Dog's overall operations and finances, and will join me in steering the business of our studio. So that's always been like their kind of approach. That was always the kind of co-managerial approach anyway, was having business and creative as one. And that was kind of the way the original leadership, Andy Gavin and Jason Rubin, who are the founders of Naughty Dog, worked as well. I mean, they were both creatives, but one really ended up taking more of the administrative role and one more of the creative role. And so that's always been their tradition. And it seems like they're going to do that again. But this Allison Mori simply doesn't, I don't think, have the respect of Neil Druckmann to be a co-president or whatever. But she's basically acting in that business-like role. So, and that if people are interested, I mean, this is why I'm not so worried about this. Some people are like, oh, this is more bad news. And I'm like, it's unfortunate. But when you look at it, first of all, they're not going to fire Evan Wells. He didn't do anything. I don't think that would result in that. He's leaving obviously on his own accord. But Dustin, if you look at what they're doing in this message from Neil Druckmann to the team, they promoted everyone internally to new roles. It's not like they went outside. Like everyone that's there is just at a higher level now. Bumped one up on the chain. So what do you think about this, Neil kind of taking over Evan Wells, a true OG, heading out for retirement.
Yeah, heading out for retirement, and I gotta respect that. When you look, I'm looking at his Wikipedia right now and just seeing all of the games that he's worked on, and many of them that you mentioned. This is a fantastic legacy to leave behind, and especially working at a team like Naughty Dog, you got to wonder, maybe, I don't know anything about this guy, but I'm sure he has some form of family, and he's got lots of money now, and maybe he's just thinking now's the time to take a step out. He helped shepherd in many amazing franchises, particularly this most recent one we're going to talk about being now a television show that is going to be most likely award winning. It seems like it could be a good time to leave on a positive note. So I think that's cool. Going out, enjoy your money for a little bit, just take it easy. And he can always come back if he wants to come back and do something else. He's got all the means to do it later on. But I think that Naughty Dog will be fine. Like you said, if they're pushing up things internally, Neil's still at the helm, so I think things will be good. Obviously, losing Evan Wells is going to be a major. He was a major force there, but I don't know. The thing about Naughty Dog to me, and I guess this is contradictory to the most recent time we've talked to them in regards to Last of Us multiplayer, but they always feel like a really solid studio in terms of it. There may be some production chaos, but in the end, they always are able to pull out with something amazing. So, yeah, I wonder, do you think that factions and the chaos around factions maybe push this along further at all? Or is it just completely unrelated?
It could be related. I mean, you never want to say that like your performance has nothing to do with needing to make room for other people. Like choices he made led to factions. So if they feel like mistakes were made, then that's obviously going to be his fault, along with Neil's, so, but with Neil kind of being kept there, Evan has been a lot like when people left Media Molecule, it seemed much more conspicuous because like they didn't really like have like this big outpouring of support and all of that. And like their emails published and everything. So I just feel like Naughty Dog operates at such a high level typically. And there's some people that work at Naughty Dog I know that on social media over time have said like people are kind of not reading the story right, or it's not quite true. And obviously Sony's very tight-lipped and just won't say anything about much. So it could be that like this game just appears randomly at a showcase and it's coming and it was all for nothing. Like it was all, well, pardon the pun, but that it was all for like all the hullabaloo is really overstated and overreported, and that's possible as well. But I just, unlike, it's what I said in the write-up, what's happening at PlayStation Mobile is clearly fucked. Like they lost the dude that headed PlayStation Mobile, and then the dude that of the studio he bought left. Come on, please. But Evan Wells has been at Naughty Dog forever and isn't going to get fired from Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog hasn't not performed. And does anyone doubt that The Last of Us Part 3 is gonna be fucking excellent? I mean, when it arrives. Jack W does write in though and says, "Hello, Knights of the Sacred Table. How do we feel about the shakeup at Naughty Dog? I'm kind of surprised by some of the discourse online. I know Colin has mentioned this before, but why does Naughty Dog cause such toxicity to come out of the woodwork? Thank you for your thoughts." I think we got to start. People can do what they want, but I would just ignore the discourse. It's so detached from the way people critically receive their games and commercially receive their games. As we're about to talk about, The Last of Us is a true now creative force within Sony. It's what has happened with the TV show is completely revolutionized its future, probably. So I just think the discourse is unfortunate. It's ridiculous. You always want to take the top person down. I mean, Naughty Dog has incredible respect. I think a lot of people would have liked to see Naughty Dog stumble and fall. I just don't really see that happening. And I think their quiet kind of workmanship speaks a lot to that. Like they don't really they'll speak with the games, I guess, when they're ready. And until they deliver a game that's like a dud, I'm just not going to believe that they're going to do that, because it's been how long since they've delivered a dud? I mean, Way of the Warrior on 3DO or something like that. Like, was that the last one?
You got to go back kind of far.
All right. Speaking of The Last of Us, as I promised, number 2, in a major win for PlayStation's television and film initiative, PlayStation Productions, the first season of HBO's The Last of Us, which aired over 9 episodes earlier this year, has been nominated for a staggering 24 Emmy Awards. The biggest nominations include Best Drama Series, which will pit it against the likes of Succession, The Crown, Andor, and Better Call Saul, amongst others, as well as nominations for both leads, with a Best Actor nomination going to Pedro Pascal as Joel and a Best Actress nomination going to Bella Ramsey as Ellie. Predictably, The Last of Us's excellent cast of surrounding characters are also getting nods. 7 separate actors and actresses are nominated as Best Guest Actor and Actress. Other nods go to the writing, directing, casting, costuming, production, editing, hair, makeup, prosthetics, sound editing, sound mixing, and even main title design. Running from mid-January to mid-March, The Last of Us is one of HBO's most popular offerings from both a critical and commercial success in its 4-decade history, and is widely considered so far the best video game adaptation of all time. The series also had the net benefits of heavily boosting the profile of the 2 games from 2013 and 2020, which have seen sustained boost in sales on the back end of the series. HBO renewed The Last of Us for a second season, which apparently may not air until 2025, and it seems that it will go beyond just a second season. This stands in stark contrast to the series in gaming, which is currently at a standstill as we wait to see what Naughty Dog and Sony will do with its long-in-development Factions project, which reporting suggests Bungie recently helped throw cold water on, at least from a stickiness point of view. What will happen to it, and if it will come out at all, remains to be seen, though it would be hard to imagine Sony writing down $200 million in losses to not release a game that will sell millions of copies regardless. As for PlayStation Productions, it already has a successful Uncharted film under its belt with another undoubtedly en route, a Gran Turismo film hitting theaters in August, movies in various states of development such as Days Gone, Gravity Rush, and Ghost of Tsushima, and 2 other TV series on the slate in addition to Twisted Metal in the form of God of War at Amazon and Horizon at Netflix. Victor Blomberg wrote in and said, "Hey guys, what are your thoughts on The Last of Us being nominated for a hefty 24 Emmys? Do you think it has a chance of winning the biggest award of them all, Outstanding Drama Series? Thanks for the great podcast and best wishes from Sweden." Thank you, Victor. Chris, what do you think about The Last of Us cleaning up with the awards? 24. It's second in nominations. I think Succession had 27. So 24 award nominations, big deal.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty huge for a video game adaptation, especially. That being said, it's pretty stiff competition as far as all this goes. I don't know about Andor. Apparently Andor's really good. I have not seen it. I have no interest in Star Wars, although I've heard that it's good regardless.
Dude, Ken Levine recommended it on The Interview.
Yep, he did.
We did. So I feel like I have to watch it now. I mean, Ken says it's good.
He did. Ken said it's good.
Yeah, and Succession I've heard pretty good things about. Better Call Saul is awesome. So I don't know, like the fact that it's there at all is impressive to me. I don't necessarily I expect it to win some. It's got to win something. I think it's going to win something. But as far as like, I don't know, outstanding drama, I don't. Better Call Saul is pretty fun. It's really good. It's really good. So like, it's a privilege to be in this roster, quite frankly. You know, you're not going to see Twisted Metal in this list.
Maybe best prosthetics or something.
Yeah, best clown.
Best clown.
But I don't know. I think it's cool that it's here. It's great that it's so well received. I'm curious how they're going to move forward. I wonder how the writer's strike is affecting them as well. Like, I wonder if that's at play at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's all fucked up out there right now. I'm actually going to bring that up later in the episode when we get to questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas. So keep your powder dry for the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Dustin, thoughts on The Last of Us's Emmy nomination spree here? Doing great work and is a renowned series critically. So I think it's going to win some of these, but will it win the big ones?
I don't know if it will win the big one because, as Chris said, the competition is stiff, and we've got 2 shows that these were their final seasons. So I wonder if that's going to weight them towards Better Call Saul and Succession in some way. From a personal standpoint, I have to be consistent in that I hate these award shows, whether it's the Emmys or the Oscars. I just feel like they're so compromised now in so many different ways politically and stuff like that dude, especially the Oscars I hate in particular, where I used to really be interested in them until I realized that it wasn't really about the best movies winning at all. So I'm a bit over it, but that's just from a personal standpoint. From a PlayStation business optics standpoint, I'm sure they're fucking like super happy about this. They put out a show and now it's considered among the public of one of the best to the point where it's winning awards. So I'm sure that they're, looking at this and thinking about the next season. Obviously that the numbers spoke for themselves before that, but it just continually showing that this train, this multimedia train so far has been pretty good for them. And as you put at the end of the write-up, there's tons of stuff in the works. And in particular, I will say that I think this Ghost of Tsushima film could be pretty cool. If the John Wick guys are behind it, and seeing how PlayStation has handled their IPs so far in film, I'm very interested in that. So, but as far as Emmys, I'm really, at the end of the day, I'm rooting for Tim Robinson from I Think You Should Leave. He's the most important aspect.
Oh, he got nominated for, what did he get nominated for? Best?
Let's see. Outstanding actor in short form comedy or drama, and outstanding short form comedy, drama, or variety series.
Surprised he wasn't nominated for writing or anything like that.
You guys gotta see this. I'll send you the picture, or I'll send you the link because I brought it up. His headshot for the official Emmys is so awesome. I'll put it in the show.
That is really amazing.
If anyone hasn't seen that show, I think you should leave. That is my favorite comedy show of all time. I highly recommend.
Yeah, it's as far as sketch comedy goes, it's pretty up there. It reminds me of
Oh, he won already. That's cool.
Yeah, he won last year.
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, no, it is a great show, and I highly recommend. The new season's really good.
Yeah, I'm totally behind. I don't think I've seen most of even the first season because I watched like this. We
watched it together.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
One night. That was a good time.
Yeah, that's true. You can get through quickly.
Do you have a favorite sketch from it?
Oh, are you talking to me? Or sorry. Micah and I always cite the cheeseburger one, like the guy eating the cheeseburger with his students.
That's mine. I love that. I'm gonna eat the whole thing.
Yeah, I always say like no one taught me how to eat my cheese. How to eat a cheeseburger or food or whatever the hell he says. I don't remember what. But I also like it's like one of the very first skits where it's like the baby contest or whatever. And,
the baby of the year.
Yeah, that is outrageous on so many levels. It's so funny. Like, someone says like "fuck you" from the audience to him.
Like, fuck you, Bart Harvey Jarvis.
Yeah. Fuck you, Harvey Jarvis. Whatever the fuck you say.
I love this Dude, Chris, this is a tough question because sometimes
Tim Robinson,
the pillow talk of Dustin Holly Furman. We'll be laying in bed and we'll just be like, hey, remember this sketch? Remember that one? Oh yeah, and this was fun. Like, we'll just talk about this show endlessly.
It's fun. It's such a fun.
I don't need to hear you talking about your pillow talk. I don't know that brought
This is the pillow talk of
Tim Robinson
just before we go to bed. Not before anything intimate. Just when we're laying in bed, we're talking about. I think you should leave.
Yeah, after I was gonna say before, like you talk about Tim Robinson and then you have sex.
Yeah, I mean, why not?
Lighting a cigarette. It's like, how about that Draymond doggy door?
Yeah, dude, the doggy door one. Yeah, I'm trying to think what my favorite one. There's so many. I'll just say gut reaction. The first one that came in my mind right now: sloppy steaks. They're really, really good. And there's the guy who's like, "Oh, you think this is slicked back? You got the slick back hair. You think this? I used to be a piece of shit." That one, dude, some of these, because Holly and I have talked about deeply analyzed this and thought like, okay, so there's like a formula where sometimes it's just like continually more insane, or there's the formula where it's like you wouldn't expect. There's like the reversal, where I'm trying to think of the one.
It's like incredibly mundane.
Yeah, like there's the one where the party turns on the guy because he's saying like he ate the paper that had the little bit of poop on it. And he's like, oh yeah, now everyone's going to party with me, where you never expect it, the reversal.
Yeah, it's great.
But
everybody should watch it.
Everyone watch that show and report back, please. Last of Us.
The Last of Us. Let me try and fix up my microphone here. I just like the you doing pillow talk. I just
I really did I trigger something there, Colin?
I just hadn't thought about it before. I mean, it's just not a thought that came to my mind before. It's something new that's just on my mind now.
Is pillow talk have to be pre or post sex?
I think it's post.
Because
isn't that the definition?
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
It's like talking after sex is pillow talk.
Yeah, otherwise it's just a conversation.
Yes.
I was just thinking. Oh, okay, wait.
Yeah.
This is Colin. I'm bringing up the definitions today.
Please, I mean, correct me if I need to be corrected.
This just says intimate conversations in bed, according to the Oxford Languages.
So we're both wrong.
I don't respect that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a conversation Holly and I have when we're getting ready to fall asleep. We saved the One Piece for the real pillow talk. If you know what I'm
It's
saying.
even worse. Just gets worse. Just keeps getting worse.
Okay. Let's see. Where am I here? No, here it is. All right. Oh, actually, no, we're going to skip that one. Let's just move on. We're flowing right now. Get rid of this from the notes. Number 3, I'm very interested to see what Chris thinks of part of this specifically. Because we're going to hear about something that we never hear anything about for some reason. Whether or not you like Guerrilla Games' Horizon series, well, you're going to get a whole lot more of it. We've already discussed this fact at length on the show, but new reporting indicates Sony-owned Team Guerilla is openly talking about its plans beyond what we already know, and those plans are ambitious. Studio director Jan Bart van Beek, PlayStation Studios exec and former head of Guerilla Angie Smets, and studio technical director Michelle Vanderloo gave a chat at GDC-like Develop Brighton event in the UK, and this talk was reported on by multiple outlets, including GamesIndustry.biz. But before we get into all the Horizon stuff, let's talk about Killzone, which Van Beek spoke about frankly, and it's a topic we haven't heard a peep about in like 10 years. For those that are unaware, Guerrilla's first franchise for Sony was a series called Killzone, and there are 5 entries in the series, with 4 of them by Guerrilla itself. The first game came to PS2 in 2004, with popular PS3 entries following in 2009 and 2011, and a final cap to it all, a PS4 launch game in 2013 called Shadowfall, FPS is all. A 2006 PSP spin-off recently released on PSN was also in the mix at Guerrilla, while now defunct Guerrilla Cambridge developed what was potentially Vita's most console-quality game in 2013, FPS Killzone Mercenary. I love that game. Anywho, Guerrilla was purchased by Sony a couple of years ago after releasing the first Killzone, which was a second-party game, and ultimately it migrated to the Horizon franchise beginning with 2017's Zero Dawn on PS4, followed by 2022's Horizon Forbidden West on PS4 and PS5. But back to Killzone, here's what Van Beek said according to GamesIndustry.biz, quote, "Killzone was our first IP, testing all of our ideas, seeing how things worked. There were some great ideas in there, but also some that never really worked. We had this idea that was based upon franchises like Aliens, where it's all about the bad guys. And what we found was that people still really need a hero to clamp onto and identify with. So when you're making a whole IP about the baddies, it's hard to do good storytelling," end quote. He's of course referencing the Hellgast in Killzone, the orange-eyed antagonist that became the face of the franchise, as opposed to any particular playable hero. Indeed, when PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale came to PS3 and Vita in 2012, the franchise was represented by Killzone 2 antagonist Colonel Radek. He also claimed Killzone was, quote, "maybe a little too Eurocentric, idiosyncrasies that might never really have gelled with Americans. So when we were making Horizon, we were looking at a much broader audience and telling a bigger story that's relevant to a lot of people," end quote. Guerrilla, of course, is headquartered in the Netherlands. And so the team moved on to Horizon, and the way it sounds, they've really moved on. Sony owns the IP, of course, but has empowered sister studios like Sucker Punch to voluntarily steward their IP, and it would make sense that this would also be true with Guerrilla and Killzone. So it sounds like maybe we shouldn't be expecting a new one. Vanderloo later said, quote, "After Killzone Shadowfall for PlayStation 4, we knew we wanted a bigger, broader IP. We also wanted something positive. We'd been making Ruins for a little bit too long, and the studio got really excited about making nature. Everyone was really excited about robots. There were really many things we could do in the same universe, different games, different styles," end quote. And this series has been a massive success with 2 core games and a questionable PSVR 2 spinoff that no one seems to talk about. Nonetheless, Zero Dawn and Forbidden West alone have surpassed 33 million copies sold lifetime. And according to website Games Radar, which also reported on this talk, Guerrilla's and Sony's plans are as ambitious as we frankly feared, not because Horizon is bad, but because too much of anything is bad. The website claims that Van Beek noted Guerrilla has 16 different Horizon-related tethers it's currently working on. Not all games, of course. Quote, "We're going to be continuing Horizon for a very long while," end quote, he said, confirming that a multiplayer game is in development, which we already knew about, in addition to a third core game, a rumored MMO, a rumored PS5 release of Zero Dawn, a TV show, and apparently even more. Before we get into any of that, though, Chris, I want to go to you. What did you think about this candid talk about Killzone? It seems like they're done.
Yeah.
And I think we probably knew that based on the fact that they never acknowledge it. Although I thought it was interesting that Mercenary recently came out on PS4 and PS5.
Yeah.
But what do you make of this? That they basically found a problem with the central story, that they made a mistake with Killzone by making it about the bad guys and not about any specific good guy or protagonist or movement, and that this kind of helped them abort the entire idea because they couldn't go further with it.
I mean, I respect it. I respect it from a creative standpoint that that's probably what he believes, but I don't. I think you can make a game anything about the bad guys and have it be interesting. I don't necessarily think that was the problem. I think the problem was ultimately that, you know, as a first person shooter, like Killzone was just kind of always on the side. Like it was never really. And granted, this was during the time of like, you know, Call of Duty was exploding, even on Microsoft, on the Xbox. Halo was like super huge. Killzone and Resistance both, I think, got a little bit shafted in that sense, but definitely Resistance was in my opinion, and I'm a shooter person kind of first and foremost. Resistance really had it in my opinion. It was really the shooter on that platform, and Killzone was kind of like, unfortunately, just sort of playing second fiddle often. And I think they just kind of understood when enough was enough. I personally don't think Killzone really ever had that much leg to stand on, especially when you compare it to Resistance and other first-person shooters in the field, and just I understand why they let it go. What I can't understand is why they're perfectly willing to let it go, right? They're like, okay, Killzone, we did that. We're not even going to acknowledge it. That's fine. That's telegraphed. Why Insomniac insists on constantly acknowledging Resistance and not doing anything with it? That is what pisses me off. That's what bothers me.
It gives me a little hope that maybe there is something to that. Like, you would imagine that they wouldn't revive them both, at least at the same time.
No,
I personally think I personally am totally with you. Resistance is one of my favorite PlayStation franchises. I love Resistance, and I always thought Resistance was better than Killzone. But Killzone had this really hardcore element that Resistance lacked. Where I don't know, Dustin, if this was your read on it as well, but it's like Killzone's claim to fame was like really complicated online structures and like these gameplay modes. I know this really came to fruition with Shadowfall, but it was like the idea of like mega customization, I think, was their entire function of Killzone's online functionality, unless I'm misremembering that. And so people got really, really into it. And that, like, it was like Call of Duty, where Killzone's campaigns, which is what I played, were like the thing was like, I don't know, no one cares about that. Like, we want this online gameplay. And that's why I thought Shadowfall, which I reviewed when I was at IGN, and it's like one game I don't have the trophies for because it was the one game I had to play on a debug unit before it came out. It annoyed the shit out of me, actually. But I really liked it because it seemed like it was trying to turn a corner, and they were taking like a step towards being like, no, like this is about something. I remember them showing the game for the first time, and I was like, wow, this is fucking awesome. This looks really, really great. Now, it's not the first time that Killzone really impressed people in a pre-release environment, but I think Resistance is better and worthy of really following up on, because I agree with you. There are real characters there. The Chimera, I think, are a much cooler enemy than the Hellgas, although the Hellgas are really cool too. It's just that the word Killzone is a great name, and
it is a great.
They got to get that back at some point, you know. Yeah,
it is a great name. I think the way Insomniac handled, because they set themselves apart at that time, because a lot of shooters were kind of adopting the Halo method of like 2 weapons. And Insomniac was doing kind of like a more Half-Life style thing, at least in the beginning, where like you had an entire kit kind of available to you, and that was really cool. That was different at the time because it kind of went against the paradigm of shooters at that exact moment in time. So it was a little bit more unique and more interesting. But yeah, I don't know. Killzone is a great name, but I don't know.
It was always you're totally right about. The reason that they spooled up Killzone and Resistance really one after the other was because, you know, Resistance came out in 2006. So it was only 2 years after Killzone. And it seems kind of silly now, but when you see in the environment that they were existing in, they're like, oh shit. You know, like we don't have anything to compete in this new environment at all. We didn't invest any money in shooters at all. And we didn't. Both, and what's ironic and it really shows is that both of those games, Killzone 1 and Resistance, 1, 2, and 3 are all second party games. So Sony wasn't really even interested in investing, and I think they invested more in Guerilla and tried to make Killzone really happen. Much more, they gave that game much more of a benefit of the doubt than Resistance ever got. Dustin, I want to get you in here. Do you want to go kill some Hellgast?
No, I think I'm good. Mainly those games. The only one I played really extensively, and I never think I finished it, was Killzone Shadowfall. But I think that they've done a good job identifying, I think, what was one of the major issues, and I feel like there is no grounding point for that series. Like, I don't. Do you remember who do you even play as in those games? Is it a different person in each one?
I think it's a different person. I know what it was like Call of Duty in that sense. I'll look it up.
So
I think one of them's names is Rico or something like that.
Yeah. So I understand exactly what they're saying. It's not that every game needs to have a core character to ground the IP that for people to latch onto for it to be successful, because you look again at games like Elden Ring, where I guess the characters people latch onto in that are not the player character, but the different enemies and bosses and characters within the story. But it is super essential. You think about Horizon with Aloy, how essential she is, just that the image of her character, how important she is to that. And I'll think of the other PlayStation IP too, like Ellie with The Last of Us. These having that core character for people to latch onto and believe in is really important. And it's not that the Hellgast aren't cool. They are very cool. But like they said, I think that only can take you so far. So I think that if Killzone ever comes back, it needs to be fully rebooted. And they probably will take some lessons from, if they were to do that, from Horizon and try to have a stronger forward-facing character alongside, having the Hellgast front and center. But this Horizon stuff with all these different...
Hold on that. We'll get to the Horizon stuff. I'll pitch that to you.
All I was going to say is I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, me too. I wanted to just answer quickly the protagonists in Killzone. In Killzone 1 and Liberation, it's John Templar. And I remember this now. It's 2 and 3, it's Sev.
Good old Sev.
In Mercenary, it's Danner. And in Shadowfall, it's Kellen. And then, but here's the thing I wanted to say as we exit on Killzone is that I always kind of felt this way, although I think I gave it short shrift because I think the story in Resistance is so much stronger about the Chimera and like the arrival on Earth and taking over like the Soviet Union and all that's fucking awesome. It's very complex. And I always enjoyed that. But Killzone's story, it wasn't for a lack, like they could have written it. It's not only the lack of protagonists. The entire fundamental idea behind Killzone is awesome. They just didn't take advantage of it the proper way. And so I agree with you that a reboot would be necessary. It would have to just be called Killzone, and it would have to just go back to this idea, which is what Killzone is about these two planets in just never-ending war with each other. Like, and like how the Hellgast wear all that weird apparatus because they're on like the shitty, like they're the have-nots on like the shitty planet, and the humans are humans and are kind of like better off. And it's like this not intergalactic, but interstellar struggle between the two.
I think you would have to do it in such a way that you have like some kind of CG, you have like some story trailer where you're like, it's like really, really compelling. And you're like, what the hell's going on? And none of it reads like Killzone at all.
Maybe you just see the eyes once or something,
or it ends and it's like Killzone. And you're like, what is that? How's that going to be Killzone? Like that's it, because it needs a story. Like a really like grounded story, like with actual like interpersonal relationships between like characters and stuff, because that's what really sets pretty much every first person shooter of any real consequence that isn't something like Doom, which is like purely gameplay driven, apart. It's the reason why people like it's the reason why I'll tell you this is the reason why a lot of people are into Destiny right now, or in at all, is because they figured that out. It's why people talk about Call of Duty and they talk about Soap and all these characters and that. It's important to have that. I played Killzone very, very briefly a long time ago, like on PS3. It wasn't even mine. It was at like friends' houses and stuff. And I don't remember a single character except for that one dude in PlayStation All-Stars.
Oh yeah, Radic.
Yeah,
he's from Killzone 2. I remember like moments and some of the villains because the Hellgast, I think, are really cool. I always thought it was really funny, though. I remember making fun of it back in the day on Beyond, being like, so they wear these apparatuses because they can't breathe. But why do the apparatuses have to have red eyes that give them away at night? Did anyone
cool.
like think that like maybe you don't have to give them these eyes that like fucking glow in the dark? I'm fucking headshotting these dudes left and right over and over again.
Some things can survive on the principle of cool alone. It's like Sam Fisher's goggles.
Yeah.
How like they're
true.
glowing. They're like these 3 glowing green lights in the dark. It's like no one sees that.
That's why I'm saying, like, I love your idea of the trailer, like a really beautiful rendered trailer. And at the end, like some guy gets held up and you should just see the eyes. And then it just goes into like the Killzone logo or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
Like, because that is the central, at least to me, Killzone is black, white, and that orange color. Like,
yeah.
It is, I don't know. The first Killzone, people can go back and play it because I'm pretty sure Supermassive ported it to PS3 way back in the day. Killzone 1 does not hold up. It doesn't. The Resistance 1 still holds up kind of, but you still have to like click to aim and shit like that in that game. That's why they need to get it going. You know, Resistance 2 and Resistance 3, Killzone 2, Killzone 3, Shadowfall, all good. But I want to reiterate for those that are still messing around with their Vitas or are interested, the best Killzone game pound for pound is Killzone Mercenary. Like that game is really great. And
it's a twin stick, right?
No, it's a first person shooter on Vita. And it's,
oh really?
Yeah. And it's awesome. And it gets it actually is kind of a little ahead of its time, not in any way meaningful, but you could see Killzone being adapted like Mercenary was to be one of these games as a service. Cause a lot of it was, as the name suggests, it was about earning money. Like it had a campaign and multiplayer suite or whatever, but all of it was like tied together. Everything you did earned you money to buy things and do all this stuff. And it's maybe a blueprint for how they can proceed with Killzone in the future. I don't know, but I think that is it's up there with Golden Abyss, and maybe that's it. Where it's like this is a truly console quality game on the handheld. They didn't really make very many of those. All right, let's get into Horizon now, Dustin. I know you were eager to talk about that, so I pitch it over to you. This question comes from Icon Adel. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. I'm sorry. Hello, gents. Did you catch the Guerilla news? What does having 16 plans clicking on mean exactly? So that's just like I think a Britishism. He's not British, but I think that's what he's saying. Like clicking on. Some people are intimidating this means 16 games, which sounds crazy, but even if it means shows and movies, that's still a lot. Any guess as to what these plans might include is always have a nice day.
Oh,
Dustin, yeah, talk to me. You wanted to.
Yeah, well,
I'll let you guys take it.
I was first thinking like, what do we know for sure? So we know Horizon, Netflix. Mm-hmm. We know the multiplayer game. Is that separate from the MMO? I'm trying to remember.
Yes. It is, but the game, in my opinion, it is. Games Radar reported on this talk at Brighton Develop where they were talking about those games being one and the same. And I'm like, I don't think so, dude. There's a multiplayer game in development at Horizon, or I'm sorry, at Guerilla.
Yeah.
And then there's a MMO reportedly in development in South Korea.
Right.
We'll
just call them separate. Yeah. For the sake of this argument.
I think that they are. Yeah.
We have Horizon Remake, and let's say we have Horizon 3.
We definitely have Horizon 3. I mean, that's definitely happening.
So that's 5 out of the 16.
Yeah, so that's about a third.
So we still have 11 more projects. What do we got? A visual novel in here? A radio play or something? I mean,
yeah. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. You're going to see books.
Dude, like Halo.
Books to this. Yeah, exactly.
And that's not necessarily a bad thing.
No, it's not a bad thing yet. But it has the potential to really, at least the books are coming after the fact as opposed to coming with Halos.
Where do you think the aggression comes from with this series? There's a unique aggression with the series. Sony's actually usually very reserved, actually, compared to what they could do. You have any idea how many Uncharted games they could have made by now?
Well, I think they realize that they have a world that's interesting, and I think they realize that they have a gameplay style that is adaptable. Whereas, I feel like Uncharted is, you can't make a loot-driven, multiplayer Uncharted game. I don't, not really, not in a way that people would get really. Ooh, I get to find a stone amulet in Machu Picchu. That's not a multiplayer thing. What's a multiplayer thing is, hey, I want to kill a robot dinosaur.
Yeah.
and it's not really important who I am. And so you have this flexibility in the IP. I think you have an engine that is really potentially like very, very strong and very, very. I mean, Sony's been pretty happy with that engine as far as I know. It's like, so that engine being a pretty big sticking point, I think is a big factor in it. And maybe there's like a flexibility there that is not necessarily there with other engines or proprietary engines.
Yeah, Decima is definitely like Death Stranding 2 is being built on Decima again. So
right, yeah. So I don't know. I feel like it's a lot of things, but I don't know if this is good. This is red flags all over the place to me. Like 16 is too much of anything.
Yeah,
like I don't care if it's all game. If it's 5 games, that already is a lot for games, right? To even imagine that there might be even one more game is crazy. So to then even get out of the realm of games and get into like like a book trilogy, and then like maybe like a graphic novel run of different characters in the world, or like a animated. I don't know what the fuck you could possibly do. Maybe they're trying to build this world out, and maybe I would imagine most of these things would not center around Aloy at all. Which would, I mean, that would be the smart way to go about it.
Yeah, I think that's what I was going to ask was, I wonder if Aloy is like part of this. Like, is there something unique about her? Like, are they seeing something in like the way women specifically interact with this franchise and this character or something? Like, I guess what I'm trying to figure out the angle apart from I think Horizon's awesome, but too much of a good thing is a bad thing. I mean, it just is what it is. So I wonder, well, Dustin, let's get you involved in this. I know you wanted to speak on this. What do you make of this? Like, first of all, I would imagine that these projects could be as simple as like that Lego set, right? Yeah. I just don't know why you would say it that way. It's such an intimidating number. I'm sure Sony PR was not happy about that, because it makes it sound fucking ridiculous when you think about like nothing needs 16 different threads pulled. Nothing needs that. So like, how could Horizon possibly justify that? But I want to get you back involved here in wondering, where do you think this comes from? Why Horizon? Like, is my theory correct that it's got something uniquely to do with Aloy, perhaps?
I don't know if it has something uniquely to do with Aloy. I think that there is something to say about the image of the game, or the images, whatever, from the game are pretty striking as far as it's unique. It is pretty wholly unique in its, the robot dinosaurs, the setting. I think that that's something that Sony definitely looks at and can lean into. The thing that is odd to me, and I'm not making a personal statement here, but just to see, especially after Forbidden West, that we're starting to see, I guess, more pushback from core gamers around this IP, where a lot of people felt like, yeah, it was a really pretty game, but it wasn't necessarily as good as I wanted it to be, or as good as I had hoped for. It's kind of more of the same in some ways. And I know not everyone had that opinion, but I think it's worth stating that there was some conversation around that. And so it's to see Sony kind of dig in further is they must have some kind of telemetry where they're like, yeah, we feel like Horizon is big in our core, but we can take it further. I mean, look at how they've taken The Last of Us, and now Last of Us is a household name where Colin, your dad, brings it up and knows about it. I wonder if they think that Horizon can be that next thing where,
yeah,
like, okay,
and he liked it. That's the important thing,
Right. Yeah. I wonder, Last of Us is so grounded, and it's in an established popular genre, in that it's a post-apocalyptic zombie thing, whereas Horizon is kind of more firmly in sci-fi, and I wonder if that will not translate as well to a broad audience. Not that people don't like sci-fi. I mean, look at something like Dune, is huge, but traditionally sci-fi is, outside of a few big examples, is not as big as, something like Last of Us, something more grounded.
It's going to be more challenging to do Horizon.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And I have this like fantasy of them doing it like Jurassic Park or something, where like they spend the time and the money to like make it as practical as possible, which would be fucking so cool, you know? And then of course you do all the things you need to do, but like have this grounded thing where it looks real and it looks right. And it's not just some redheaded actress in front of a green screen. It's got to be more, like much more than that, or it's not going to work. And I say this, I know people had a problem with Forbidden West, but I think Forbidden West was exceptionally good. Like I loved it. And I loved the story, especially. I think the story is fucking crazy. The story is crazy good. Like the story to me is the stuff of like a TV show or something, where that's like a sci-fi. I don't want to get into what it's about, but I had no clue that that's what they were going to make the second game about. And I loved the villains, and I like Aloy personally a lot. I think she's a great character. So, and it seems like people are you're right that there's like a vocal contingent growing against this character in this game, but I think the sales very, very high, you know, like 33 million copies between the two of them is a lot of copies. It's open world role-playing game.
It's the only example of in my opinion, of a Sony first party game as far as like modern Sony is concerned, that is as strong narratively as it is in its gameplay. Whereas I feel like The Last of Us is very, very narrative driven. Not to say that gameplay isn't good, but that type of gameplay is definitely not suited to like a multiplayer environment in the same way that multiplayer is popular today, which is to say in a live service environment, in a almost kind of like loot kind of RPG light kind of way. Like even Call of Duty has like stats and stuff now. It's crazy. It's weird shit. Like and classes and like different characters with different abilities and stuff. It's way, way different than it used to be, where you could just have like a fun gameplay loop. We're not in the days of factions anymore. We're in the days of like, okay, we need a compelling live service multiplayer. We need a compelling multiplayer that's going to keep people on for years and years at a time. And I think Horizon has that flexibility, and it has that story that is actually engaging to people. And I feel like people at Sony see that, and they're like, okay, well, this is a unique thing where we can capture both. We can capture kind of every facet of the industry in this way, where we can capture the story with our single player, like high budget, you know, tentpole releases. And we can also have gameplay driven, like purely gameplay driven multiplayer stat, loot driven kind of combat and ecosystems that run separately from it. It's not like Heavy Rain, where like, you know, a PvP Heavy Rain ain't working.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you. It's flexible. It's intriguing. It's well written. I mean, the guy is one of the central people behind the series and like the story and everything, wrote Fallout New Vegas, which is famous role-playing game, very well regarded role-playing game. He doesn't work there anymore, but
that's the thing too. Like you could make an RPG out of that, like a proper, like that's a universe that is really kind of, it's so out there that you could really mold that into anything. You could make a Horizon tactics game theoretically. You could
That'd
make
be awesome.
You could make a Horizon RPG. You could make a Horizon first person shooter,
side scroller. You can do a lot of things.
You can do a lot of things with it, and I think they know that.
Sony, should we squash our beef so Lily Mo can make a 16-bit Horizon side scroller starring Aloy? Imagine the animations, her hair, you know, be awesome. Yeah. Kind of like why can't I think of her name? The Way Forward series. Of side scrollers, Shantae. Like her hair is a huge part of the animation. Very cute. As far as Horizon is concerned, they do have to just pump the brakes and be careful. I wouldn't read so much into the 16 projects thing or 16 tethers. English is not his first language. I think he was saying what he was saying, but it could mean any number of things. But I think that even what we know about, as you said, Dustin, it's not almost too much. It is too much. You could imagine a PS5 and PC MMO from NCSoft for Horizon that sucks off. I was gonna say sucks off. That sucks off the maybe like your Final Fantasy 14 people, right? And then you have like your Guerilla developed internal multiplayer
Final Fantasy 14
game, and you suck off the final, yeah, and like maybe they have the data. What's interesting about Sony and first party and just all the first parties is that they have the fundamentally soundest data about what people play and like what they do. They don't share everything with everyone. They use some of that to tactical advantage. And so like, it's just funny to look at how much things have changed, but like how much sales figures have changed. Games have gotten more expensive to make. Obviously, they're pretty much a static price as inflation changes and the price goes up, if not cheaper than they've ever been, as we said. But like games used to sell, if a game sold 10 million copies in the PS1 era, that's like one of the best selling games that was on the console. 15 to 20 million on PS2, one of the best selling games on the console. We're at a point now where games are selling 150 million copies if they're like critical commercial darling hits. A game like Red Dead Redemption does 50 plus million. And so you have to kind of set your expectations that like, wow, if you have a series in 2 games that did 33 million, not so bad, like not too shabby at all, really. And by the way, I just wanted to also just say real quick, because I think you'll find this interesting that, and I didn't write this in there, but that they did say that they think that Forbidden West sales were hurt, but are being helped long-term by the fact that people didn't play it because they couldn't find a PS5 and that they knew that they wanted to wait. So anyway, I wanted to throw that out there. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that like that first party data is definitely important, but it also, I mean, data can be misleading in a lot of ways. I think about how Xbox, when they were like, so many people are using the Xbox to stream Netflix. So let's like make a cable box. Like the data is important, but it's also you could argue that if they had no access to that data, they'd probably be better off.
That's fair. You got to be able to interpret the data.
Yeah, you got to be able to take the right lessons away from that data, and people putting a lot of money in Horizon, I think, I mean, that's good data. It speaks to the strength as an IP, but I mean, like you said, too much of a good thing is not good.
Well, look at it this way. I'm a Horizon fan. Self-proclaimed, unabashed. I love Horizon. I think Zero Dawn's an awesome game. I think Forbidden West is even better. And I don't want anything more than the third and final game. Just give me the third game, finish the story, have a trilogy of games, and move on. I do agree that would be foolish from a business and fiduciary standpoint, because you can exploit the shit out of this universe. And they're going to do that beyond the 3 games, but you can do it tastefully. So I just think that they need to just keep that in mind. Have your Zero Dawn re-release, have your multiplayer game and your third game and your MMO, but then like kind of let's let everything settle a little bit over the years and see what happens. I don't know, man. Let's get into some of their future here in number 4. We'll have some more context here after we read this. This just happened before the show. Sony intends on spending much, much more than usual into game R&D, or research and development, according to an English language report from Japanese publication Nikkei. As the piece reads, Sony is targeting live service games, which we already well know, and also so-called extended reality. So extended reality sounds like a new way to say augmented reality to me, and reading about it. I read about it, and it's like the fusion of the real and the fake. I mean, isn't that what augmented reality is? So I think it's just like them trying to revive that term. That will require more than $2 billion in this fiscal year. Sony's total R&D cost across the entire company, which is obviously well known for electronics and gear, is only $5 billion for the fiscal year, meaning that PlayStation is siphoning up to 40% of it. Indeed, according to the piece, quote, this amount now surpasses spending in electronics and semiconductors, end quote. And the reason why is obvious, quote, games are a major pillar driving Sony's business. Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, that's EBITDA, I think you should say, for the company's game businesses was up more than 60% from 5 years ago. Sony's pivot from a focus on hardware to a subscription-based model is spurring the company to step up R&D. Having long relied on sales of its PlayStation game console, the company will now focus on live service games that let customers purchase add-ons for titles streamed online. Sony projects that the market for add-on style games will reach $19 billion in 2026, a figure that would surpass the market for hardware like PlayStation for the first time, end quote. Sony apparently has 9 studios outside of Japan working on extended reality development. And they also reiterate their desire to make, quote, strategic investments, end quote, in the future, quote, prioritizing intellectual property, end quote, according to Hiroki Totoki, Sony's president. Uh-oh. Dustin, what do you think of this? This is what we've been saying. I mean, the indications are heavier and heavier that Sony is moving away from the games that have solidified and made them famous. I think the intent is to have it all. I just don't know if that's going to work. I saw the reactions, although we don't know what they are, but Fair Games and Concord are two of the worst reactions I've seen to Sony first party in a long time, since Knack 2, maybe, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
So maybe that Shadow of the Beast remake from 2018 or 2019 that like they just barely never acknowledge, but they're moving into a different zone. I'm wondering how you feel about this.
Yeah, I think you're right in that they do want to have it all. I'm not panicking right now that we're not going to get the big games that we traditionally like from Sony first party, but I also am not necessarily afraid of live service games from them overall. I think they have a lot to learn right now. And I think one of the biggest pain points is what you just mentioned, Colin, is that they need to learn how to properly market and show off these games that people don't immediately hate them. And I'm one of those people that immediately when I saw from Fair Games was like, I don't think so. I'm not into this. I think that maybe if they had a fucking awesome gameplay trailer that looked really cool and really fun, that maybe we'd be saying something different about this. But you're already swimming upstream here, against the current by trying to push a live service game with your core audience. So you really got to win them where it really counts. I really feel like if they would have come out with not even just gameplay, but a better understanding of what the game is. And that, dude, it's even worse with Concord. Like, what were they thinking showing that? And the only thing I can think is that they're saying, hey, we need more people to come work on this game. This is what this team is working on. We don't have to worry about it leaking or anything like that.
I just think there probably is something to that, but that's such mismanagement because now you have a team of people making a game that everyone hates. Like that. It's not like they don't know that people are like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, we don't care about this shit. Like, it's probably pretty hard to read that when you're like halfway through the game's development.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. They just need to manage that better. They should have never announced those games. And indeed, based on that, they maybe should have never even had the showcase. They should have just stayed quiet.
Right. The last thing I'll just say about live service games is that I think it's easy. It's really easy to get a bad taste in your mouth when you hear live service, because I think immediately for us and the people in our audience, we immediately think Fortnite. And, what's funny is I've kind of come around on Fortnite and think it's way cooler than it was before, but I still get it. I get why there's that, ooh, we don't want that, right? But it's important to remember, too, that games like Destiny are live service games, and Destiny's pretty fucking awesome. And there is the concern of, Sony's going to throw us multiple lifestyle games like Destiny. We're not going to have time to play all these. And I think that's another thing that they're going to have to learn and maybe put some R&D into, is how do these games fit in our players' playtime? How do they? What's the flow of content? What do we want to expect? What people pay for? Like, these are all things that I think are going to be very important to figure out. I'm okay with some of these games being live service. I think some of them can technically benefit from it. I think one of the coolest things of Destiny is how it's an evolving and adapting world that you are along for the ride long term. I think that's super cool. And if more games could emulate that in a way that makes sense, that's awesome. That's super cool. It's very different. And I don't want every game to be like that, but
yeah.
And it's totally, the last point is just like to ignore the financial reality of the growing demand for these types of games would be stupid to not really give it an earnest effort. So I've talked enough, but I guess, Chris, do you feel like my Destiny point makes sense, that if they can glean some of that and do it the right way, that this could be cool?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are certain there are certain experiences that I've gotten from Destiny and other live service games that are really, really unique and really, really awesome, specifically because they are live service games. There's stuff that you can do in a live service game that you cannot do in a traditional single player games. Doesn't mean that those games shouldn't exist also. Obviously, like, the variety is the spice of life and whatever you want to say about it. But, live service isn't inherently bad. My concern though, and I don't know if I really had this concern up until literally maybe right now, just kind of thinking about it. I mean, Colin, you talked about the fiduciary realities of just how much these games make and the potential that they have to make, and how right now it does seem like Sony kind of wants both of them, but at a certain point they might get to a point where, hey, here's a game that we spent comparatively very little money on that is making billions of dollars. There may be a point where they wonder why they even bother with that single player stuff in the first place. Not necessarily from a historical standpoint, but why going forward should they bother? Because the reality is, where else are you going to go? Xbox doesn't have that, not yet anyway, that single player kind of first party provenance. Nintendo is already kind of off in their own silo doing whatever they do. So there could be an argument to be made that a lot of these great, like, big single player titles are it's kind of like a honey trap where it's like, hey, come to PlayStation. You get all this stuff. And then you have so many people in that ecosystem that at a certain point, you don't need to make anything else other than these live service games, because everybody's already in your ecosystem anyway, and they have no reason to go anywhere else, because the thing that they like about your current or your previous, variety isn't available anywhere else. So you might as well just stay with PlayStation. I don't necessarily think that's what's going to happen, but it strikes me as a distinct possibility, because you'd be kind of insane to not understand that you could make a ton of money with comparatively little investment, as opposed to, doing these big blockbuster, single player 30-40 hour games that still make a lot of money, but ultimately have some kind of cap in a way that, a live service game doesn't. It's a possible reality.
Yeah, it's very well said. I totally agree that you can't ignore just the sheer amount of, like, these games as a service are complicated to make, but you can keep throwing them out there in hopes that they stick either for a little while or for long periods of time, and gather more money probably in a less risky fashion than investing in these heavily cinematic, really complicated single player games that just sell less and cost more to make. Because make no mistake about it, like $200 or $2 billion, a $2 billion spend in R&D, with the key being the development cost or whatever. That's 10 God of War Ragnaroks, stem to stern. So that's just being spent in 1 year on just those games. This is a lot of money. And, even if you had the highest cost game, so Grand Theft Auto 6 might end up costing stem to stern, maybe without marketing, $1 billion to make, right? They just spent 2 of those in a year. So it's a significant play that we haven't really seen the fruits of. Like, unfortunately, Fair Games and Concord are kind of like the buds on the tree in early spring. Like, this tree is nowhere near to being bloomed yet. Like, we don't have any fucking idea what the situation's going to look like. And I have said for a long time that I think that the silence came from not having a great deal to say that would make the core PlayStation fan base happy. And I think that they simply have to deliver what I would consider is, and I don't know, I wonder what you think of this, Dustin, like 2 to 3 first/second party AAA single player games a year to keep people happy. And then whatever else they do will not really matter. As long as you're getting one of those, not even a quarter, but once every 4 months, there's like a big drop. If you can keep that going, then you can fill the seams with live service games till the cows come home. I don't think anyone really cares. It really is important about them just keeping the balance, like a waiter with the, with the food in their hands. It's like you just keep it all going, just keep walking and fine. Don't trip and fall, fuck it all up.
Right.
Because I think that that's why I think I'm not so dismayed by the showcase, because Fair Games in Concord existing doesn't mean that Uncharted game doesn't exist, that these other games aren't coming. They obviously are. Sucker Punch, Sony, Santa Monica, Naughty Dog, others all working on single player AAA games. But they have to keep that cadence going. And there is only so much money. Sony doesn't have a lot of means compared to, let's say, Microsoft, where they can't fuck around. They have to make investments that do stick. And I think that's why they're realizing that they only need a few of these 12 games to work. Anyway, what do you think of my theory that they probably can have it both ways? They just need to be very, very careful. And it's probably going to come in the way of second party games, I would imagine, maybe half the time.
Right. Well, and we see them right now with the ass game, the titty game, the Korean game that is coming.
Oh, Stellar Blade.
Stellar Blade, right? That's the only way I can identify.
Yes,
You knew exactly what I was talking about. That's a second party game that they have in the works, which is supposed to come out this year.
And Rise of the Ronin too.
Yeah, and Rise of the Ronin. So you're exactly right that's already what we're seeing them laying the groundwork for right now. But I think that would make sense that they can if they can keep up the pace where they're already currently only releasing, like you said, 2 or 3 first party games a year, maybe even at that, and then filling the gaps with some second party, and then they can fill in with live service games. And I think that in that context, not to get into all the showcase stuff again, because I think we beat that to death, but I can understand right now that if you are of the absolute short-term focus for Sony, that if you saw the showcase that you think the sky is falling, that the live service feature is only it, because they really didn't put out enough to instill confidence of what they're traditionally good at, in that they really haven't laid out what those types of games, those 2 or 3 games a year, what those look like for next year really at all. I mean, we know about Wolverine, but we don't even know if we haven't heard about that for so long. And Insomniac is about to go with Spider-Man. So I can kind of understand that from that perspective. But this goes back to what I was saying initially, is just that with this new, not only these games, but with this being part of their lineup, I think there's a lot to learn still in how they present them and what the context is, and they present them too, because they got to be. I don't think that their bad showcase, their quote unquote bad showcase, is going to tank them forever. But it is important, I think, that they keep that base that's really core in supporting them, or I guess not just supporting them, but being amped about the different games they put out, that they continue to keep them excited about it, because they're the ones that are going to push these live service games if you can deliver.
Yeah, well said. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Like, could you do it? All right, so let's remove everything but first party, second party, and third party timed games. So like Final Fantasy 16, because I think Final Fantasy 16 will probably come to Xbox at some point. It'll probably be maybe a couple of years or a few years. Same with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Like, it would be hard for me to believe that that's always going to be the case. Like, you could imagine it being very Mass Effect like, actually, where like when Final Fantasy Remake 3, Final Fantasy VII Remake 3 comes out, that maybe they all come out at the same time on all the platforms, something like that. That was so annoying to PlayStation fans back in the day, by the way, as people might remember. We got Mass Effect 1 last on PlayStation 3, which was the best. We got it. So fucking stupid. But nonetheless, so if we remove everything except for those kind of isolated boundaries of first, second, third party timed, could Sony do it where they get something in the single player realm every 10 weeks on average? So like 5 times a year. And I think that the answer is yes. So you can imagine next year going like Rise of the Ronin, Ghost of Tsushima 2 Wolverine with A and B as third-party timed exclusives, maybe like Dragon Quest 12, or let's say Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth in the beginning of the year, and maybe Dragon Quest 12 in the fall, something like that. And that's pretty standard, if not pretty good. And then you just fill the seams with your let's say every quarter and a half or so. So like, let's say like 3 times a year or so, you would release a live service game. And see how that, I feel like if you can keep that balance and really satiate everyone's demands. Because here's the thing is that, and this goes back to them having the data, they see the money they're making off of Genshin Impact, right? Like they're seeing the money they're going to make off of Honkai Star Rail, or whatever the hell that game's called. And they see the money they're making off of GTA Online, and they see their money they're making off all these, and they're like, we're only getting 30% of the money. Sometimes probably even less, because these are probably special deals with huge publishers that do massive amounts of income on PSN. So they're like, we gotta get that money. Like we have to get that money. And I don't blame them. So Chris, this was kind of what you were going into as the kind of inevitability of it.
Yeah.
So let's leave it there for now. It's hard to prognosticate about the future when we don't have much information to work on. I just think that if you could walk away, even the most dismayed person from the showcase, I think can walk away understanding that there was so much that was not shown that we know is coming from first party single player in the future. Like at least we know at least 2 of them, right? In Wolverine and the Uncharted game. So it just, I don't know. Don't be too worried yet. But I'm I'm concerned about. Here's the thing that concerns me is that on the one hand, one of the live service games is the Horizon multiplayer game. In fact, another one of them could be the MMO, which just knocks 2 of them right off the chart, right? Like, so the reality is it might not even look the way we think it's going to look when it all, like The Last of Us Factions is one of them. That leaves us with 9, right? We know Concord and Fair Games, so that leaves us with 7. Helldivers, as I said earlier, could be one of them. We don't actually know what Helldivers is going to be yet, you know? Or like if they consider that a live service product. So that leaves us with half. So already it doesn't look quite as dramatic as you might think. But at the same time, the interpretation of that could be that we're talking about 12 unknown products or something like that. You know, so we'll see. Yeah. All right, finally, number 5. Wrap this up quick. It's another week, so it's time to talk about PlayStation Plus again. This time we have new additions en route for PlayStation Plus's so-called game catalog available across the extra and premium tiers. In other words, if you only have PS Plus Essential, this isn't for you, so it's not for me. The biggest game added to these 2 tiers comes in the form of It Takes Two, the co-op adventure puzzle game developed by Hazelight Studios and published by EA in 2021 on both PS4 and PS5. It surpassed a staggering 10 million copies sold and was a critical darling as well. That's unbelievable. 10 million copies of that game is insane. Hardcore Rebellion developed FPS Sniper Elite 5 is also available for both PS4 and PS5, having been released back in 2022. Low-key mega popular truck driving game SnowRunner, released on PS4 in 2020 and PS5 in 2022, will also be available across platforms via publisher Focus and developer Saber Interactive. The 2019 PS4 World War Z game, also from Saber, will also be available with its 2023 PS5 port also free to download. One-time Xbox exclusive twin-stick shooter The Ascent from developer Neon Giant will be available on both PS4 and PS5, having first come to the consoles in 2022. Critical darling Undertale, an RPG from Toby Fox, first launched on PS4 in 2017, will be made available for PS4 players, as well as the 2020 remake of the 2003 action platformer SpongeBob SquarePants Battle for Bikini Bottom Rehydrated from Purple Lamp and THQ Nordic. Other games include 2021 2D fighter Melty Blood Type Lumina for PS4, 2021 puzzle survival game Dismantle from 10 Tons Limited for both PS4 and PS5, Zen developed 2022 RPG Circus Electrique, which actually looks really good for PS4. Omega Force developed Musous on PS4 in the form of 2018's Dynasty Warriors 9 and 2021's Samurai Warriors 5. Children's game My Little Pony, A Maritime Bay Adventure on PS4 and PS5. That's for you, Chris. And Reissue Games Fast and Furious Spy Racers, Rise of Shifter, and Monster Jam Steel Titans, the former on PS4 and PS5 and the latter only on PS4. Finally, for the PS Plus premium tier only come 3 more classics, likely available a la carte as well for the interested. The 2010 PSP port of the 2009 PS3 via PSN game Gravity Crash is available as Gravity Crash Portable. via developer just to add water, and likely in preparation for the upcoming Twisted Metal TV show on Peacock. The original Twisted Metal from 1995 and its 1996 sequel Twisted Metal 2, both on PS1, will be available. Both were developed by defunct studio Single Track and were led in development in part by none other than personal friend and friend of the show, David Jaffe. I actually messaged him to congratulate him on all of these things happening and kind of a celebration of his contributions to the games industry. I wanted to go into this Albert Hendrickson question for you, Dustin, specifically. Yo, CDC, July is another great month for PS Plus Extra and Premium. On the podcast, there are often complaints about the Classics collection. I could understand the complaints early on, but a year later, the Classics collection is large and continuing to grow, with 27 PS1 games, 24 PS2 games, 27 PS3 remasters, and 20 PSP games, plus numerous classic games from non-Sony platforms. It's been nearly 2 years since they added any backwards compatible games to Xbox, so who knows, Sony could catch up. I know I am not the only person who is enjoying the classic catalog, so I just wanted to give it a shout out. You've been critical of this, I think rightfully so. Where do you think we stand now that we've been doing this for a while?
Their output is definitely getting better. In particular, the last few months, we've seen them really start to put out a lot better games. Particularly, Legend of Dragoon was one people were really excited about, and even some more fun, weird titles like Worms and that Herc's Adventure game last month was pretty cool. So, and now, dude, I think Twisted Metal 1 and 2 is fucking awesome. This is sick. So it is definitely now much better. They need to, I think that if they can maintain this pace where you're getting a few interesting titles, like I think 3 is a 3 backwards compatible games, maybe 2 PS1 and 1 PSP game, something like that. Man, if they could add Vita into the mix too, that would be super cool eventually. But I do think that now it's definitely much better. And the value, of course, is going to be in the eye of the beholder. But I will comment as well as far as the extra tier continually being really awesome. And dude, Undertale being on there, that's one of my favorite games of all time. Not that I think it's worth going and subscribing to this service for, because you probably could pick it up really cheap. But I have to shout it out. One of my favorites of all time, a turn-based RPG where you can totally be pacifist and not kill anybody if you want to. So it's a really, really neat and special game. Check it out.
All right, let's get into listener inquiries to wrap this show up, as we always end each episode of Sacred Symbols with 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from Patreon. Patreon.com/laststandmedia. Use the thread every week in the newsfeed, published on Wednesdays, deleted Thursdays. I grab what you say. Let's get into it. Andrew Griffin wrote in and said, happy birthday, trophies. Last week, PSN celebrated its 15th year of incorporating trophies. From Super Stardust HD till today, Super Stardust, of course, being the first game that got trophies, it's been a welcome addition for many. You've all shared your trophy experiences, but where and what do you see trophies evolving into for the next 15 years? I won't put you guys on the spot if you have nothing to say for this, but I did want to say something, and I'll answer the question, but acknowledge that, yeah, I saw that actually, that trophies turned 15. It was the summer of 2008 that trophies were added to Super Stardust HD, and by January of 2009, trophies were mandatory on PlayStation, which was cool. So after that, every game had trophies, and we all, or at least I've really enjoyed it, and a lot of people out there have enjoyed it. I don't know what trophies are going to evolve into. I think that I've said many times that I think they have to kind of figure out a new weighting system, and like maybe I think bringing like value to trophies in terms of basically acting as some sort of balanced and reasonable reward system for people, much like they're doing with PlayStation, like with the PlayStation Stars system, which is cool, but you could really meld all those things together, really just make it much more streamlined and give people, you know, a little bit of money or a little bit of PSN value, free games, whatever, access to cool things by the trophies that they earn, and have it be an event. And if you know that, especially like it doesn't have to, not every trophy has to count. It would be cool if the first party games counted. They could really chronicle that and make it harder and make it fair and reward people. And they've done little things in the past. Like I think if you platinumed Bloodborne, you got a theme, right? In the mail or something, and that was like exclusive to you. So that's what I think that the like a general reward system on PlayStation can look like. But we don't have to get into this because I know you guys aren't into trophies. But I did want to acknowledge that because it never came up on the show that trophies did indeed turn 15 years old. So happy birthday, trophies. You're only 3 years away from being sent off to fight in the Middle East. Gerard Quinn wrote in and said, "Hello, gentlemen. I wanted to hear your thoughts on a topic that has been on my mind lately. With the recent news of IO Interactive opening a new studio to develop their 007 game, it got me thinking. Nowadays, we often see games receiving the Hollywood treatment being adapted into live-action TV shows and movies. However, we rarely see the opposite, movies or TV shows being adapted into games. Do you think such adaptations could work? Personally, when I think about the classic action movies from the 80s and 90s, a game based on something like Die Hard comes to mind as a great idea. What are your opinions? Do you believe gamers would be interested in seeing game remakes of beloved movies? Are there any TV shows or movies you'd personally like to see made into a game? Thank you for taking the time to read this, and let's go Islanders." Thank you, Gerard, for writing in. It's funny because you're talking about licensed games, which are one time very common for films, but they never were. They were obviously famously bad, with a rare exception. And then I think Arkham Asylum specifically started a trend of things generally getting better for licensed games. That was in 2009, I want to say. And before that, you had like Batman from Sunsoft on NES was like a really good licensed game, and others, but obviously most licensed games were pretty bad. But these days, it would be interesting to think about the way things would translate in the other direction, because there's really no reason why it only has to go in one direction. And I understand that it's often hard to boil that down. I remember when I was writing strategy guides, I wrote the guide for that Lost game. I don't know if you guys remember that. It was called Via Damas or something like that.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, man, this fucking game sucks, and it was like so different than, it didn't capture the essence of the show at all, because maybe the tech wasn't there, or they didn't have the right idea. But I like the idea of going in the other direction. Dustin, does anything come to mind for you that you're watching or that you've seen recently that you think could make into a good video game?
I'll have to think about that for a second, but I did want to comment on his overall question about movie games. And I think that you mentioned Arkham being a turning point. I think that's a really good game to bring up, because the thing about Arkham is that it wasn't a, Dark Knight game, right? It was a, hey, we're using this IP. We're going to do our own thing. We can pull from some of the comics and we can kind of make it our own. And I think that that's been the winning success, instead of saying, hey, we're going to take, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, which that game actually ended up being pretty sick. So that's not a good example. I don't know, The Chronicles of Narnia or Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, and make a straight beat for beat conversion of gameplay that doesn't even really make sense. I think that game in particular made people realize, like, oh, if we want to make games based on movie IPs, that we need to not base it on the movie. We need to base it on the IP. And I think that's what they're going to do with the 007 game, is that it's not like they're going to scan Daniel Craig into the game and make a Casino Royale game or something like that. They're just going to make their own 007 and be able to do whatever they want. So I think that that's kind of the way forward and has been. But I'm trying to think of like specific things. Like, I know they did recently, there was that Dune RTS game, but dude, I would love to see a more I like first person or AAA Dune game. That would be cool. Something in the Blade Runner universe, which I know there has been quite a few different Blade Runner games, but something really big budget would be awesome. But yeah, it's all about using the IP and not trying to actually, here's a great example. What are they going to do about this Indiana Jones game? I'm really curious about this, because Indiana Jones is so tied to Harrison Ford being that character that I just wonder, how are they going to handle that?
Maybe,
and I know it's not a PlayStation game.
The fuck out,
Yeah,
they'll get the guy who played Han Solo in Solo.
Oh yeah. Iron Wreck. Well, what's his name? I can't think. Like
Aaron Reich or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't know. The question kind of confused me, because, like, why don't we see movies becoming games? It's like we did that for decades. Like, we did that for a very, 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 very long time. Like Back to the Future on NES and all these
Oh my god, the
ridiculous.
licensed game was at its peak in the PS2, GameCube, Xbox era.
Yeah, but license. I look at licensed games and movie tie-in games as like
Oh,
distinctly
sure. I see
different.
what you're saying. Yeah.
Like I don't consider. I know it is a licensed game, but like when I think of the Arkham games, I don't think of them as I think of them as Batman games, and they are their own, and they are in some ways their own kind of source material. Like I don't think they're derived from movies in the same way that like, you know, Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 1 and 2 on Xbox and PS2 were kind of based on the movie. Those are like that's a different thing. And by the way, like there was a time for a pretty long stretch of time where those games started out really bad. You had like E.T. on Atari, famously horrendous, and Back to the Future on NES. And then it actually, in my estimation of what I remember, things actually kind of got better. I remember there was a Toy Story game on PS1 that I really, really liked.
Yeah, there's some there are some Disney games that are well respected on PS1.
Yeah, even earlier than that, there was like an Aladdin game on SNES.
Yeah, and Lion King as well.
And Lion King and games that people really, really like. I remember playing a Lilo and Stitch kind of like Mega Man type game on Game Boy Advance SP. And I remember being like, this is pretty good. And we were eating good for a while as far as that went. And then like something happened around I think the late 2010s, around the time of X-Men Origins Wolverine, which is I think the last truly like great movie based licensed game that we ever got, where things immediately got bad. And I don't know how or why, because it was a pretty reliable thing. Like I remember a while, and by the way, these are not like necessarily like 10 out of 10 games, but I remember having a good amount of fun with games like Angelina Jolie's Wanted, like where you could like curve bullets.
Yeah.
I remember playing the demo of that like a lot because it was just fun to curve bullets up into people's heads from around the corner of this plane level. And I was like, this is kind of sick. But at a certain point, it kind of got, I think we realized that it was A, too limiting to base a game on the structure of a movie, and B, derivative, because so much of what we get in games is already an interpretation of what we kind of get out of certain movies. I think of Indiana Jones, for example, and how that directly relates to Uncharted, and how very clearly that's what that is. And so what's the point in having an Indiana Jones game when we already have Uncharted? And to better illustrate the point, why even have an Uncharted movie if we already have Indiana Jones?
Yeah, fair enough.
So I think we do have movies that make their way into games. I just think it's not direct because they don't work together in the same way that like you could adapt a book into a show or a comic into a movie. I think the liberties that you have to take in doing that are so extraneous and so vast that it's arguable that what you're doing isn't even in the spirit of what the film even is anymore. And I think that's really what happened. And also the glut of mobile, like endless runner games we got. Like I don't remember the specific game or the specific movie, but I remember in the early 2010s, there was some movie tie-in game. And I was like, oh, a movie tie-in game. I haven't seen one of those in a while. And it was a endless runner where you just kind of, I don't know, you played as, I don't know, the fucking minions. I don't know. I don't remember what movie it was. But I was like, oh, interesting. So this is not happening anymore. Like I remember things like Bolt on Xbox 360, and you're not getting like a Secret Life of Pets video game.
Right.
Or like the B movie, the video game, which I remember actually
Cloudy
playing.
with a Chance of Meatballs up where the wildings are. They all had games.
If you see a video game tied into those things now, chances are it's just some mobile game to just generate revenue. And that's ultimately what happened.
Jonathan Turner wrote in, said, hey, CDC, with Sega of America workers now unionized, how long do you think it will take for this to spread across the industry? What would be some positives or negatives if this became the norm? I thought this was interesting because Sega's workers in the U.S. voted with quite a few people abstaining, but voted pretty overwhelmingly to join a union. I wanted to bring this up, not literally, because I don't want to talk about the Sega situation specifically, but I think it brings an interesting topic into light that we don't talk about, which is that the reality is that at big publishers, and we're seeing this obviously with Japanese developers and publishers giving huge raises, is that we are probably severely undervaluing labor in Western game development when compared to comparable entertainment mediums where there are post-release monies, protections, rights that don't exist in games. And I think that as this becomes more and more organized at a publisher and developer level, and then they start to organize collectively, which is the next step, that we're going to see the true cost of gaming rise even more, which is why I am so wary of upsetting the economics of games, because it simply will not be able to keep up with that increase. So I personally have no problem with, I've never really had a problem with private unions. My problem is with public unions. My problem has always been with public unions, because I like teachers unions and shit like that. It's like police unions. Like my dad's a member of the New York City Firefighters Union, and I've always, had arguments with him about this, that, and the other thing. And I always feel like public unions need to be held accountable by government, and often aren't. But private unions are held accountable by the market, and that's like the most ruthless thing to be held accountable for of all. So if you're part of like a private union at a video game publisher, more power to you. I think that's great. Like, so I don't know if you guys have anything you want to say about that. I'll move on otherwise, but I just wanted to acknowledge that, and I think it opens up this idea, especially in light of what is going on in Hollywood right now, with not only the writers but now the actors, where there's serious problems with. A lot of this has to do with back end money. Like a lot of it, royalties, things that like these guys are taking a stand for themselves because they're the creative outlet for this. And streaming services and subscription services are really upending the way that they do business, and it needs to be accounted for. And I just wonder what it looks like when that accountability comes to games, which it should. I like the idea of people having residuals on games. I like the idea of people being able to rely on working hard on a game and getting some sort of credit for it when it's sold again 10 years down the line.
If my uncle can get a check in the mail in 2023 for some Bud Light commercial that he did, even if it's a couple dollars, there's no reason why like a lead designer of fucking Legend of Zelda shouldn't, you know what I mean? It seems kind of insane.
No, I agree. I totally think that's what I'm saying. Like we don't even have, I think there's a danger in some sense of getting, of growing too much and getting too much of a workforce, simply because it's probably going to become cheapest to interact with workforces in the way Sony is already doing it with second parties, which is to say like, let's just do one game at a time. And then if the realities change where there become residuals and rights-based like post-release stuff, which is cool for developers, then that's just something that has to be done on a game-by-game basis. And you don't have to worry about entire legacy studios moving along with you inside. It's why getting the milk is better than buying the cow, perhaps, and why I fear for Sony's future of consolidation, because I just don't want them to do it. All right, let's move on. Jacob Starr wrote in and said, howdy, CDC. Chris's comments about being easily lost in 2D platformers struck a chord with me as I was listening to last week's episode. Not only do I find navigation confusing, but the general challenge presented with these games is usually usually too much for me. So I asked myself why. My first video game was the original Tekken, so I did not grow up playing 2D platformers, and maybe because I did not develop those skills as a kid, I find myself deficient in them now. With a 2D renaissance going on for years now, I have dipped my toes in again and again, hoping to find something that resonates with me. Bloodstained too hard, Shovel Knight way too hard. Now I'm currently playing Rogue Legacy 2 and finding myself getting skill checked rather quickly, which sucks because I like the direction and idea of the game. My question is this: is it a me problem, or is it pinpoint accuracy and timing just the nature of the genre? Take care, and remember to harvest any eggs you might find after you're done with the chicken. Thank you, Jacob. That would be very unusual for me to fertilize the chicken's eggs. I don't know that would work. I don't know if that would be natural.
No.
So Jacob, here's the thing about, and I wanted to bring this up because I think that it really comes down to what you're used to. And I think I'm very self-deprecating naturally. And so I think I might self-deprecate on my own skill set too much as a player of games, especially in the 2D realm. Like I make fun of myself for not beating Cuphead, but the reality is I never really even tried. I just like play it. I played it as far as I could, and I was like, I don't really want to do this. Like when you die once or
Yeah.
twice. And it's like I never sat there and really tried. And I think that when I hear you describe games like Bloodstain, which is categorically for me as a 2D player of games not hard at all, and Shovel Knight, which is I think overrated in its difficulty, I think that it does become an individualized skill situation, which is not an insult because I feel like I share that deficiency in different spaces. Like I'm much more deficient in 3D games than I am in 2D games. I'm very natural at 2D games. I do think it comes from like your imprinting as a child. I never played anything in 3D until I was probably 10, 11, 12 years old. I mean, when you really think about that, like that was not a thing. We played 2D platformers and like, you know, overhead games and, you know, we never played anything crazy. And so I think that when you're a young, impressionable mind just imprints on that, I'm still just very naturally good at those games. And 3D games I imprinted with much later. And so I don't have that same level of skill. And you might find yourself the exact opposite. So I don't think it is a you issue, I think, and it is a skill issue, but it's not, and it could be overcome if you really wanted to, I'm sure. But I do think that that's where it comes from. There's only so many things you can be good at. Some people, like Chris is very naturally good at all games that I've, you know,
Well,
like, or most games, right? Like I don't take as naturally to most games like that. I'm good at what I'm good at. And I get turned off when I get challenged. Like, and the older I get, the more I get turned off by that. But Cuphead, I would have accepted that in my teens and been like, I'm going to beat the shit out of this. But these days I'm like, I can't be a rage filled. I used to throw my controllers and get so mad because I used to play games that were just fucking hard as balls. And I just don't want to do that. You know, like I just don't get pleasure out of that anymore at all. It's like, why am I playing? You like playing Ninja Gaiden on NES or whatever. And you're like fucking going to break the controller in half. You're like, oh, like you're shaking. And I haven't had that feeling really in years, which is nice. So anyway, Chris, what do you have to say?
Well, I was gonna say I feel like it does probably have a lot to do with the stuff that you interact with at a very young age, because when I was young, when I was like a really small child, like the games that I was playing, it was a mix of a lot of stuff. I was playing a lot of PS1, a lot of 3D kind of like Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver, and Tekken 2, and just really bizarre kind of offshoot. Like there was this Bugs Bunny Lost in Time game that I actually really liked. But that was just, I was used to 3D platforming and kind of 3D exploration. Whereas my experience with 2D was a lot more, I don't know what the right word would be. It was a little bit more limited in the sense that I had an NES, but I played like, you know, the Mario games. I played, oh my god, oh my god, what the hell is that game called? I talk about it a lot. That ninja game. I'm forgetting.
On the NES, Legend,
Shadow of the Ninja.
Yeah, Shadow of the Ninja. That's what it was. I was gonna say Legend.
And a lot of the games that I was playing, and like some Mega Man as well. But like a lot of the games that I was playing were very straightforward, left to right. You know, they're stage based, and you go through them, and then you get to the end of the stage, and that's it. So I never really had the experience of 2D exploration and like the idea of like an open world. I mean, you could make the argument of like Mario World kind of being that, but like that was pretty straightforward. Like there was no way that you couldn't get lost in Mario if you tried. But when I realized this when I tried to play Final Fantasy, one of the original Final Fantasy, I think it was 6 again. And I say again really lightly because I only really kind of dabbled in it, where I realized that like, wow, I have no concept of how to explore a 2D space in this way. Like I have no idea where to go. I have no idea like I found myself completely lost in a way that I very rarely experience. Whereas 3D, I have a lot of experience in, not only just in real life, but just, you know, games in general. Like I understand the way levels kind of flow and like, oh, that's a point of interest. I'm going to go there. And so 3D, and that's always come way, 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 way easier to me. And 2D does as well. Like, I mean, you bring up that I'm naturally good at games. That's because the only game that you've put in front of me really is Mega Man, which is difficult from a timing perspective, but you can't get lost in Mega Man.
No, that was a very formative moment for me with you, because Mega Man games are widely considered very inaccessibly hard. You know, like people get the shit kicked out of them in those games. And I'm like, I don't understand why personally, but I just take your word for it. And so when I showed you when we did that Let's Play, I was like, well, I mean, that cuts out like 90% of the games that would be easier than this. Yeah.
Yeah. I think, but the second, like, I'm in Final Fantasy VI, and then the map opens up, I'm dead in the water. I'm paralyzed because I'm like, where the fuck does this game want me to go? And it's so funny because it's a lot simpler than a game like Elden Ring by like a wide margin.
Yeah, it's an illusion because there's just a few places you could even possibly go at all. You know?
Yeah, but that illusion is convincing, and it's completely paralyzing. And it's just like, I don't know, man. I've always had a tough time with 2D exploration, and it extends to Metroidvanias and things like that. Like, whereas games like Super Meat Boy and things like that, like I love those. Like I could go through those easy. But the Hollow Knights, those types of games where you could get lost, they've always been my personal like kryptonite as far as like my ability to actually get through them. There are games like JRPGs, like Yakuza Like a Dragon, that or other Yakuza games where I'm like, I like them, but I can't finish because for time reasons or just for sheer, just because of tedium. But I could finish them if I just gave the time to them. But I'm convinced that a lot of those older Final Fantasy games that are like, or even just like some of these Metroidvanias are just too disorienting for me to really, like, you'd have to give me a good like 5 months.
Dustin, you have anything you want to say before we move on?
Yeah, I think that maybe Jacob, it sounds like he keeps trying to get into these 2D games, but maybe they're just not for you. I know for me, I realized with games like Cuphead and even early on with Bloodborne that I think I can pretty much play and be proficient at any type of game right now. It just depends on if I'm willing to have the tolerance of being frustrated for long periods of time, which it sounds like you are trying out a few different things to see, but if it's not working for you, then it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I do agree though that I have a tendency to also get lost in 2D platformers that have Metroidvania like worlds, but I don't know. It's almost a skill in itself to be able to read the map, which is also something I'm not very good at, but
so bad at it.
It just depends on how much you're willing to get in there and figure things out and be willing to be frustrated for a little bit. Everyone's gonna have a different threshold for that. Like, that's one thing. Holly and I play a lot of the same games, but as soon as a game gets tough for Holly, I guess not tough because she's good at some difficult games, but we tried to play Shovel Knight together when they added the co-op mode, and she died like twice. She was out. Like, I can't do this. Like, okay, certain games didn't have that threshold for. So, but it sounds like you're trying, Jacob. So I appreciate that.
I'm looking at Cuphead. Like I remember my time with it. So like the first world was fine. It was like you would die once or twice on the bosses and you would get it pretty quickly. I love the fighting the vegetable, like the carrot and all that. And then the flower and all that was cool. And then the second world, I remember the dragon specifically. I was like, this is fucking obnoxious. And like it would, I was like starting to get annoyed, but I'd get through it. The birdhouse, like the bird in the birdhouse and the genie and all that. But I got through that. And then this is what I remember, it was like when you get to the third world and it's like the beehive and the dude in the boat and all. I'm like, I'm not doing this shit. Like I can't do this right now. And then
Mine's the robot guy. That's the one that I have.
Dr. Call's robot.
Yes, that guy. Oof. Dude, you didn't get to our boy King Dice.
No, I watched. We did. Dagan wanted to do this on Knockback, and we because he wanted to talk about the animation.
Yeah.
And so I watched the rest of the game, and then like admitted it at the top of the show as being like, I couldn't do this. Like, I'm just not doing this to myself. I just can't do it.
It's hard.
It's a beautiful animation spectacle, though.
Oh my god, it's gorgeous. It's a game that's so gorgeous and so unique that you can't replicate it. Like, remember we talked about it on the show in the past that there was that one Kickstarter that tried to copy it, and people are like, "Are you out of your mind with this? Like, you can't do this."
There is a game called, I think it's just called Mouse. Dustin, have you seen it?
No.
Where it's in that style, but it's a first person shooter, and it's so cool.
That's cool.
It's an indie game, and it's got like it's like 2D. It's like the old style.
I found it.
Yeah, it's like old style Doom, like 2D sprites, but instead of pixelated, it's like animated and in that kind of squash and stretch kind of
and in black and white.
Yeah, it's in black and white too. It's really early in conceptual stages. Who knows if it ends up being good or anything, but the concept is really cool, and it looks like the premise of it is it's a really good idea. But that's the only time you could get away with emulating that without being a direct ripoff. You could not make a platformer in that style.
Yeah, that's what these guys try to do, is make like a platformer with like their own, like the same animation style and their own bosses and stuff. And it's like, get out of here, dude. It's, first of all, it looks like a complete cheap knockoff of it. And this is so sophisticated. And that's what Dagan was saying. It was like, this is so sophisticated from an animation standpoint. It really is. And beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Some of the greatest character designs I've ever seen. All right. It's that Jeremy C. wrote in and said, hello, gents. I have a simple question. As a D&D enjoyer, am I really that much more of a nerd than someone who watches anime? Kind of funny, got me hooked on Critical Role back in the day, and I watch their stream every week. DM my own home game with my family and friends, and honestly, Baldur's Gate 3 is looking much superior in quality to me than any other RPG coming out for the rest of the year. I don't think anyone on LSM regularly plays D&D, so I was curious if anyone shares the same joy in rolling the dice and doing things the old-fashioned way, playing with pen and paper. I don't know where you guys stand on this in modernity. It's when I was a little kid, no, not even a little kid, I was a teenager, I was really into D&D. Like from like 6th or 7th, probably like 5th or 6th grade, so even earlier than my teens, like my preteen years to like through high school. And then I picked it up again for a little while when I was at IGN. But I really loved it. But speaking to it's funny, like I was into it for reasons that were not the way most people are into D&D, which is like, I liked the act of rolling the dice and like statistics and doing like the randomization of it. And I liked the story and doing all of that with people, but I really liked being like, all right, let's fuck things up. Let's make decisions. Like let's roll for this and roll for that. And I don't know. I just dig that kind of thing. So it was very attractive to me. It was the same thing that was really attractive to me about card games, like customizable card games, like Magic early on. I really liked when it first came out, and Star Wars customizable card games. So Dustin, where are you on D&D? You kind of had some sort of showing of saying like they are declaratively the bigger nerd than the anime fan. Is that what did I interpret that correctly?
They definitely can be. My dad always has this story when he worked at a local hotel here in Butler that there was a D&D convention. He talked about a guy in the hallways hissing like a snake because someone had transformed him and he was remaining in character. That's always burned. Yeah, that's always been burned in my mind of what D&D players are like.
You know what that is? That's my experience with people Naruto running in the middle of the hallways in high school with the fucking headbands on.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. That's fair.
I love that. I love that everybody has that experience where they're just like, I can't associate with this.
Yeah, there's something nerdier than you.
There was a Naruto gang of kids in my high school that they would place the headband on their desk because they weren't allowed to wear them during the school day, but they would put them on the desk, take them everywhere they go, maybe around their neck sometimes. And a lot of them had their books in gym bags. And I was always like, oh no, one of these motherfuckers is going to pull out a gun one day. Like these are very suspect gym bags that smelled like socks if you were close to them. Like you got to stay clear. But what were we talking about? D&D. Yeah, I have only lightly played D&D, just a little bit it was actually Ben was my DM. And it was all right. It wasn't the proper experience though, because I think we were all different levels of not only knowledge, but dedication into wanting to play the game. Like Holly was playing with us. I love her to death. She wasn't that invested. She wasn't taking it that seriously.
Yeah, it's important. That's very important.
Yeah. I was trying to take it seriously, but I was ignorant and never played before. And the other guy was really serious and not making it fun because he was too serious about things. We're like, just take it easy. We're just trying to have a good time. So maybe if I had the proper D&D experience, I would be more in. But honestly, if I wanted that, I would just go play Baldur's Gate 3. I think that if I wanted that kind of experience, I would just play that kind of hardcore game.
Chris, where are you on dice rolling and paper and pencil?
It's not my scene, man. Like the nerdy scene that I was growing up in was almost pretty much exclusively tech oriented. Like it was all video games and technology. It was never even in video games. Like I would say that I don't really even gravitate that much towards fantasy. Even in my film it was always sci-fi or adventure or pretty much anything else. Fantasy is like, it's really hard for me to get into it. I don't know why. There's like some games that really break through the surface, like Skyrim, and I think Fable 2 was one of those games for me as well. But I don't know. I remember distinctly the first time I even came across it, which is actually kind of crazy if you think about it. The first time I even remotely came across it was like recently, like in the last like maybe 5 years, that I was even remotely in a circle where they were like, "Hey, you want to do D&D?" And I was like, "I don't think so." Like, and they described it to me, and I was like, "It's math. It's like it's fantasy math.
Mhm.
Like this sounds so unappealing." Like, and I've done a few, and they're fine. Like it's fun, but like I would much rather, if I'm hanging out with my friends, I would much rather just engage in just obnoxious conversation
Sure.
about absurd shit. Like
Sure.
I don't like I have such limited time on this planet, and we have such limited time together. Why exist together in a fantasy world when we could talk or joke or like have fun in like in any number of ways? It's just not my preferred style of social gaming. Like I think I much prefer to like play with somebody online, and even that is not really immersive in any way. It's very much just like, it's very much like this, where like us three are just kind of talking while we happen to be killing zombies or shooting aliens or whatever or what have you. I think the math aspect of it just kind of completely destroyed any chance that I would have even a slight amount of fun. It's probably a good way to learn math, honestly. It's probably like a great way to teach kids how to do that kind of thing. But I never got into it. Like the closest thing that me and my friends had was we had a game of life, and it was D&D, but there were no roles, and our insane friend would just decide if what you did made sense. And he would always like take, it was like a genie where he would like he would let you do what you said you did, but he would always twist it in some fucking absurd way. And that was more fun because it was a lot more loose. But
Yeah, it is true that what Dustin was saying too is that like you're really as strong as your weakest link, you know, in those kinds of situations.
Yeah.
I must say that like I got to give a shout out to my childhood friend Eric, who I haven't talked to in years, but he was the one that really got me into D&D and a lot of other things. And he was like a fellow G.I. Joe nerd with me when we were younger or whatever. And I was going through like old stuff in boxes a few months ago. And I don't know, Dustin, if your experience with D&D, like when people draw maps and like places on like show you where things are going. And he used to draw these like very specific things. And I found like an imprint he made over like one of our like screens, you know, like your Dungeon Master screen or whatever. And it was like it was like one of the maps, and you could see it. It was very nostalgic. Like it brought me right back. I was like, wow, I know those little dots and lines, or that dude's dots and lines, and like the arrows and all the things it was fucking crazy. I loved it, but I would rather do other things, I think, than play D&D. All right. Nathan Densley as the final inquiry says, hey boys, perspective, a key in storytelling, first person perspective, third person perspective, isometric or 3/4 perspective, etc. What game do you feel plays with perspective or does something unique with it and affect the story? A game for the GameCube called Bat and Kaitos. It's Kaitos, I actually think. Call the player an ethereal spirit that is watching them, and the characters talk about them being watched and affected by you and the spirit, and then eventually in a big twist, they talk directly to you, the player. I wanted to just call this out real quick. Those were like some of the last games. That one and the game. I think there was a late GameCube release in like 2006 too, with Bat and Kaitos. Those were like some of the last games I played as a Nintendo fanboy that were published by Nintendo. Those are old Monolith games for people that are into Xenosaga. That was during the Colin Nintendo era, of course. But I wanted to call this out because if you're into games like that, ActRaiser is the ultimate game that that fucks around with perspective, where you play as kind of a god and then you are kind of sent down in human form to fight and do all these kinds of things. Very, very cool. Perspective is important, but I think that it's not just we always talk about perspective in terms of what you were saying, like first person, third person, and all of that, but we don't ever talk about it from like unique ways games play with perspective from a character point of view. And I would always say that ActRaiser is the most unique one in that case, but we'll end there. Dustin, closing comments.
Actually, I'm going to use my closing comment to ask you a question, Colin.
Yeah.
This is very important.
I was writing a note. Yeah.
Wonka trailer. How are you
Oh
feeling?
yeah, I like it.
I know you're the number one Wonka fan I know.
Yeah, I love Wonka.
So
it's so interesting because I don't care about chocolate at all. I've just always been obsessed with that movie. A top 3 movie for me, for sure. It's so funny. Like the 1971 original is so clever and so funny, just awesome. So I was really mortally offended in college when the 2005 Burton one came out. I thought it was so
Johnny Depp one.
It was so bad. And I like Johnny Depp, but it was trying to be the old one. Mm-hmm. Like but this one is in addition to, and so I find that inherently less offensive. It's like an origin story. And I actually think that there's some parts of the trailer that I think look a little budget or weird, but generally speaking, I like it. And I especially like his affect. Like some people are making fun of his affect, but I dig it. It's like very childlike, and you wonder what ultimately happened to send this man into like reclusivity basically and all this. So, and I was saying on my siblings thread with my sisters and my brother, I was like, the little black girl in there, like that like is like apparently like the protagonist, like the Charlie Bucket style character probably. I was like, does something horrible happen? Like she dies. It's like, are they going to like lean into the Roald Dahl nature of Willy Wonka and like go full dark? And that's why he like becomes a recluse and like no one sees him for decades. Is like it all begins because of like something horrible that happens to this little girl. I'm like, if this was a real Roald Dahl story, that would be a realistic possibility. But since it's a modern movie, I think it'll be something more lighthearted than that. But I think overall it looks really good. I'm going to go see it for sure. Yeah. What did you think?
I think that I like that it's not a remake. I like that it's a origin story, but I gotta say, Timothée, whatever his name is, didn't do it for me. He did not do it for me. Maybe he needs to go back to making some custom 360 controllers. I don't think it was horrible, but I was kind of like, I don't know. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see.
I like the kind of like revert, like when they brought up the reverse it line and stuff like that. I was like, that's cool. You know?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know how I feel about it quite yet, because I think the movie itself looks fun and looks cool. Like I'm kind of into like the visuals of it and just the cinematography of it and the tone of it. But I do think his affect is a little bizarre. But at the same time, I don't know what it's playing into. Like it could be that affect is very intentional, and like you said, like if the movie ends in some kind of twisted, dark way, which I wouldn't put it necessarily past it. That could be a really compelling reason for that whimsical, because it almost seems like it's trying too hard to be whimsical, which would be a great acting choice if the movie does lean into that dark element, because it just kind of it highlights the what is it, the oh my god, the juxtaposition.
Yeah, I hope that they lean into that, because Willy Wonka, like, well, the 1971 Wonka movie is a parable. I mean, it's about like many of Roald Dahl's stories, it's about bad children and bad parents. You know, like, and so this shouldn't be about that, because that's about that. So like, this should be about something real, you know, and that's what I hope that it is, because that's what was so fucking funny about it. It was absurd. It was totally absurd and insane and hysterical, and in some strange way, totally believable. Like these parents just signing away their names on this fucking huge ass document on the wall to go into this this chocolate factory where all their kids ultimately end up disappearing, and there's these little people. And by the way, shout out to Hugh Grant at the end as the Oompa Loompa. I thought I'm excited to see how that all comes to pass too, because the Oompa Loompas are dope in the 1971 ones. They're awesome, and I like how he pulls out the flute and plays the little tune that Willy Wonka plays to call them, because that used to be during the ringtone era, that was my like text message thing was that Willy Wonka like whistle.
That's fucking frightening.
Okay. Chris, closing comments.
Yeah, man. So I was just sent this in the middle of the show. I didn't read it until the closing. Apparently, and this is super cool, the rest of my day's pretty much set. They just released apparently basically the 1999 Macworld version of what Halo Combat Evolved was.
Wow.
On MCC in some capacity. So you can play that like Steve Jobs like demo.
That's awesome.
That's sick.
in which is super fucking cool. I had no clue. That's the kind of stuff that I wish more collections would do, like these like this like cut content stuff, or like E3 trailers that showed like gameplay of levels that don't really exist.
Dude, the Halo 2 one, add that.
That I think that's in the works. I read about that, and I wasn't sure. I
remember us saying that at some point, or you saying.
I didn't know if it was. If this is real, then certainly that's definitely in the works, because I don't know how they even found any of these assets, but that's probably going to be what I'm going to do immediately after this.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I also think Microsoft deserves credit for supporting a package in MCC for so long. You know, could have very easily abandoned that a long time ago, and I think gotten away with it. So
yeah, probably.
So I think it's cool that they're sticking. They know the value of it, and they need to do better with Halo. I mean, that's a fundamental thing that they just need to. When you think about the Halo TV show and The Last of Us, right?
Yeah,
it's like the two marquee franchises. Like, what are you doing?
Well, apparently 343 is just now. I'm pretty sure 343 is just the team on MCC, which is probably the best team to do it, because they're the only team at that studio that seem to be just doing things correctly for the longest. I mean, since the horrible launch.
Yeah, it's a long time ago now, which is funny.
2014.
Yep.
Almost 10 years.
Yeah, I was still at IGN when it happened. I mean, that's how long ago that was.
Oh, this nostalgic collection of games I loved is in and of itself ancient.
Mm-hmm.
That's infuriating.
It is. Time runs amok as it does. Let's get the hell out of here. Thank you all out there for your kindness and support of Last Stand Media, Sacred Symbols, all the things we do over at patreon.com/laststandmedia, merch at laststandmedia.store. We'll have more new merch soon and more to say about all of that. We couldn't do it without you on Patreon, though. So thank you to all of you out there for supporting us financially or on free feeds on YouTube, etc. and so on. We couldn't do it without your support on all these different platforms. So we don't want to make it seem like someone is more important than the other. I appreciate all of you. Maybe to varying degrees, I appreciate someone a little less than another person, but generally I appreciate all of you. All right, we'll see you next time for more Sacred Symbols. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Take care.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Collins Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.